and then we'll see what happens from there. Alright. Alright, so just to begin, few rollings on the category. Within 100%, timer begins from the moment you select pirate mode for the file, for the game. The criteria is there are 20 cocklebats, 32 heart squids, and a bunch of shit in the shop. You are required to collect all of these things in order to meet the 100% quota. However, due to note, it does not require you to melt the heart squids down in order to get full health. It only requires you to collect the squids themselves. So, as I'll be going through, I mean, I'll try and offer a few things on the side, sort of like different mindsets or different approach to certain things. But it'll be primarily focused in the way that I generally do the run myself. And I'll try and explain as and why I do certain things a certain way. But my heart count will remain at 2 for the entirety of this run. That does pose its risks, but it's one of them. I mean, as you're collecting all the heart squids anyway, if you want to get any additional heart containers, then you are free to do so. But as mentioned, it is not required that you melt them down in order to complete 100%. Or as Nori quite clearly puts it, you never melt them down, that is a disgrace. But unfortunately, it is tutorials. I'm going to kind of say as it is. It is allowed, but it's not required. Okay, so you start the file, skip the text, as and when. You get used to sort of where the text boxes pop up so you know when to skip them. Depends on the version you're running. In this case, I'm doing PS4, so it's my touchpad, which is the same as my menu. And then once you've got all the skip text done, you're here, you go across. You're skipping and you'll get another potion and a pipe ball to start you off. Both of which will be useful in the run. The pipe ball will be used pretty quickly. The auto potion will be saved for a certain trick, which we'll go into a little more when we get to that point. This is your run-of-the-mill, just starting. Just run-of-the-mill. Open up. Sort of get you used to a few things. Now with pirate mode, you do start with all the Pirate Master's equipment from the get-go. So, let's see, you've got the pistol, scimitar, the hat, the boots, and the cannon. Your 3 main ones throughout the course of this run is going to be your boots primarily, your cannon, which gives you the quadruple jump, and the hat, which gives you access to be able to glide over further and be able to space things out a bit better. So there's opening first view screen. Well, there's open screen. You can just dash and just go right if you want. You'll hit a few enemies. You might get a couple of gems out of it, or maybe even an item. That is up to you. But for every time you run into an enemy when in boot form, you'll have a bit of a stun animation. So it's up to you whether or not you deem that as worth it. In my case, I tend to go up and over to avoid that, at least for the opening. So in my case, I'll end up just holding right. As soon as you see that flash started off, I usually try and aim for the roof, which I clearly missed, which is unusual for me. Of course, I know it's been a while, but dang, I just killed it anyway. So try it again. Onto the roof, up, glide, cannon, glide across, and through to the next screen. So that's generally how I do it, but you'll find with a lot of the screens in this game, different runners may approach them slightly different to one another. The idea is to pretty much get through the screen without losing your momentum as your primary. Of course, as I say, if you want to take a few enemies out, you may lose fractions of time as you go, but that's entirely up to you if you want to take the chance for certain items. There are some enemies I do hit intentionally to try and get a few drops. So for this one, there's a couple of enemies that I generally go for. The main ones are the Black Suited Guards. There's only 2 on this screen, but they have a chance of dropping either a pipe ball or a monster melt. You really would like to see the monster melt, but it's a very rare drop. But a pipe ball in the early game can still be useful to you as well. So I'm going to have to do the screen in one, hopefully, because just the way the enemies are patterned. But pretty much what I want to go for is up and over, land in, so we're running straight. Oh, you should not be firing. Let's just take him out. You know what? Oh, cheat. Scrap that gem. So usually when you come into this screen, you run into him, you skip the dialogue, you can hold right and that enemy's Molotov will go over you. So obviously because of delay to do some chatter, I got caught by that. Normally you would not. So straight over, up and over that guy, into him, jump across, into him, and if you can, smack 2, 3. Now, that's 3 enemies there potentially to get an extra 15 gems out of all of them if they're nice enough. But of course, you need to be able to get your positioning right to make that work, otherwise you may end up in the water. Hello, cheeky git. No. So, of course that's all dependable. I'm just taking a few enemies out for the sake of it now. But I would at least say if you're going to take anything out, go for the black suited guards because of what they have the potential to drop in. But otherwise, yeah, otherwise you can just go with, if you want, just go over everything. Up and over there, hit the black suited guard across, hit the black suited guard, then just do a big jump, and then another big cannon. You should be able to glide over everything. The good thing was when you're in the dash formation, you actually am invulnerable, so you can use that to your advantage. But of course, as I say, at least I would recommend going for the black suited guards, just because of the possibility of getting those drops. It's rare, as I say, but if they happen to drop it, if they have to drop that monster mill, that's going to give you an opportunity after the first boss of saving yourself a cycle, essentially. If you choose not to go for them, then you can just alternate your movement. So in this case, you can go over, land here, then just jump straight away. A couple of cannons, land, and then go through. Something like that. Obviously, just imagine the enemies are there for now, but obviously a bit awkward to really multiply on this couple of these screens, just because you're supposed to keep your momentum going up from the start of the tutorial, well, start of the area to upwards to that point. But you pretty much just want to get a few of those enemies hit just for certain drops. As I say, the black suited guards are the ones that you're primarily aiming for. If you want to take the chance to go for those few gems, then you get a feel for that movement. You'll hit the first enemy. When you get the first enemy on the ledge, the idea is then to allow yourself to move forward enough. It'll look like you're about to run off the edge, but you'll actually still have leniency to be able to make a jump, to strong jump, to land right next to the next enemy, take him out, hopefully get his gems, and then run, and then just allow yourself to run forward to catch the next enemy. And then you've got all them item potential. Well, item / gem potential, which is always a nice thing for 100%, especially when you've got all the shop stuff that you need to obtain as well. So I'll just do those couple of screens in one, hopefully, so you can see what it's actually like in motion, because obviously you wouldn't have that Molotov in the way as I mentioned. So as I say, in my case I tend to go up and over because I choose not to go for these particular enemies down low. They may just end up getting in the way like that. But you can just choose to run, just activate your dash and just keep holding right if you wish. So you run into him, skip your text, you'll go under that Molotov, in, get the one black suited guard across, another black suited guard, into him, 2, 3, and then you'll be ready, and then you'll be able to go straight across and into the next room. If you want to go for that full motion and getting all of the enemies there. If not, if anything, just go for the black suited guards and then just jump over it, get the jumps and the cannons over everything, combine your hat with it just to give you some more space. So you generally be running into this next room. I'll do that. But when you go into that room, into the next room, you want to buffer a jump ready, and then at a certain point just tap cannon to get by the guard without clipping him, is what you want to aim for. So you come through, and you'll be able to just go through him without catching any grounds or anything. If you don't feel comfortable with that, I mean I can't go back out, but if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can just do a strong jump when you're buffering, just to make sure you get across. But getting the tap jump right just gets you on the ground a little quicker. From there, you pretty much want to line up with around here, but you usually do it quick in motion anyway. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, onto here. Yeah, what are you? mean, the third one's a little different because there's a guy up here, but the idea is to manipulate his firing pattern. So when you're jumping up, your first two cannons, you want to have him aiming left, which is why you line up with the edge here. So when he fires off, you can curve him, so 1, 2, and then curve through and into here. Right, so unfortunately this is going to be a bit out of pattern because again I can't exit the screen. But this, you'll be able to run straight without worrying about getting fired off. Unfortunately, I'll just have to gauge it for now. But you just be holding right straight away. Run, jump, cannon, big cannon into here, drop in, and up onto this ledge is your cannon across. Now this is where quick shuffle comes into play, or delay, or you can use the delay method if you're not too comfortable with doing the quick shimmy. But it's what's known as the wristy shuffle technique, which I'll talk a little more on once we get past this opening part. But the idea of the quick shuffle is pretty much just like that, or you only have to do it literally like one, and then you'll be able to go. I will restart and try and do this all in one again just to show you what I mean. But with the wristed shuffle technique, just to briefly talk a bit here, because of the fact that you're doing the shuffle here, the idea is to override one direction with the other. In this circumstance, the dominant direction is right, so you want to keep a hold of left and tap right. Now this pretty much tricks the game into thinking that you're doing a continuous run, which is what is boosting up your risky charge. So by doing that quick shuffle and then continuing your charge, you'll be fine. Or you can just choose to stay here and just do a shuffle, but that's entirely up to you. But the primary aspect is to hold left whilst tapping right on the other direction. Usually for me it's left on the D-pad, right on the analog. Hey Moni, well stream, hope you're doing well. So I'll show those few rooms again just in one motion, simply because again you'll see that the stuff like the bonnets and whatnot will not actually get in your way. So again, I'd take the roof technique, just because that's just my choice, so I'd rather not hit anything at this point. Into him, skip the dialogue, keep holding right, get your dash, up and over, one suited guard, cross, second suited guard, onto them, 2 and 3 if you want. Buffer jump, tap, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, move over when he fires and go. And then this is what I mean, you can just hold right, none of them will touch you. Jumps up there, fall in here, onto here, quick shuffle, then the bullet's grabbing that here. One jump onto here, and then one jump onto there. Now the reason why I say one jump onto here first, you can choose to just glide over it, but within those two small pots is a guaranteed 5 gem that you can obtain. So jumping onto there, hitting them, and then letting your dash carry you forward over here just gets you an extra 5 gems in your pocket. My gem count is low just because I've ended up resetting, but it is what it is. So your dash will still be happening here. So right, so next room, there's a couple of bridges, a couple of bombs on there which you need to destroy to break the bridge so you can fall down. Now, you can do it one of 2 ways. This literally depends on whether or not you want to save this, or if you want to use it. Now, I usually say just go for the usage of it. If you can carry it forward to the boss as well, it helps take the boss down within the cycles that you want. But there is a method to be able to deal with the boss and keeping the same cycle without that pipe ball, which I'll explain when I get to that boss. But okay, so usually you'd be dashing into this room. When you're in the loading zone menu, activate pipe ball if you're choosing to go with the pipe ball, just to get your pipe ball ready. What this will do is, as soon as you enter the room, the pipe will be in the right position, that the closest bomb to you will be caught by it straight off the bat. And that's that bridge down, and then it's just a case of holding scimitar to go all the way down. Now usually I do stop once I hit the bomb and then move down to the boss, but either or is fine. And then we go on to here. Now, running into these guys activates the text box. If you happen to do that, you can just skip the text box, no problem. Another thing you can use is just this part here, the edge of the door, and do a strong jump. Oh wow, I saw. Maybe it's a little bit before then, but somewhere around here, you may be able to just jump over them to skip their dialogue box. Or if you want, you can just do a quick cannon just to give yourself additional height and guarantee you across. But unfortunately, I botched that and didn't look at the text box, but you can just avoid that text box by doing so. Upon that, you land, run. Now you can choose to keep running all the way. In my case, I try and get him. Into them pops and across. Those pops may give you some gems, they may not, and again the Black City Guide may give you an item drop there. Again, with that room you can just run all the way across to the right if you so see fit, or you can try and catch that one guy at the top to get a potential 5 gem out of him. So again, it's a multiple way of how you want to approach it, what you're looking for, and if you're too fussed about getting the extra intricacy movements within the opening. So you can do it in a more simplified manner if you so fit to see. Oh, I'm bad with words as well. Right, just do a quick save there, just so show the boss.
Hello, Baron.
Now, because I was taking my time, my pipe ball is now gone. So I may have to redo this again just to show with the pipe ball, but pretty much with this boss, he can do one of 3 things. He can charge you, he can shoot off a standard cannonball, or he can shoot off the red cannonball. Now you want the red cannonball, so you can hit it back into him and start to deal damage. If he chooses, there is a few things we do know. If he does choose to charge, then he can only do 4 charges in any given round maximum. If he chooses to use a standard cannonball, he can only use 2 standard cannonballs before he's guaranteed to fire for red. And if he chooses to go with a standard cannonball before the charges, he will not do a standard cannonball followed by a charge. It will skip the charging aspect. So pretty much that's what you're looking for, whether or not he's going to charge or whether or not he's firing off a cannonball. I mean, if he's going to charge, you'll see him shake. He's chosen not to, so he's going to cannonball, so he's guaranteed to do cannons. And it's just a case of just whipping him. Right, so no charge again. 2 cannons, so the next one's a red. Now we have the little imagination here, so I don't want to keep everything here for too long. But imagine I carried the pipe ball all the way through. Doing what I was doing there, that pipe ball will do additional damage that will guarantee that the final phase, well, the next round is going to be the final phase. When you get to the final round, you're guaranteed no charges. It will always be standard cannonball to red or straight red itself. But because I don't have the cannonball, because I don't have the pipe ball, sorry, active at this point because I've took the time too much. This wouldn't be the final round, so he may charge me basically, which he does choose to do so. In this case, you'll see him shake and he'll do a charge there. So that's 2 charges. You can do 2 more at the most. There's a 3rd, and he's done. Right. So just to show a couple of guidelines before I finish him out. Well, I may as well just knock him off because it's not going to really matter. Because obviously this is 1 additional round more than it's supposed to be. But before I finish him off, I mean, he's guaranteed to not charge now, at least for that round, but as soon as you miss a red, he could charge. Well, I'm trying to show, but he doesn't want to charge. Wait. There we go. I just want to show that you can charge afterwards. So yeah, on the final phase, as long as you get the red ball, you're fine. But if you end up messing up and getting hit by the red ball, or it just goes off screen, or dissipates, then he could potentially charge again. If you choose to charge, use these crates in the background here because they'll crack into the crates to keep yourself safe from damage. Otherwise, in the floor there's a few crap lines around about. I'll use this line as my guide to position myself ready for the red ball and to go on from there. But if you had the pipe ball activated from the bridge and you carry it all the way through, then you should be able to. You'll get the 3 rounds that you want at Ammo Baron by just simply hitting the red ball back into him and then just whipping him. You should at least get 8 strikes. There's a possibility that he might... No, 9 strikes, sorry. There's a possibility he may go 1 strike less. If you choose not to use the pipe ball, or your pipe ball has dissipated before you get to this fight, there is a different technique you can use in order to get the 3 rounders you want, which is incorporating your cannons. In this case, you want to get, when you knock him off his pedestal, you want to get a little bit closer than normal. Count 7 strikes, and then you'll be jumping up and firing off 3 quick cannon strikes. All 3 should hit him, and if you can get that for 2 rounds, then the 3rd round is going to be a finish. So let's see what he wants to do. So charge. So behind 1 charge, 2 charge, and that was poor. I refuse to accept.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
So one little tidbit I wasn't doing there, which I probably should have been doing, is after he does his charge, I move to my position, to my central position with that line as per mentioned. So I'm ready for that red cannonball, which for some reason I wasn't doing that. Straight red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. In that kind of motion is what you're aiming for if you're not using pipe. So in this case, what I'm supposed to do is when he moves back, I move into position ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. And now he should be on his final legs. Down. And that's pretty much Ammo Baron in a nutshell. 4 charges max in any given round, 2 standard cannons in any given round, and followed by the red. If he uses standard cannons, then it will be 2 cannons max before the red is guaranteed. There will be no charge for that phase until the red has been fired off. If you've got a pipe ball active for the fight, you could just, when you knock him off, you could just continuously whip him for the first 2 rounds, and then he'll be ready for the 3rd round finish. If not, get a little closer, 7 strikes, and then just quickly jump up, move over a little bit, and fire off 3 cannonballs in quick succession, and that will count. That'll count the additional damage that you need to get him down in 3. The other thing that I couldn't show at that point, so I didn't get the drop, which is the Monster Milk. If you have a Monster Milk drop that happens from the Black Suited Guards and you use it for the fight, you can get him down in 2 rounds. But of course, this is dependent. This is a little dependent on that one thing I mentioned where I said he could stand up on 8 strikes instead of 9. If he stands up on 8, then you've got a problem. Then you won't. If I remember right, you won't get the 2 round up with a milk if he stands up on 8. But if he stands up on the 9, you're good. And then the last round will be. Then the second one will be the last round. Just be able to save some time potentially from that, dependent on his RNG. If he chooses to give you a bad pattern, then you may not necessarily be saving much time. And it all depends. So more dialogue skipping, as we have Trap Tub and such. Right, so this is your first Cacklebat out of the 20 required for the run. Now, luckily, he'll always be there, so you can always get him straight away. So there's a couple of ways you can approach this Cacklebat to get him down at speed. I'm just going to use what I would use for a normal mode run. It is just about the quickest way to do it, but we're literally only talking frames at this point, or 0.2 seconds at most, dependent on how you go about it. I mean, you could choose to charge into him as well. So, like I say, it depends on what you want to do. In the way I tend to do it, I'll go up to him, I'll whip him once, gauge my jump, 2 strikes, delay, strike 3. On the first strike, I want him to jump again, and then I'll follow his arc again and go for 4 strikes to finish. And he down. I'll try and show the other one. I'll just have to do Ammo Baron again quickly, just to show the other way of going about it. But as I say, there's more than one way of approaching it at speed. But that's the one I tend to do. The delay there, I mean, you can go for 4 strikes straight away, but the problem is after the Cacklebats hit a certain threshold of damage, they have about 40 HP. First strike, and then 1-2 delay for the hit. If you strike him when he's on the ground and he took 25 damage at that point, that includes the strike that would do 25 damage, he will then change his way of approach and he will actually stay in the air temporarily and try and swoop into you, which is hence why the delay is given there. So that 4th strike, technically it would hit him. That would be 20 damage, so he won't be going into the staying in the air aspect, and he will just then jump and just go back to the ground and get the 4 strikes to finish it. But quickly, I guess one more Ammo Baron isn't too bad. But Ammo Baron is RNG as mentioned, so it depends on how he wants to play. At the moment, not the nicest. Recharge. There's 4, so I know he's going to go into a cannon, so he's gone to red. That'll do. At least there's no standards. That's 2 standards, so the next one's a red guaranteed. No charge. 1 standard, 2 standard. Here comes the red, and he's done. So let's just get through the cutscene again. I'll have a quick peek. So the other technique I'm going to use for this Kacklebat, as I say, isn't much different. As I say, you're probably only talking frames at best. If not, it might actually be similar time, in all fairness. Plus, considering we're going to be charging into most of the rooms for a lot of the Kakklebats after this, this is sort of the technique you would use for a good amount of the Kakklebats in the run itself. The idea would be to simply get a risky charge up, or get the risky shuffle charged up, fire it off, hit into him, follow him around, follow him up into the air, 3 strikes on, and then jump up above him, and then spam your cannons off. 2 cannons should kill him after that. As such. You want to aim for this position here to end, because that's where Shantae will always run to. So if I was to be at the far left, I'd have to wait for it to run to the middle. So there's a bit of a visual there. Once this is done, I'll quickly show you what I mean. Which is just here, just at the edge of these steps, but these cracks in the floor. There's this line here. It's just pretty much just stand with the line in between you. And that's pretty much where Shantae will run to before when the next dialogue activates. You get your lamp, skip the dialogue, press and hold your lamp button, which in this case is triangle for me. Absorb the dark magic. That's your first dark magic of the run. 19 to go. Okay, so you start off, go right, trigger off risky. So we've got to get our first heart squid. It's pretty much straight there. This isn't a mandatory thing. You don't have to go for this heart squid first. You can save it to later. It's entirely up to you. I just grab it first because I have no intention of melting any heart squids down. I would suggest that if you plan on melting any heart squids down at any point in the run, maybe consider going for this heart squid when you actually intend to melt some hearts on. But it would literally just be across and into this room. I'll try and get it in one, hopefully. And there you go. First heart squid of the run in. Okay, after that, got to get up here. Because we need something from Sky first. We need the library card to get access to get the map for the next area. Last but not least, in here for the save guide. The game will not allow you to exit the town until you have both the library card and a save in place. So move across, activate him, circle in my case, you have to trigger the dialogue for him. See, that's the library card. Let's get that dialogue, and then this is where the first risky shuffle comes into play. So the risky shuffle technique is what probably is the main primary source of speed that we use through the run. As mentioned earlier, the idea is to override one direction with another, with the direction primarily or dominated by the right. So by holding left on one and using right on and tapping right on the other, you'll be able to do a risky shuffle. Now it's entirely up to you whether or not you use the analog for left or the D-pad for left. I generally use the D-pad just because that just works better for my position. My hand position, just is what it is. But then you just keep hold of the left, tap on the right, and this will act as a continuous chain. And as you see that shimmer there, that's your indication to say that you've done enough of a long stretch to trigger the risky dash by pressing the attack button. So you pretty much want to get the shuffle in and across. Okay, so for here you just want to pretty much run through. After the 5th scarecrow, jump over the pit. 2 or 3 scarecrows jump over the next. 1, 2, 3. Now, I have ran by a couple of heart squids, that is intentional, but that's primarily because I've got damage built up so I can take out these orcs and quickly get through that bridge there. Now, I say built up, with the risky dash, with more enemies you consecutively hit, it will add an additional point of damage to each next consecutive hit. So you start at 15 for the first, then it will just keep adding up. So we're taking out those scarecrows in particular because they have a potential chance to drop a couple of things. A lobster tail, which would be nice. Pipe balls. One or two pipe balls might be nice early on, just in case. But the main things you want is a super pipe ball or a monster milk. Would be very useful to you going forward with the run. Just a brief talk on them. Milks upgrade. Well, milks give you a temporary boost in offense. And the super pipe ball, or pipe ball, as you saw in the opening, surrounds you with these balls that do 5 points of damage each. Main focus that you want is the milks more so than the pipe balls, personally. At least that's from my end of things. But that's something you get used to. Standard milks will give you a +5 damage for a temporary time, whereas super monster will give you +10 damage per strike. But because of that continuous chain hitting those scarecrows, you'll have enough chained up, so when you go into the orcs, you'll be doing enough damage to kill them in one. They have a chance to drop 5 gems, a bento box, or even a pirate flare. Although pirate flare is very rare, but it is possible. As I said, there was 2 heart squids that I intentionally left. That's pretty much so I could take down these orcs without having to worry. But usually you wouldn't stop. You just keep the line going, and you continue to run across all the way to the end to say hello to Mr. Squidbone. Give him a little chat, skip some dialogue, and now you've got the sewers active. And in you go. Okay, so the Royal Sewers. Now, we take the long way around for a couple of reasons. One, there's 30 gems on path. Well, there's 50 total, to be fair. But there's 20 I generally leave behind myself. There's no real reason for it, that's just a personal choice. But I will show you where they are anyway, should you choose to go for them. The other reason is because you're aiming for as many flesh pops as you can. This being out of bounds, there are 2 forms of out of bounds trickery that is used. One is used with potions, the other is used with food. And this is probably one of the better spots to get a good bunch of food straight away. So it's pretty much setting up your food count as best as you can, so you've got what you need for the run, hopefully. It is a big ask to get all of them here, because you basically want to max out your flesh pops. You want 9, because you're about to lose 3 as per the quest, and then you'll have the other 6 for the out of bounds tricks required in the run. If you wish to take a major gamble, there is a shortcut to getting to where you want to, down here. But this is usually used for no out of bounds because we don't need the food for anything in particular. Plus, as I say, you'll be missing out on some gems. But it is about, I can't remember how much difference it is, 15 to 20 seconds? No, I think it's about 15 seconds longer to go the long way around. But those 15 seconds is spent on getting that food up ready. There is another point where you could get the food, but if you take that risk on its own, you could put yourself in jeopardy for later. For what skips you need. Plus, you need a couple of pieces of food at least anyway for the first couple of dungeons for those tricks. So you do want to have more than just the 3 for the side quest. So I wouldn't recommend taking this path. But if you choose to and go crazy, then you can. But I wouldn't recommend it. The general pathway would be to go to the right. Start off a risky shuffle and go. In my case, I'll do a strong jump there, go for him, and then continue all the way through. Now, as I said, there is 20 gems that I leave behind, which is in here. If you choose to go for them, you could just get your dash and hit that snack first. Or try to. If not, you can just turn around, whip him, drop down, smash those pots, and then collect there. And then kill the other snakes naturally before starting to maneuver around. Get a dash going into him, down. Now for this one, you don't want to hit straight away. There's a little technique known as item duplication, but it's only on certain spots, and it's usually only here. that we tend to go for this. But the idea is you want to get yourself pinched up between the ceiling and the snake. And using your scimitar, for whatever reason, what's going on is it's, the game's acting as though you're killing the same enemy multiple times. If you get it spot on, you're basically killing him 3 times for one enemy. And for each kill, you have a 50-50 shot of getting a flash pop. So pretty much you go for the pistol attack to try and get more flash pops out of it. Hopefully. So I got 2 out of that one, which is nice. Quick shuffle here. Go to the right, break this block. Couple of pistol shots for another 20 gems there. You could choose to just run and then smash and then come back on yourself if you wish. But either way, 20 gems there. That's 20 I would generally collect. Into this room. Try and get the scimitar pincer on him. To get a couple more flesh pots, whip that one, whip the block, pistol, absorb, get the 10 gems there. Come across, drop down because you want to shuffle here. For another 2 snacks. Come all the way across, and then just allow your momentum to go all the way. Smash into that wall, jump up, grab the heart squid, smash into that wall, activate your next cackleback. Now I got quite fortunate there, but that cackleback can have a difference in trajectory, dependent. If he happens to jump to the left, then you can use the same method that I showed first with the very first cackleback, where you follow his arch 1, 2, delay 3, follow his arch again, get 4 strikes to kill. But if he jumps to the right, you kind of have to gauge, jump up, and then just sort of follow him down to get a few whips in, whip him to make him go into the air, and then just sort of like alternate until he dies and then get himself on the ledge. Now, I did exit screen and re-enter. The reason for that is simply to speed up his death. You can just wait in the room and wait for him to die before collecting his dark magic, but by exiting the screen and re-entering, it will just put the dark magic there and you just go straight into absorbing. Right, so I've got 8 flesh pops, so for me, I'm happy enough with that. I am 1 food short for the run, but myself, I'm fine with 8, because I know there's a good chance I'll at least get 1 more food at another point in the run. But, as you notice, there is a snack over there. So, you can, if you choose, choose to fit him in with the cackleback kill. So if you feel as though, if you believe you're going to be short, kill the cackleback, and then instead of exiting the screen, you can come over here. Hopefully he's moving under here so you can get his pincer. If you don't want to take that chance, because he could just troll you and keep going back over to the left, just give him a whip and just hope for the 1 if you can. Entirely up to you how you approach it. But as long as you get at least, I'll say at least 8 flesh pops before you leave is what you really would like to see for this particular category, because of how much food you need. But if you end up a little short, then you can choose to take the risk, and there's a few other ways of going about certain tricks if that becomes a thing. But you get the heart squid, get the cackleback, then you're done with the sewers. Cross, and then it's pretty much a no-scope shot there, if you choose to. I mean, you don't have to go for the no-scope here, but you've basically got to hit the switch to be able to get to that chest there, which you need. If you don't want to go for the no-scope, just get yourself onto that ledge, and then just fire off your pistol. Otherwise, you'd pretty much go for that kind of motion, which I know. Fail at. And then you can move across over there. The no-scope is slightly quicker, but of course if you're not comfortable with it, as I say, you just get yourself onto that edge, fire off, coming in, pick up the item. So with the travel brochure inbound, get yourself out, and move across. You want to talk to Bolo? He'll take 3 of your flash pops, as I mentioned earlier, so you can get the roll gate key in this case. But before we go in there, we want to go say hello to Squid Baron again to get a key item for later in the run. Up to you how you get to him exactly. You can just run all the way across and just pretty much just jump right by him. I do use a visual gate for how I do in this lamp here just before the door. And I'll wait till around just after. Then I'll do like a tap, jump, glide, and that should position me right in front of him. So that's Squidor's for later, but at least it's set. Now we can go into the Royal Castle, or the Royal Palace. At this point, jump over, or just hold the hat button and just walk over. Either or is fine. Just make your way to the door, activate, use the key, and go in. To the right now. There's nothing much to do with this room, just get the dash, keep holding right until you run into this guy here. That text box will automatically trigger. Just basically just follow the text, speak to him. When you're done, just move over. You can just go with your back foot to the ladder, is sort of like the biggest gap, or just get a bit closer if you feel more comfortable. And then get your map. Right, now it's time to make our way back. So another quick shuffle I use here. Again, this is how you go about these things is up to you. I mean, if you want, you can just do a standard stay in spot, get your trigger up. But when you get a feel for the game, you get an idea of what gauge you can get to keep your forward movement going and still get the charge. So in this case, I'll sort of go 1, 2, back, and in to be able to get my dash and still keep my left momentum going, so I don't end up losing a bit of time shimmying into place. I don't have a pipe ball, so if you have a spare pipe ball, this would be a good time to use it. Simply because when you're on your way back out, the pipe ball will position in such a way with the hit on the orc, so you can get a couple of kills on the orc. It also helps speed up the next Kakobat. Unfortunately, I don't have it, so I'll be essentially jumping over the orcs. But you get your dash, and then continue through. As I say, if you have the pipe ball, just allow yourself to just activate the pipe ball in that prior room, and just allow yourself to run into these orcs, because it will take them out and gives you some item potential. If you choose to use the pipe ball here, if you don't use the pipe ball, then you just want to go up and over. Okay, so what you collect here is again down to preference. There's an old way and there's the current way. The old way would lead you to getting both of them now, which would be when you get to this point, just cannon up here, and then free onto the branch here and collect the heart squid. Now, try not to collect it because I want to collect it later personally. I do that slightly different. It doesn't save much time, but it is a small time save because you don't have that staying in one spot going vertical. You can use your momentum collecting it later to save a second or second half, something like that. But if you choose to come and get it now, that's pretty much where you want to be. So it would be dash. Well, let's get me dash. Hit that wall, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Just go straight into the heart squid, and you're good. After that, you'll want to go for the next Kakobat, which on the stump you'll do a shuffle. Unfortunately, I can't get the shuffle in that tight space without touching it properly. Ah, there we go. Strong jump, cannon, to get over here to this Kakobat. And you'll want to keep your momentum going because you'll run straight into the Kakobat with your scimitar at first. Then you'll follow the same method as I showed, same method as I showed before with the dash into 3 hair strikes into 2 cannons, or just kill it as best as you can. If you want to save the extra second or so, the second and a part by splitting these items up, then you'll only be going for the Kakobat at this point, which is the way I've been doing it the last time I touched this run. So for this, there is more precision that goes into it, but just to show what I mean, hopefully, if I can even get it myself, that means if you do leave the heart squid, you'll basically be grabbing that heart squid as the final pickup right at the end of the run. So instead, you'll continue the momentum. 2, 3 onto that branch and through. Let the momentum go into the Kakobat. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Exit, re-enter, and collect. Now, if you have to have the pipe ball, you won't need to worry about the cannon strikes. You'll just charge into him, jump up, 1, 2, 3, and maybe even a 4th strike. I'm not quite sure if you need the 4th strike or not, but he'll die before you'd even need to worry about using cannons. But getting up there like that is more precise. Pretty much the idea is, as you're charging, you want to start your jump literally as you come out. So you want to get your jump straight away, and you want 3 cannon strikes at the height of your jump. So I mean, just doing tap cannons, for example, you basically have that risk of hitting that enemy. But if you keep your movement going right, then you can still make it up there, but you'll have a bit of a stutter. It's not much, but it is a thing. But that's pretty much the principle of it. When you come through there, 1, 2, 3 onto that branch, then jump straight away and cannon straight up. But as I say, if you're not too comfortable getting the complete precision, just try and at least reach this branch, and then continue on forward. If you end up jumping a bit late, you might find yourself missing the branches entirely, and you'll have to just jump up manually to go for that cacklebat. So I mean, that would be a bit late, and as you can see, I've botched there. So if you go a bit late, then it would be 2 cannons, if I remember rightly. No, maybe not then. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure you can reach that branch even if you go a bit late. Is it 3 quick? So I'm trying to remember this myself. So. Yeah, 3 quick, you'll end up hitting the enemy. But then you've got to get up there quickly though. If you end up going too low, you'll end up in this room instead. So that does take a bit of getting used to. But as I say, if you want to be a bit more comfortable, and you're happy enough to lose a couple of seconds to start with, then revert to the way I started with, by coming up here when you're charging through. Oh god, I'm hitting everything. So yeah, when you're charging through here, when you're on your way back, just make your way up there. Up here, grab the heart squid. You'll have more room by hitting the heart squid than I am at the moment, so I'm leaving it there intentionally for later. Then you just do the shuffle, jump across, and go into there, continue the dash chain. And that will be easier to execute than going for just the cacklebat on his own. As you can see, I missed it there. But that's the general idea. Jumping at the right point, it is pretty tight, getting the 3 cannons to go onto the branch, and then up and in, let your momentum carry forward, and then into the old, into the cacklebat, kill him out, exit, re-enter, absorb, and that'll be your final cacklebat for this island for now. From there, it will be out. Just release your directions, crouch, and press jump to drop down, and then just hold left to get into this room. And then you just want to make your way back. And again, take out the scarecrows as best as you can, just to potentially get a couple more drops. If they want to be nice, they probably won't, but time will tell. And then you want to get into Sky's room. Now I did that in one continuous chain, and I did something what was known as a quick door. So quick door, it's only really with this door in particular, but the idea is when you enter the door from underneath, by double tapping up quickly, or by tapping up in repetitive motion, you can enter the door slightly quicker. It's a little different when you're in full motion though, because the idea is, as you saw, you're running, you're getting your dash, you want to land there, allow your dash to come under, tap jump, so you go in front of the door, and then get the timing right for the second door. Otherwise, if you're not too worried about going for quick door, then you can just run, cannon, cannon, and in. So it's pretty, again, a couple of things about it. Entirely up to you which way you want to go about it, but if you want to try and save that extra little bit of time, it is a little tighter, but that's just comes with the territory, I guess. I'll try and get it one more time. So if you do want to go for that, delay, cannon onto there, jump to the door, and then mash up to try and get the quick door in. Now, the reason we're coming back here is, I mean, you don't actually have to do this, technically speaking. You can continue the run without doing so. But coming in here and returning the library card nets you a nice hefty 100 gems. Especially with this being 100%, it's a really nice thing to get. You usually get this in any run anyway, because the 100 gems for the first shop is always a plus. Drop down, move into the shop here, and this is where you're going to get your opening shop. Now, I've got more gems than I usually would personally, but for this shop, you want, if I remember rightly, 145 minimum. And what you're trying to set up here is you're setting up your potions for the run. As I said, out of bounds takes 2 sets of things to trigger with different effects, potions and food. So food you cannot buy in shops, you have to get them through shops, hence why we did the grind in the sewers to get them. So you only need 4 potions for the run, so 1 potion, 3 potion. Down to Pirate Flares, you want 3 of them. And then 1 Super Pipe Ball. So the Super Pipe Ball won't be coming into play until the 2nd dungeon, but it's something you want to have to be able to deal with the boss there. I mean, you could get a Super Pipe Ball drop from an enemy, but that'll be a gamble if you choose to go that way. Or as mentioned, you've got the Scarecrows that have a possibility of dropping that Super Pipe Ball. If you happen to get a drop from them instead, you can choose to save the 40 gems from here, which will save you time in your gem grind, in the first major gem grind for the shopping later. In this case, I don't have it, so I pick it up. So if you happen to get a Super Pipe Ball drop from a Scarecrow, you can choose to skip the Super Pipe Ball and go single potion, 3 flare, and then exit. But otherwise, if not, it's highly recommended you pick up a Super Pipe Ball. Better safe than sorry. Trust me on that one. Ooh, excuse me. But that would be your first shop list in general. So as I say, the potions will be used for out of bounds tricks. We'll be coming to one shortly, so we'll get to talk a little more on that in a bit. Pirate Flares return you back to the beginning of the island that you're on, so this helps save time on backtracking. And there'll be more flares that we'll be picking up as the run goes on. But for now, that's pretty much you set. And you can now make your way out by just running into Risky. The dollar box will trigger automatically. Give it a map. And that'll take you out. And it will automatically move you over to the next island, so you can just mash the button to go in. Just to quickly show there. So in my case, it's 2 heart squids, 3 cacklebats. How you choose to go about your routing here, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, the way we collect these is for the most optimal time. So, as I said, there's 2 heart squids that I intentionally left on purpose on the way into the Scarecrows. There's the one in the tree I left on purpose, and then there's one other which is to the left of the town with the remaining 2 cacklebats, which we leave till later for item position purposes. So, if you choose, usually it'll just be the 3 cacklebats is pretty much the mandatory. But you can have upwards of 5 of your heart squids at this point if you choose to. But that will lose you momentum position for getting those auto kills and such. So, not usually the recommended thing, but it's just spitballing out there just to say you've got freedom to sort of rearrange how you collect your items as you see fit, as with any of the run, to be fair. Okay, so moving on to Saliva Island. Now, Saliva Island, there are several things on the island that we do want, but we are going to be leaving it out till a bit later on. This is, again, for time purposes. For now, we're basically just going to be going straight to the dungeon. That also includes leaving a heart squid out that is going to be on my path, similar to how I've done before. Again, there is a reason behind it, which we'll go into a bit after.
I'm ready.
So first things first, get a Risky Shuffle to begin. Again, you can just choose to do it on the spot, or when you get the feel for it, you can just go most of the way, pull back slightly, and then go. Right, so that's... Oh, hello. Damn you, Froggy. Right, so how I did it then is how I generally do it. It's a couple of crab hits for a couple of potential drops. These crabs have a chance to drop what we got. It's meat chunklets and bubble shield, both of which would be useful to me in the run. So I do try and get a couple of them, but again, if you choose not to, you don't have to. As long as you keep your momentum, As I say, not even using the hat there. That's entirely up to you. As long as you get through about dropping your input or dropping your offense, it's fine. Yeah, you won't do. You're not. And again, you don't lose your momentum. You're keeping everything going in one string. So you generally enter this room, and then you want to go up onto here. Try and get a scimitar onto that mermaid there by squeezing in. By going for that though, you can run the risk of getting hit and knocked back, which will be a problem. Well, it's a bit of a problem. It just cost you a little bit of time. But again, when you enter this room for the first time, the crabs will not be in your way. So you may be able to just release your dash and then come across the side of them, go in for that, and then continue your movement. If you don't want to go for the scimitar pincer, you can just do an intentional damage hit. Oh god. You can just literally run into her and then drop in. So there is a floor there that you can that we use to get across quicker. Otherwise, you'd have to go up and over, but this is the quickest way to go. So by crouching and jumping, you'll be able to drop through things, and they'll get you onto here. You get a run to a wall here, strong jump to get on the top, squeeze out here, and then land. Now I'll say land here first because you want to hit that switch for when you're coming out of this island once you've done the first lap. So pissed them off, and then drop down here. The crabs would usually be somewhat in your way. If I remember right, it'd be something like that, and you just sort of like just position yourself, just go through the gap and across. Right, so this is where the first dungeon is, and this is where the first out of bounds trick becomes a thing. So out of bounds is a risky business. When you get used to triggering them, though, they're not that bad to trigger. But once you're in an out of bounds state, making a mistake or missing your loading zone or getting hit by something, because not everything is deactivated, so to speak. There'll be certain background pieces like treadmills, chains and whatnot that will still be activated, as well as enemies. You get hit by an enemy, you could pretty much be knocked into the void and it will be considered a soft lock and you won't be able to recover the run. It's the same with missing your loading zone. If you miss your loading zone and you completely fall or fly out of business or fly out of place, then you run that chance of soft locking. So pretty much any time you go into an out of bounds state, you run the risk of ending your run there and then. Right. So this first one is to get into the first dungeon. Saves going up and around and doing the bits and pieces you need to get into this lab. Now the loading zone is still active. It's under this block, just between him and the wall. And the idea is to use your risky dash and trigger the item whilst you're exiting the screen. Now, again, this takes a bit of a feel to get used to. If you try and do it too quick, you'll get something like that. And then you're kind of in that position. If you get it late, you may find the item will be used, but you'll actually enter the next screen because you've already too much into the loading zone for the trick to work. If you're able to get it right though, the item will be used whilst you're in the loading zone. Now we're in an out of bounds state, or we're going to be in an out of bounds state when the game resumes. It will tell me that I've used the potion, and then once that's done, because I'm using the dash, you can use a visual cue of the dust that Shantae kicks up. Once that starts moving, you're back in play. Now with potions, it's what's known as the potion drop. So, as the name suggests, when the game comes back into play, you will automatically fall. And, well, if you don't react in time, you're stuck. So, you've got to be able to get out of it. So there's two ways of approaching this. One is to go up and over. The other is to go under. So I'm going to do it with the up and over. So what will happen is when it comes back into active play, and I see the dust move, I'm going to jump, fire off 2 quick cannons, and then straight away hold right, whilst holding the hat button as well, and I'll glide back into the screen. And then when I'm over enough, I'll release the hat and just allow Shantae to fall into the floor where the loaded zone is. And we're into Stone Maze. Now, of course, because I held on to the menu for quite some time there, it didn't have the thing saying that you use potion. Usually when you trigger the food, you can just you go out of your menu again, and then you'll see it saying like using potion. And then, as I said, when you see the cloud dust move, then you're back in play. So with potion, you have to activate quickly in order to get through. Now, unfortunately, I didn't save, so I can't re-show the trick per se. I mean, there wasn't really a save guy nearby, apart from up and over me. So I probably should have hit just for showing the purposes of the other way of going about it. But when we get out of here, I'll save and show you the other means, and I'll recoup what I need to. But for now, when you get into this dungeon, you're pretty much just going right. So you're just going through the dungeon as you need to traditionally. Now again, those snakes have a chance of dropping a monster mill, and those lobster guys have a chance of dropping a food. You can choose to just jump over them all if you wish, but that's item potential that you'll probably end up missing out on if you choose to do that. But again, it's runner's choice. Right, from here, one thing to keep in mind with 100% run and dungeons, you will not find a cacklebat in a primary dungeon. Now I say primary dungeon because there's one area in particular a bit later on where there is a cacklebat, but it's not a dungeon per se. It's not a dungeon in the traditional sense. But in the main dungeons, there will never be a cacklebat, and there's always 3 hot squids in it. So always remember that you've got 3 hot squids to grab in each dungeon. In this case, first one is literally right there. Just fall off and go across it to the right. Then allow yourself to fall down and come across here to then grab this one. So there's 2 of them. The third one's beyond the door, but we do have a slight problem. We don't have a key. So I can't go in there. This is where out of bounds number 2 comes into play, food floating. So food floating, triggering the food float is the same as triggering the potion drop. But the properties of what it actually does is different. So in the case of food, you don't have to worry about yourself falling through the floor. So you don't run that risk when triggering a food float. But as I say, the positioning is the same in terms of where in the loading zone you need to trigger it. So first off, you need to get the dash. What I will show here is what I briefly spoke on with the first one, but didn't actually fully go through with. And that is, if you go a bit early, which unfortunately I actually got it right, I thought I went a bit early, but if you go a bit early, which I say I didn't go early, so I've already triggered the food flow. Well, I've triggered the out of bounds set on. But if you was to go early and you get that like cannot use item type thing, what you want to do is to do a quick out and back in like that in your menu. Then that should position you right. So with food floating, right. So the dust is kicked off. So we're back in play. We're in out of bounds. But as you've noticed, I'm not pressing anything. Now normally I'll just activate this straight away and just go. But because I'm in a food float state, I know I'm not going to fall from the floor. But what food float does is from the moment you hit the jump button, Shantae is going to skyrocket. So you got to be ready for that, because if you miss the loading zone at this point, you're just going to keep going up. There is a way to counteract it. If you end up missing if you end up going too high and missing the loading zone, you can actually trigger the potion to put yourself in a potion drop state. But then that means using another item up that you'd rather not have used up at that point. But it is possible to get out of it, so to speak, if that happens. But for the moment I hit the jump button, I'm going to fly. Now what I want to do here is, because I try to take this a bit safer, you can just hit the jump button, time it right, and shimmy yourself at the loading zone to get in. But I use a bit of a safer method, which involves the hat, but the hat doesn't trigger until you fired off cannons and a pistol shot. Don't ask why, I don't know. So pretty much as soon as I'm ready to go, I will just mash the jump to fire off my cannons. Once I've heard my 3 cannons, I'll hit my pistol, and then I'm ready for the hat, and then I'll just time the hat at around and about where I want to be. So it should be like I can actually, I did save, so I can actually exit and go back to the point.
And the pirate's curse.
So yeah, firing off the cannons and then shooting off the pistol enables you to use the hat whilst in that out of bounds state. I have no idea why on earth you have to fire the cannons off in the hat first, though. But for some reason, if you just jump and then try and use the hat, it doesn't work. At least I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'll just do it just to be sure and make sure that I'm not misremembering information, but we'll see. How's it going, Jay? What's your doing well? Going up. I'm trying to. Hey, Team Master, what's your doing well? Gotta use that hat. Gotta use a lot of things. Hey, Zoo, how's it going? What's your doing well? And by the looks of it, I'm a host as well. There's a thanks for the host, bud. Appreciate the support, Malone. Don't mind me, I'm trying to tutorial up. Turkey Seed complete. Do you hate me? Why are you hosting me then? If you've done the seed from my name, you should be hating me. What's going on? Anyway, obviously I'm just throwing random jokes out there. Was it? Well, I heard something completely different from Kid, but maybe he had different settings. Who knows? Oh my god, that's weird. Kid tried to troll. We tried to troll you and it ended up being good. What the fuck? That works out then. Right, so let's try this again. I'll try and trigger it early this time. So we get that. So I've tried to trigger the fruit float too early. So I'm not quite enough in the loading zone. So as I mentioned, out and in puts me in the right position. So now I can use the fruit to trigger the out of bounds state. Now, as mentioned, I'll say that's mentioned. No more look, I've misremembered this, but until you fire off a cannon and a pistol, the hat will not trigger. So if I just jump and then try and use the hat, I'm probably just going to skyrocket. Yeah, the hat didn't even trigger, and I'm now soft locked. Unless, of course, as mentioned, if you go too high or miss the load zone, you can recover it by triggering a potion drop. It would mean using an extra stock, but this will allow you to come back into play. I think. Yep, there I am. I'm somewhere. There I am. Whee! And then you can get yourself back in that way. No, the hat isn't required, it just makes it easier because it slows your ascent. It is doable without. I'll give it a shot, but I don't quite remember the timing for it. I won't grab the heart squid yet, but I'll see if I can remember it. Nope, I missed it. One more time. If I don't get it this time, then I'll just proceed. So otherwise, we're going to end up having like a 7-hour tutorial, and I'm already doing like 4.5 to 5 hour tutorials as it is. Like so. So yeah, you don't need the hat, but the hat just makes things more comfortable because it dramatically slows that ascent to enable you to just, as I say, just glide yourself into the low zone a bit more easier. So as mentioned, when you come in here, grab the 2 heart squids first before you do the trick. Otherwise, kind of a problem. As this is a hundo, we kind of need everything. So you get them, trigger the out of bounds. Oh, I missed. Oops. Well, that was not. Well, that was meant to be let's move on, but apparently, I suck. Nice miss. Yeah, this particular one is a little picky. It likes to trigger the loading zone at the lowest point. In all fairness, it does like to trigger it at the lowest point, but it's only this one in particular where it likes to be like that. Let's get this sorted so we can move on. What the why can't I get it? Okay, can somebody teach me so I can teach others? I need a tutorial to do the tutorial, for fuck's sake! I'm a failure of a teacher, but I'm still a good runner, so fuck you. Dick. There we go. There we go. Alright, so we're in. But yeah, that's sort of the principle for the food flow. You shouldn't expect anything from me. I'm being trolled in my own bloody tutorial, for God's sake. Alright, so into this room. We're going to get the final hot squid of this dungeon. 1, 2. Third cannon to kill that crab. And then just follow around into that crawl space, kill the crab in your way, and grab the old heart squid. Right, now we can just pretty much make our way out. Now I tend to use this as my visual cue for going up, but you pretty much just run across. 1, 2, whip those, collect them. Because again, we still want to get gems for the 100% portion as it is. Either that, or you can just make sure you land there, then turn around, destroy them. Whichever one you feel more comfortable with doing. Right, into here. Crawl space there. Or you could just go up and over if you so see fit. But you want to keep this room in one continuous chain, which I'll go back and do in a bit. But now we have this. So you've got a couple of options. You just come up there, turn around and fire. Or you can try and time that, which will be slightly quicker. But if you can time it right and land on the platform while shooting the one to the right, you can allow yourself to cut across that way. So again, this is pretty much dependent on how you prefer to do it. As I say, you can go like that, hit the switch, jump over, fire into the gap and do it that way. Cost you a small amount of time to do. But the room in one, hopefully, the idea is to come through and in. Hello, Fireball. Why are you doing that? Was I meant to delay? I don't know. That Fireball doesn't usually catch me, so I'm a little surprised. I've got to try not to die whilst I'm trying to show this, but maybe it is and I just went too quick. Yeah. But it's just a case of following the room around at that point. So, however you want to handle it's pretty much just however you want to handle that particular chain. It's entirely up to you. Then we come to here. So, two ways of going about this. You can either go in one or you can do it in two. If you want to do it in two, just go onto there and then up to there. If you want to do it in one, however, you implement the hack. So, jump, glide, 1, 2, 3, glide. And then you'll reach this part, where we have a nice little trick coming up. Didn't want to fall down there. I was going to try and get some hearts. No? Well, this sucks. So I need to be at full health. I want to be at full health, really. I'm going to get more food later, so that's fine. I hope I do anyway. I'll grind for food if I need to. But when you go up the top there, the idea, obviously, when you're going in one, you're actually going to want to run into that crab that's at the top. And then begin. Well, I'm just going to kill him for now because I'm going to talk a little bit. But you'll hit him and you'll start a risky shuffle to go into the next room. Now, this is if you choose to go for this trick. It's not bad to activate, but it involves using this auto potion. And for coming in as a new runner, you may want to keep that auto potion as a safeguard. But this, if you do, you're going to lose about 17 seconds. It's a good amount of time saved to go for this particular trick. But it depends on if you're willing to remove this safety. If you're not, then you'll just come into this room, you'll get over that crab instead of running into him, and then you'll walk into the next room. I mean, I will show that. I'll show it in a more vanilla, well, without using the auto potion as well. In fact, actually, no. I'll just go ahead and show that first, and then I'll go back and do it with the trick. But if you choose not to do the trick, you'll do this in what we know as an out-of-bound aspect. And you've got 2 weapons. 3 cannons, 1, 2, 3, 3 cannons, and then scimitar. Now the scimitars allow you to hit both enemies at the same time. Now you can choose to just continue to pogo on, or you can just drop off and then keep yourself tight into the wall to try and manipulate him to stay in the corner. Now I had a bit of a botch there, but it's fine. But that'd be the idea for that. You'd have the 2 that'll start, 1 there, 1 here. When they become active, 3 cannons in, get a couple of strikes in, 3 cannons in, they'll both group up into the corner, and then just scimitar bounce off them. If you want, as I said, once you get the 1 down, you can just jump into the corner with the 3 cannons, manipulate him to stay in the corner, or you can just continue to scimitar him. Going for the cannons will be quicker for the second one, but going for the scimitar is safer. But that's if you choose not to go for this particular trick. I only show that briefly because, as I say, when you start this, you may not want to go because you may want to keep the auto potion as a safety. So it's understandable if that's the case. Now I'm going to try and get this fucking out of bounds again. Please don't back it up. So yes, so we go into dungeon, we get Heart Squid. Move across, begin the shuffle, trigger food float, loading zone hit, 1, 2, 3, move across, take him out. I've got a nice iron drop there, but I don't know what it is, not yet. Get the final Heart Squid. Oh god, hello. Get on there, 1, 2, smash, collect your gems. In and through. 1, 2, 3. Pistol in. Collect. And through. Right, so as I mentioned, if you go for the auto potion trick, then what you'd end up doing on that last out of bounds, when you trigger the food float, you'll move your cursor ready over to auto potion. Because you can use items by using the L1 and R1 buttons, or the bumper buttons in the case of Xbox, to be able to trigger whatever item you have currently highlighted. So it helps in that aspect. But if you are going to go for this, then what you want to go for, once you get up here, as I've mentioned, you'll run into the crab to take damage. Auto potion trick, or the auto potion you cannot manually trigger until you have some form of damage. Now, hopefully you're at full health at this point, otherwise you have to sort of gauge at that point, otherwise the time will be the same, not really at one point. Because once the auto potion has finished fully healing you, the game will become active straight away, and it will act like a potion drop. So if you don't react quick enough, you'll fall straight to the floor, and that's it. You're done. So the idea is, when you've triggered it, you got to get ready to jump. So you jump off the ground and get ready to glide across to bypass the door and outright skip this room. Now we use you don't actually need to risky shuffle here to get the trick, but by doing the risky shuffle, it makes the window of getting the out of bound position far greater in comparison to just walking into the room and trying to trigger it off manually. Because if you go too early, you'll be sucked back into this room. If you go too late, the trick won't activate. But with the dash, it'll move you further away from the loading zone, but the window of opportunity is still the same. If that makes sense. So you take the hit, you'll start your shuffle. And skip. In my case, I'll run in. Once I can see I've gotten out of the way of the low zone a bit, then I'll use my shoulder buttons as I'm highlighting the auto potion to trigger it. And as soon as I see myself heal once, which is pretty quickly, I would already be getting the jump in. I'll be basically going to jump 2 quick cannons and then glide whilst always holding left in order to keep the movement going. If you end up too high, then just move yourself over to the wall area, but then just release your direction, keep holding your hat, and just let yourself glide down a bit before moving over, so you can hit the loading zone you want. But that's pretty much the auto potion skill, or the auto potion trick. A couple of cannons up the side of the wall, you can keep yourself tight in, so you don't run the risk of getting a crab up your backside. So just literally 1, 2, turn around, 1, 2, fire your pistol, and absorb the 10 gems there. collecting the gems as you go just saves you time when it comes to actually doing the gem grind itself. Okay, so now we actually reach a boss. Oh god, I'm already like an hour and 20 into the tutorial and I'm not even past Dungeon 1. Here we go again. Easy. It's easy enough. Well, considering when I first started doing this run, the risky dash method of triggering that trick wasn't known at the time. So I was having to do it without using risky dash. I didn't know that would work. I can't remember who did find that out in the end. Probably Esko, unsurprisingly. But that dash may cost you a little more time in comparison because you have to do a shuffle. But my god, it makes that trick far more consistent. Okay, so we're going to have a couple of run-throughs in with this boss, Psychos Plant. So I'll do it in a couple of different, well, one or two different ways. One would be a more comfortable way of doing it, but it'll be much slower. And then, of course, I'll show it in the capacity of what we traditionally do and the speedrun itself. Just so it just gives you two different ways of approaching the fight if you choose to. Right, so if you're going to take the easier option, the idea is to basically alternate between your cannon and your hair whip by staying to the side of the eyeball for 3 strikes, then switch sides for the other 3. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3, switch sides, 1, 2, 3. Then move on over to the far side of the wall. Now at this point, what you're trying to do is basically turn into him and get 2 strikes, if you can. Unfortunately, a bit of a mess up there, but just keep up the offense. Don't worry about your health because you'll be fair. You shouldn't. When you're at full health, you really shouldn't have to worry about your health too much. And then proceed to finish the fight. Now that's the simplified way of doing it, which is also incorporating the normal mode variant because you wouldn't have the Bikemaster's equipment in order to do to do what we would do traditionally with this fight. But if you don't feel comfortable with the equipment, as I'm about to show you, then that's a more comfortable way of doing it. But it will cost you a good amount of time. The only other thing to note there, after a certain amount of bounces off the walls, the eyeball will seek into landing and stopping. If you happen to whip it on that particular one, it will knock him to the other side of the room and you'd have to run across to get him. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure exactly what the gauging of that would be because I normally don't use that kind of method myself. But it's just to show a simpler way of approaching the fight if you choose to. But as I say, that's just to give you an example, a safer method if you want. I know I'm repeating myself a bit, but I keep blanking on my words a bit. Otherwise, what you would go for traditionally is using your scimitar. So we're going to try and get pinned between the eyeball and the ceiling to start. So the idea will be to jump to the side of him, a couple of cannons, turn back in, and scimitar straight away. Unfortunately, I missed it. Twice. So, the safer way might be the normal way, because I can't do the other way. What the hell? That's the problem with doing tutorials in a live position. Because, yes, it just because I've done this plenty of times doesn't mean I'm going to do it perfectly fine every time. I mean, that's the risk that you take if you do go for this and you keep messing it up like that. There you go. 1, 2, cut it. Right, so in this, I say when you get the first phase, move over to, you can either do this either from the left or the right. I always go to the right. It's just a personal preference. And you've got those 2 metal grids on the floor with those 3 little lines in between. You pretty much want to have your position facing inwards with your foot pretty much just on or just on the outside of that line for the next part. Now, the idea is we're going to be trying to score multiple hits by getting trapped again between the eyeball and the ceiling using the scimitar. Effectively using a machine gun effect in order to get it. So be using cannon to get up to the ceiling, and then at the right time, smack the scimitar. Like so. 1, 2, 3, scimitar. 1, 2, 3, scimitar. and down he goes. Now for that is more of again a feel free. When you see him coming towards you, start your jump. If you can, try and get a couple of cannon strikes on him as you're going up. But again, this is something you just get a feel for. But when you're in the right position, you don't need to use direction. It's just jump, cannons, and the scimitar. So you can just stay in the same position and just, as I say, time it right. As he's coming towards you, pretty much you jump as he's coming towards you, start firing off your cannons when he hits the floor. He'll get a few strikes in there, and then pretty much when he's starting to get close in with you, hit the scimitar to get yourself in between yourself and the eyeball and the ceiling. If you go too early, you won't get as much of a machine gun effect. If you go too late, you may find that the eyeball will clip you as you're doing it and will knock you down, possibly. And I say possibly because you may also get stunned in the air, which will help keep your position. There is one other thing that I will note in a moment. There are a couple of different cues for the second phase to know when to begin. Just get the first phase down. Move into position. Now, obviously, I just randomly jumped there. But for the second phase, eyeball will go left or right. That's RNG. So you've got a 50-50 shot of it going in your direction. Now, what I used there was a sound cue, which I will go over again. Now, but there's a point in the music that you could use to know when to jump for when the eyeball is about to move. If it happens to go into your direction, you can then proceed to get the scimitar, the cannons up, and then the scimitar pincer. But of course, it's a 50-50 shot. But if it happens to go the opposite way, it's not going to kill you. You'll be able to just wait for it to come to you and then restart your jumps. But I'll try and point out the music cue on this one. I got lucky there. So if you listen, now it's pretty much around that sound in the ball, or sound in the music when you want to start your ascent. So it's like dun 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 go, something like that. And if it happens to go into your direction, you should be able to get yourself where you need to be able to start dealing damage pretty much straight away. There is another means of going about there. Ironically, using butt wiggle strikes. And it'll be the count of 4. If you don't feel comfortable with the where the sound cue is, get yourself into position. When you're in position, just hold down ready, and then get ready to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're good. But yeah, you hold it down, so she'll start standing naturally. That means you're basically buffering your crouch, and then the moment she crouches, it's when her backside gets to the peak. So it'd be like shake 1, 2, 3, and then as soon as it goes up for 4, that's your cue to start your jump, and then you can proceed to go deal damage. So one of 2 ways. I mean, I generally use the sound cue because that's what I'm more familiar with. But that butt wiggle strat is consistent as well when you get used to it. So it depends on whether you would rather use the visual or the audio to get the right timing for that. Right, so one last time just to bookend this part of the tutorial. When you're ready to begin, move to the side jump, 1, 2, cut in, get into position. In my case, I'm going to use the audio. Now. Not the best of fights, but that's pretty much the general gist of it. After the scimitar pincers happened, it'll shoot off to the side, hit off the roof, and then just as it starts to move is when you can start your jump. Then when it gets down close to you, 1, 2, 3 cannons to get yourself up to the ceiling, and it should follow you up Scimitar, Pincer, rinse and repeat until he dies. Alright, so that's
Oh yeah.
Cyclops Plant done and dusted. Alright, so now we're just going to make our way out. We're not going to use a Pirate Flare here. Pirate Flare would save about 4 seconds here, but it means skipping a flare out a little bit later, which would save a lot more time. So we don't flare here, we just make our way out. So we already hit the switch before entering here, so our pathway to get out is already set. So to exit out of here is pretty much move over to the right, start a shuffle. When it's charged, fire it off, go left and hop up, and then hold on to the hat button, which you'll see in a moment. So go across, hop over, hold on to the hat button, you'll glide over there, then when you're in here, buffer your jump, and then just fire off another 2 more cannons and glide over. And then you can make your way back. So, again, yes, I've skipped that heart squid, but there is a reason for it. It's just, obviously, if I'd grabbed it there, I'd lose my iframes, and I would have to reshuffle, which would probably mean I may end up getting hit, whereas if I just allow myself to glide through, the iframes will prevent me from getting hit by the mermaid, and as I'm in the air, I won't hit her. So it saves me that dash part. Whereas getting it later, I can easily just jump over the mermaid when I come back to this island, rather than having to deal with it now. Again, if you choose to grab that heart squid at this point, you can, but for me, it's just not my preference. Okay, so if you are following my route at this point, you should only have the 3 heart squids from the dungeon, 2 heart squids and 2 cacklebats remaining on the island. Of course, we do have to come back here anyway, so that is set up, ready. Why am I skipping the heart squid? Oh, I just answered that. Whoops. Okay, so Spiderweb, we're going to pretty much clear this island out on our first visit, minus 1 thing. Now, you can clear it out right straight away, but we do have to come back here. So the idea will be, you'll start off, get your shuffle, run and jump, glide, fire off a cannon, and hopefully, unfortunately it did not in this case, hopefully you'll break one of these blocks with that cannon as you go by. Now that's just to set you up for getting the cacklebat later, and this is only a very, very minor time save, but breaking the block there, and then when you come back later, that block's already going to be gone, so you can just drop down straight away instead of breaking the block and then having to shimmy yourself in. So we are literally talking like half a second of the motion. So it's up to you. You can get the cacklebat. There is a cacklebat down there, and you can get it straight away if you want. But for me, I leave it behind just for that little bit of time save, and try and break the block. And if I don't break the block, then I'm not going to lose any time when I come back later anyway. So, as I say, it's pretty much up to you. The idea, again, is to pretty much just keep yourself going in the direction. If you don't even want to try and break the block either, and you want to just keep things even more simpler, then just run in, jump, glide, and then just allow yourself to run. And you'll basically miss everything. But for me, for some reason, I like to stay in the air a little more, so I'll try and run across, try and break the block, fail, jump off of there, and glide through into the next room. Alright, so now we're going to be going upwards. We're going to have to exit the room in a second, reset all this. But you'll notice there are these ghosts. They are randomly spawning, however, what we do know of them is that they can spawn in a particular vicinity, so that ghost there at the top is pretty much anywhere from here upwards to about there, within that box. So they can spawn anywhere within that box. I'm going to need to get some more fucking potions. So I could put them in the shop or somewhere, it's fine. So the idea is to just get used to pretty much whereabout they can spawn, and then just getting a general move to where to go. So usually I'll always follow the same pathway. When I come in, I'll just turn, jump onto that one, move over to the edge of this one, and then depends on where that ghost spawns will depend on how I move from there. As he spawned all the way across there, I just jumped straight away and went. If he spawns closer to the edge, I'll probably go under like that and across. Right. So we go into this room, start a risky shuffle, up and over, scimitar, grab the fossil. Now, I wanted to break the other block. But the idea is, I wanted to break that one rather than that one, because then I'd be able to jump out and use the block here to risky shuffle, because this thing will be in my way temporarily, so I can begin my shuffle, and then when he moves, I can start moving across. Obviously, in this circumstance, I can still go for the shuffle, but it's much tighter. But the idea would be to get back up here, start your shuffle to get your charge ready, and then go. Or you can just either wait for him and then just move across and get your shuffle, or you can just go across and then just like that, and then just start your shuffle up here. So this room is similar to the other ghost room. There is some more spawning ghosts. One usually spawns, well, very rarely spawns right there. He usually spawns somewhere in that alcove. And then you got one more which can spawn pretty much from where he is now to up here. But you're hoping that one, if the one's going to spawn, it will spawn in this alcove, and if that one spawns, it's more over to the left, because you want to get this hard squid here without having to readjust your position. Again, for this one, I'll probably end up like going 1, 2, 3 onto there, 1, 2, 3, and then glide across, so I could scimitar the hard squid block ready. But of course, it depends on where the ghost wants to spawn. So I'm already coming in, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Luckily, he spawned a bit more to the right, so I was able to just quickly glide under there and go through. I mean, if you don't want to take that chance, then you can, when you're on this block, when you're on this block, you can just go 1, 2, 3, land on there, see where the ghost is, maneuver yourself, and then just get your scimitar to be able to break that block, grab the heart squid, and then get the hell out of there. I'm just going to do a save just in case some random shit happens, like blackout or something like that. But you just run across and just go into the next part. So before I speak about this, I need to go get my whiskey because fuck this bit. No, I'm just going to grab another Dr. Pepper. I'll be right back. Right. Run, run, Roddy Tops. Right, so this is essentially this game's version of an auto-scroller. Because we can't skip it. It's impossible. I wish it could be skipped, but it can't. So we have no choice but to just deal with it. If there is one good thing to say about this section, which is pretty much non-existent at this point. Wow, why am I must be vaping too much, or I didn't top this up as much as I thought I did, because that has dropped a lot of juice. It isn't leaking, is it? Just be sure. No, it's good. Okay. I must be vaping that a bit too much if I've already used that much juice tonight. Anyway, so Run Run. As I say, it's pretty much this game's essential version of an auto-scroller. And all we can do is pretty much just follow the path route. There's only a handful of things that you could do to speed this up. And I'll talk on them as we progress through. But pretty much at this point, your Pirate Master's equipment will be disabled. Your health will also be disabled as well. If you take a hit at any point, you'll just be sent back to the beginning of the room. And that's pretty much the gist of this, so. go. So go across, jump up here, 1 bit of hands, 2 bit of hands, and there's a hand there. So big jump over that, and then when you get to the edge of here, and a big jump again. That'll get you over to here, onto here, over this pit, and then down and through here. Now you don't have to do that jump there that I just did, you can just run over and just come across and down. But then you've got to jump over that hand bit, jump over that hand bit, allow yourself to fall down now, don't try and jump for that, you will not reach it. So just fall down and then jump up, and then make your way across. Now we have Gatekeeper, who decided to be nice to me on this occasion. Now you don't have to take that risk that I just did there, because there is a chance that his tongue will drop down. So it depends on how stubborn you are. If you want to try and go for that extra bit of time save, you'll just basically, when you enter this room, you will just charge the fucker, and just pretty much hope that he decides not to lick you, quite literally. So again, it got fortunate. Otherwise, if you don't want to take that chance, you literally just wait until he's done his tongue, and then move across. Hey, you need to watch to do what's that. And Vermilion, welcome to stream, bud. Hope you're doing well as well. Right, so after that, you got these ones. Now, if you want, it depends if you want to go for any time save or not. You can just choose to wait all of this out. So, if you choose to wait out, just be like, wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now this one you don't need to wait for, just run up into the wall and then jump whilst holding in the right direction, you'll always miss it. And then again, wait for it. I'm just going to run into it just to set me back quicker, make my life a little better at that. But there is a small bit of time save you can do on a couple of these tongues, it's able to cut by them, so to speak. 2 ways of going about it. So one, first let my stubborn factor go, and of course my stubborn factor means I will never stop for that one. But you can just do something like that, which pretty much is cutting by the tongue. So it's up to you how you go about this. It's one of 2 ways. I always do go for the drop. But if you want, when you get to the edge, you can try and just turn back on yourself to put you back to the tongue. Otherwise, you just release the D-pad and allow yourself to fall. This is a case of getting a feel for it. Now that was a turnaround there, but I usually don't go for turnaround, I usually go for a drop. So when you've got the feel right, you just release the D-pad and you just go straight in there. And then you rinse and repeat. And I'll say this one, just go into the wall and jump. And unfortunately I did not get that one. But you can get a drop on that tongue as well. I would recommend that if you go for the drop and you fail, do not attempt it while the tongue is out, it will likely catch you. So if that's the case, just wait for the tongue to do its thing, and then you can go. On to the next room. Quick shimmy, drop, and through. So there's a couple of things going on there. First off, that tongue will never catch you when you enter the room, so you can just go straight away. So you'll always avoid that one. You've got a cut for that tongue, and then you can come around. Now, whether or not you get that cut is a different story. Again, as I say, if you don't get the cut, don't risk it when the tongue is out, because you'll end up running that kind of risk. The shimmy is to manipulate the tongue underneath to activate. So you could just pretty much go straight away. There is a chance that it will still activate even if you don't shimmy, but the shimmying just sort of gives you more of an open chance of manipulating that tongue to trigger. So when you get the cut on the second one and drop down and come across, this tongue should pretty much be done, and you can just move through. Ooh, hype train for a new Metroidvania. Why not? You can't go. Right, so now we have Super Mario Bros. 3 Spikes. Not much you can do here. It's pretty much a waiting game. I'm just stopping here for a moment anyway. Depending on the position at the time, you could have that first spike get in your way. If you do, you just have to wait. If not, you can just go through and just avoid that one spike pillar. When you get to this third one though, I'm just going to do it in motion. When it goes up, start to run. Then you should be able to avoid them, and then just jump up, keep running, and then you'd be able to skip a lot of the cycles to, well, skip a lot of the spikes to then get to this point. I just knocked myself out there. So I say, if that's out the way, then you can just go in, get by the spike. When it moves, you move, come around that one. Then when that move out the way, you can jump up and then just avoid all the rest. And then you've got no choice but to wait this out. Unfortunately. So that's pretty much just how it is. Again, this spike, that spike could be activated at that point. Again, you'd have to wait if that's the case. Once you get by these ones, obviously I wouldn't be stopping here, but this is a tutorial for 100% Pirate mode, without a balance included. It's pretty much just pouring everything that I can think of into showing what you can do in this run and how to approach it. Pretty much. I've got a number of tutorials already out there, but I don't. But I always do each run with all the knowledge I can, even if I end up repeating stuff from one tutorial to the next. So at least then, if somebody wants to learn this run in particular, they don't have to sift through it. Either way, it's going to be a little bit more way. It is what it is. No worries, man. Take it easy, mate. I'll catch you around. So yeah, that's pretty much what's going on here. Just putting the tutorial out. So as mentioned, coming in. Hopefully the spike's not in your way. Luckily it wasn't. Come on in here. When that spike moves, jump on here. Wait for the hand to swipe to the right. Then go. Follow the pillars onto the top here. When that moves, then you can move, and then you're good. So for this next room, there's another tongue cut you can do. This one is more lenient than the others, but you also don't necessarily need to do this tongue cut. You basically want to just drop down here, jump over the hand. If you don't go for the cut, you just wait for it and then drop, and that's why you don't need to go for the cut, because those pillars will always be in your way no matter what. So you don't have to go for this tongue cut, but it's one I generally do just because. Let's just get spike. Reset the room. Speed. Pretty much you want to enter, allow yourself to drop, jump over that hand, and then you can cut by that tongue there, like so. And then when spikes move, then you can move out with it. But as I mentioned, you don't have to go for that cut if you don't want to. But it'll still be the same drop, jump over the hand, wait for the tongue, fall down, and then you'll be in position anyway. So it makes no odds whether you go for that cut or not. Fair enough, news, fair enough. I do primarily do runs through the entire series of Shantae, but I've been meaning to do tutorials as I go, and I started back in 2018 when I did the first tutorial. I just, every so often when I'm in the right frame of mind, I'll just get a tutorial out there, just so it's there if anyone's interested to pick up the run. So even if I'm repeating myself or doing tutorials for runs that aren't necessarily as interesting as others, it's still there. So you know, the option's there, I guess. Hey, Hoverwell Studio. This is solid commentary, not from me affecting it. It's there. That's probably more like how it sounds. It's to me anyway, but alright, so now we have Fake Graves. It's the only room where sub-memorization comes into play. Not all of these graves are due to activate. There are only certain ones that have the potential to. But there's no guarantees as to whether they will. So when you come into this room, pretty much again, you're holding right, you're jumping in, relaxed. But these first two will not activate. When you get to these pillar of 4, it's always the second one in. That has the possibility, so keep that one in mind. Come across. When you get into this central pit, it's the one in the middle. None of these will activate. Then you get to this string of 5, and it's always 2 and 4. And then with this string here, it's the 2 in the middle of these 6 that have that potential. Now, I mention this because normally what we do with this is, regardless of whether or not they're going to activate, we'll always make sure to jump over those ones specifically. So if they do choose to activate, then, you know, we're safe. So you come in, those two are safe. Second one here has the chance. Onto here, that's where I usually do a strong jump to avoid the 3 in the middle. Into here, hop over there, then into the centre, hop over there, then jump over them too. So as you saw, some of them activate, some of them did not, and it can change. And it can change from run to run. I mean, it'll always be those exact same ones that can, but it doesn't mean that they will. So it's entirely up to you. But as I say, I'll jump over that one. I'll get onto this ledge, strong jump over, jump up into here. This is where I'll take it a little easier, just jump into the middle. Jump over them, then strong jump over them too to move. Right, now from this point on, any fake grave has a possibility of stacking. So, just have to keep that in mind. And there's one right at the edge here, so jump onto the edge there, jump across, over the gap, over them two, over them, quickly hop onto here, and then up and over and across. Or, if you've been banned by the community in the sense of you will not be accepted unless you do a certain thing, then you have what's known as stake jumps, which is basically this. And for some reason my jump got eaten. But I'm only showing the stake jumps just in case you feel crazy enough to do it. It makes no difference to the run, but I don't know, if you fancy being fancy, then there is that. The hands are only active after a certain point, so they don't actually hurt you when you first jump in. So you'll get to here to pretty much that bridge, jump in, jump out, over him, over these two, tap onto here, then tap them straight away into them and jump back out. If you really want to be crazy. I don't know why I'm putting that in the tutorial, but in case you get to a point where your fellow friends say you must do stake jumps, otherwise you will not be accepted, then there you go. Just in case. Obviously that ain't going to be the case. That's a joke. That's literally a joke between myself and the storm as well. A board mod here. No stake. Not stake jump. Not a problem. See? Not just me. But I will tell you, they won't actually reject it if you don't do them. So don't be an idiot like me. Take it safe, and then when you want to be crazy, then you can go ahead. Right. Don't worry, I assure you, you're safe. Even though they keep saying otherwise in the chat. Had to go check my stream doing well. Right, so this is probably the longest room in Run Run. It's pretty much a case of just follow the room around, but watch out for the kissy bots. And yes, I may be saying kissy bots as a random thing, but they do actually try and kiss you. As you can see, look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. But yeah, it's pretty much just follow the room and just jump up and around as and when you can. So you get to there, onto here, jump up and to the left, onto the ledge, onto this platform and over. Now, here, you can just run off and cut through. I have a tendency to do a jump here to try and cut around it, and just, as I say again, this is just a frame thing, but just cut around and go. On to these. When you get onto here, now it depends how you want to do it. You can just jump up here and then jump across, but oh, sorry, I did not mean to activate you. Can someone kill me? I'm gonna have to get someone because that kind of got ruined. Kiss me! There we go. Yeah, that's just if you want to be a bit safer, but by going all the way up on the ledges. But to be fair, it's still safe enough to go with the way that we normally do it, which would basically be 1, 2, 3. Jump onto here to activate him. Jump back on yourself, and then jump back across. Follow the motions. Jump onto here, wait for him to go under. Then 1, 2, and 3 and up. And then just follow it out. Fall down these holes. If you want to do like a tap jump to try and get, again, save yourself a frame or two here and there, you can. Right, this is a nice calm room. Tap, jump, strong jump. And then another strong jump over here. Or of course you can do strong jumps all the way, but this is with the intention of not releasing the direction of right. Into here, drop, cut, turn, drop, cut, and go. And now we have Steven, the Seaman Demon. Now these guys can be annoying, only in selected rooms, because of the RNG of their spits, shall we call it. Now this room is particularly not too common. You can do this room the same every time. Which, if that's the case, strong jump onto this ledge, tap jump, strong jump, strong jump, and that can get you across. Of course, you're free to rearrange the rooms to how you see fit, just as long as you can keep your direction going, but that's just one method of going about it. At least then you can get through. Now we get to this, and it's pretty much a case of dropping down and going across. Now, if you can tighten your movement up right, you can get a flush drop in here. But it's not easy. If you do, it's pretty much as soon as you fall off there, start to try and wiggle your controller in a certain way so you can drop down in one. Again, another way of just saving a few frames. And hopefully you don't catch the platform there. It is tight, but... Oh, yeah. It's so tight I can't do it. To be fair, I don't get this very often anyway, but I'm trying to at least get it once. Yeah. I'll only have a couple more attempts, I'm not going to keep us held here. Oh, that was almost it, but you see what I mean? It's basically just shimmying around so you don't catch the floor or catch the platforms in any way. And then just go around. Now this is where some RNG can come into play. You get close, strong jump, and there's some good RNG, the Gates of Hell. That's what we call the Gates of Hell. More times than not, those spikes will be coming down, so you usually have to wait. But, if you're fortunate and they're open, you can just run straight through. So as mentioned, 1, 2. Now soon the gates will be out of the way. Get yourself on the ledge ready. Then run as close to the spikes as you can, but that's where the RNG comes in. And it's just a case of gauging, running across, letting him do his thing, make sure nothing's in your way, strong jump over, and then jump on that top platform there to avoid this guy potentially trolling you. If you'd like to try and save a little more time, there's a small time save here, which is known as the X-Hop or the Esker Hop. And that's literally right at the end, but this relies on, this has a little bit of RNG and it's a case of reaction in motion, and it's with that last Seaman Demon. I'm just going to let that spare and get out of my way. But the idea will be, when you get to this spot, you'll want to run across, hop onto that little ledge where the demon is. But at that point, he's going to get ready to do his attack. You'll need to jump straight away. But it depends on what he wants to do. He could just raise a little bit, he can go somewhere in the middle, or he can do a full extension. So in that case, you pretty much jump onto the edge, jump vertically, and then basically gauge what distance it's going to do for you to then react. And, well, curve accordingly. Just to get up there a little bit quicker, saving you having to wait for him doing his thing. It is a minor time save, but it is there. Hold on. You don't usually do that. Let me reset the room. That's not normal. There's no gates of hell open, so I can just go. Cross. Got the time. Over. Up. And over. Jump off that edge there. And I'm in. Now we're into the final room. Now this room is pretty much everything comes together at once. There is one time save in there for about 2-3 seconds, but it's going to be awkward to try and show that in this tutorial because I've stopped and got myself killed a lot of times on purpose. If you're doing this all in one continuous motion and you're not stuck to death, then it depends on a particular sound cue and you've got to get precision jumps to do in order to beat the cycle. But the general thing will be in, onto here, cross, onto there, cross, then just jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, tap over him, tap onto this ledge, strong jump over them two, tap over him, jump over him, wait for that tool to do his thing, get to the spikes. When they drop, go straight across. 1, 2, 3, waggles, go. Hop on. 1, 2, 3, go. And you just get that spike there, in this circumstance. If you don't feel like counting the tongues, or you don't feel comfortable with it, you can always just wait when you get to this spike on the other side and just let it do its thing before manoeuvring around. But otherwise, if you can get all of these early jumps tight, then there's a chance to beat a cycle dependent. So in this case, I think I could beat it. Then indeed, once that tongue goes, run across, jump, and I'm ahead of cycle essentially. But that is a very big risk to take for a small time save, so I wouldn't recommend it, but it's just to show. It's pretty much a case of when you get onto the top row, after a certain point. I mean, this is on the assumption you haven't took a death at this moment. When you get to here, it depends on where you hear the swoosh of the spikes. If it's nearer this side, you won't beat it. If it's more here, you'll have a shot. But again, it is tight and it is a mess. So it all depends on whether or not you want to go. But in general, wait for the spice. Count 3, tongue wiggles, go. Count 3, tongue wiggles, go. Then follow it round. Then stick to tap jumps here. Tap over him, tap over him, tap over him, and tap over him. You can do a strong jump over the last one, to be fair. And it's not just holding right in certain cases. You have to make sure to do like a tap jump and then to release to avoid the tongue. And so on. Like, well, and so on and so forth, I guess is one way to put it. One last time. 2, 3, 4, go. Over them. Over them. Tap, tap, tap. I'm not going to go for that. Once the spice go down, across. 1, 2, 3, go. Tap up. 1, 2, 3, go. Bypass them. Cut around these. Tap, jump, engage, dependent on what's going on. Try to avoid the tongues. Strong jump at the end, and you're out. That's pretty much run done. Don't forget to tease the Kakobat. Basically, just jump over the Kakobat. Don't try and punch your luck. You might get hit. But literally from this point on, you're home and dry. You're just going to run all the way across, get into this house, and drop it all over.
Just in time.
Just in time. Right. So we're going to disturb that heart squid. That's the next one we're going to collect, so just get the text, run over, grab it, and there we go. So that's the heart squids off of the island. There's 3 left, they're all in the dungeon. Run across, quick little dash, quick shimmy from your risky shuffle, and allow yourself to just dash all the way through, and then activate Poe. Speak to him again, and the Squidle that you got from Squid Baron earlier on, give that to him. He'll do his thing. And just let the scene play. And we get a shrivel spring. And don't forget, it always smells. Okay. Right, so we haven't done any Kakobats for a while, so now we're going to clear out another 2. So, over to the right. Jump onto this branch, jump across, and into here. Now, again, you can choose which way you want to go about it, whether you go for the risky shuffle, whips and cannons, which is the way I generally do it from this point on, or you could just walk up to him, whip him, and go for the whip. But the terrain in this room is a bit awkward, so I'd usually go for the shuffle. So I'll just enter, start my shuffle, hit, jump within 3 whips, jump over, 2 cannons, exit the room and re-enter to get his spawn going. And that's our next Kakobat in the books. Alright, so now we want to dash to the left. Now, I tend to do the dash in this room, but it makes no odds whether you do it in this or the next. I would probably suggest doing it in the next room and doing it on here. Get your shuffle and jump across, keep your momentum going. The only reason I say that is because there's a weird thing with this particular one. If I was to just dash naturally out of here, I'll randomly get stopped. So for me to get my dash from here, I'd have to do I'd have to transition into the next room and carry the charge across. By doing that, it allows me to activate the dash in the next room. So in this case, get the dash, trigger in the next room, and up and go. Then just keep going until you hit the Kakobat. 1, 2, 3, double cannon, and go. Now it's 50-50 shot whether he jumps to the left or to the right. You hopefully haven't jumped to the right this closer to the dungeon. But in this case he went to the left. But that is your next Kakobat. But we're going to leave him behind. This is for a quick 1 second time save, but we're not going to get him yet. He's dead and ready, but we can now go on to the second dungeon, Kakko Tower. So this is relatively straightforward in the direction you go. Pretty much sort of like around, up, around on yourself, and then climb up to the boss. I'm going to start off, get the risky shuffle going and get a dash in. Now I tend to pull back further and have the dash trigger around here. so I can get this candlestick for a chance at a 5 gem. You don't have to, you can trigger it off sooner, or well, more across here to save yourself a bit of time, so it's entirely up to you. But get the dash, trigger across and go around, release, and try and cut through down here. Right, so from here, you've got 2 blocks, slightly different colour up there, which will basically, when you get close, oh. So you can just choose to run in and then pull yourself back, let them get out of your way before you start doing your next risky dash. But you want to get another risky dash going at that point. For me, I'll go in motion, I'll let myself drop, and then I'll go through, pull back, go through, and then in. Now I'm not triggering it out of bounds, I'm just stopping it for a moment because I want to buffer a jump, because there is a ledge in the next room that will catch you if you don't buffer. So buffering, essentially, once I'm in the loading zone in the previous screen, I'll hold the jump button ready whilst holding right. So as soon as I get into the next screen, the first available frame, Shantae is going to jump, and it will avoid this little ledge that I'm talking about. Then a quick cannon, try and get a couple of skeletons because of that. So I'll try and get a couple of those skeletons on the lower row, the tall ones, not the little short ass ones, simply because of they have a chance of dropping a pipe ball or the super pipe ball, and if I can get super pipe balls, I'm more than happy to get them. They're not as important as milks, as I've said, but you do at least want one variant. You at least want the pipe ball or super pipe balls, the bosses, in the later portion. So yeah, just keep it in mind. So that was a fortunate drop at least. Right, so from there, keep going through, up here, and into this room. Right, so we've got a heart squid that we need to get. Now, I would generally start my dash here. It's somewhat tight to squeeze it in, but it isn't too bad. I mean, if you don't want to go for the shuffle, there's nothing stopping you just walking your way across. But it would be a little bit slower. But the idea will be to get the dash going on that ledge and here. Now, depends on whether you want to get this next heart squid traditionally or with the speed speed tech. The speed tech isn't that hard to do, but if you don't want to go for what I'm about to show next, you can just let your charge continue, come down here, break the block, and go in there, and there's something there that will fire you straight up to it. Otherwise, if you go for the speed method, when you get onto here, you'll pretty much just jump up and into the green mouth cannon there. Try to do that in one motion. So shuffle onto the ledge, or at least nearby, and into this mouth. So from here I can fire off one of the directions, and it might seem a little awkward, but what I want to do is bonk off the right wall. But if I just bonk off the right wall, as you can see, kind of a fall there. So the idea is to hold the hat button before you bonk. So having the hat ready active, when you trigger right to bounce off the wall, go back to the left, and you'll hover over. And then it's not directly in the middle, as you can see, a bit of a bonk there. There's 2 holes that you can squeeze into. You want to basically squeeze in to the hole there, onto the right. So that's the idea of that, and then that hole's for falling down. So into the mouthpiece, hold the hat, right to bonk off the wall, directly to the left, a couple of cannons into the hole, and get in there. And then just drop down, hold the hat once you fall down to get to that mouthpiece, 1, 2 across, and then you can continue. That's your first heart squid of this dungeon. Right, so the next one is directly above us. Simply 1, 2, 3, 1, glide and grab. If you want to just save a fraction bit of time, you can actually use these pots to your advantage. You want to enter strong jump, press and hold, because you want the scimitar bounce to give you maximum height, which whilst holding the jump button gives you more of a bounce off of things. So you're pretty much, so if I was to just tap there and do that, and then try and get up, I'll end up too short. So by coming in, jumping and keeping a hold of that jump button, and then scimitaring down, gives me enough height to be able to just go straight up and grab it there. It's a small time save again, but as mentioned, if you don't want to go for the pots, it is simply just jump across there, grab the heart squid. Walk off the edge, hat into the mouth. That'll just fire you up to the top. Keep a hold of hat and then hold right to get onto this edge here. Proceed to risky shuffle into the next room. Once you hit the first skeleton, that's when you want to jump. Hit them, try and get a few more drops. Stop your momentum when you get to here, so you can crouch into this crawl space to get the next and final heart squid, sorry. Quick cannon up, because a strong jump will not be enough. As you can see. So, quick cannon to get onto here, start your shuffle. Now there could be bones flying around, so just be aware of it. And then proceed to dash across, jump through, jump up and grab this key here. So it's the only key that we're going to pick up at this point. It's a key that we're stockpiling for an area coming up soon. And it just basically saves us like a minute going out our way to grab a different key in the respective dungeon, as keys can be transferred from one dungeon to another, funnily enough. And then we can proceed to go on with the next out of bounds trick. So, this is dependable. Now, traditionally this will be a food float. Now I say it's dependable because if you're a bit short on food and you account for one extra potion, so if you go for 5 potions at the start of the run, for example, you can use a potion here and use a whip, or continuous hair whip jump. But because of where my stock is at the moment, I'm going to stick with the food float and I'll explain the continuous hair whip jumping at another time. But just keep it in mind that if you do decide to go for the continuous hair whip jump, you can do it here. If you're going for the food float, it can still be done here, but the gap is, as you can see, quite a short one. So there's a possibility you will overshoot. So I generally recommend just dropping down here for the food float. Into the loading zone, trigger the food, and then same again, jump, cannon, pistol, hat. If you want to use the hat, but it's all got to be done in very quick succession on this one because of how short the gap is. Otherwise, it's a case of getting used to pulling out and pulling back into the loading zone at the right respective time. To bypass that key door there. Right. So as I say, that's quite tight. So pretty much once you start moving and you start hearing the cannons, da da da. So you've got that sound cue going off. Fire off your pistol, then activate your hat. And then just pretty much just move yourself over to the left and then back in on the right in the loading zone as such. Right, so now we're just making our way up to the boss. 1, 2, 3 onto here. 1, 2, 3 spaced. And then continue to glide. I mean, if you don't want to go for that, going for that particular ledge there, you do have to space both your jump and your cannons at the peaks. So if you don't want to go for something like that, you can just go 1, 2, 3, and then just start your glide here. But it just saves a little more time just to, if you can get that peak, get the peak jumps in. This is at least lenient. That first part is, and there's 1, 2, 3 onto there, get a jump and a cannon, and then you'll also have your 2 cannons for here, just to get up there a little bit quicker. Again, small bit of time save, but it's a time save nevertheless. Onto here and onto here, or you can just go 1, 2, 3 and then glide, whichever is your preference. And here we go, Emperor Spider. Alright, so Emperor Spider is probably technically the hardest boss to execute at speed. It's even more of a risk if you've done the auto potion trick earlier on, because now you don't have this auto potion for security. So the auto potion in general, as the name implies, when you run out of health, it will automatically restore. But we don't have it, because I used it on a trick earlier, and the idea of going for this fight at speed is to basically have a game of chicken with Before I do that, let's show a simplified way, or a simple way where you don't have to worry about it. Now this is a case of having to gauge with the fight. She will have a set way of starting the fight. She will always go to the left, to the right, into the middle, and then she will choose to move either side of you before dropping down. Then I'm pretty sure she drops down at least one more time after that, guaranteed, and then after that, it's RNG based and you just got to react accordingly. But pretty much, if you go with a simplified version, once you go to the left, to the right, in, then when she moves across, get your pipe ball, super pipe ball activated, and then just basically just try and stick with her as best as you can. Try and avoid the damage if possible. If you see that, you can just jump up and get a couple of whips in. Yeah, that was just, of course, taking it easy. You don't run the risk of taking as much damage, but as I say, you pretty much have to gauge her. She will always start the fight the same, though. As I say, to the left, to the right, into the centre. Then she'll choose to move either side. Drop down at least twice, guaranteed, and then after that, you just got to gauge. Just wait and see what she does. If she shimmies in the air, she's going to spit something out. If she drops, then you can just go for the attacks and try and get some chaining on her. If she shimmies in the air, you just jump up and get a whip or two, get a couple of hits on your pipe ball, so on and so forth. Now to the tricky part.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Doing this fight at speed, as mentioned, is a risky thing to do. Especially if you've kept your auto potion, then you've got leniency. Because there's a good chance that you will end up needing to use it. You will lose the safety for the rest of the run, but it will make going for this safer. Without it, if executed correctly, you will usually end the fight with half a heart, more likely a quarter of your heart, so you'll only be one hit point away to death. And as mentioned, it is a game of chicken. The idea is to essentially stay in the air with her and stay in her hitbox for the entirety of the fight. Hey, you, fuck off. I'm talking, don't try and hit me. I need all the help I can get. So as I say, the idea is to stay in her hitbox throughout the duration of the fight and stay in the air with her. Now, there will be some RNG elements. You could just randomly shimmy all the way away from you. But if you can keep her stunned and manoeuvre with her accordingly, if she ends up just only moving slightly here and there, you can stay up there with her and deal the continuous damage. The problem is, of course, that means you're taking continuous damage as well. But we need to first also abuse stun locking techniques. Pretty much the idea is if you take damage just after you've whipped your hair, instead of getting knocked down, you will get stunned. Getting stunned would then mean it will keep you in the air, allowing the pipe ball to do some more damage. An added property to this, however, is it also enables your cannons to restock, essentially giving you infinite jumps. If everything's timed correctly, then you essentially would just stay up there and batter the hell out. Now, if you are to go with this way, it's recommended to start and activate your pipe ball prior to entering the fight. Now, this method only go with a super pipe ball. If you go with a regular pipe ball, you will die. And as you can see, as you saw there, I'll try and describe what's got it paused at the moment. Actually, no, I'll best reset. To be fair, because I think I don't know if my pipe is still going, but I'm just going to let her move. As you can see, like on her face, she's got that one big eye in the middle, two sets of little eyes on either side. The idea is, in terms of where you want to be positioned to deal damage to her, is to the side of her big eye. That is basically to allow your super pipe ball to deal damage whilst you're also dealing hair whip damage. But you also don't want to be too far out because you want to still be within a hitbox to get the stun damage. And of course, it's not an exact positioning because it's entirely up to her how she moves. But if you can keep her stunned well enough, then you should be able to basically prevent her from manoeuvring too far around. Now, in this case, you want to buffer your jump and start to jump over to the side of it, but you don't want to go straight into it. 1, 2, 3, and then hit 1, and then pretty much just following this motion. Now, unfortunately, if something like that happens at this point, you may want to consider taking it a little safer to start for a bit. Because you could die. So, as you see, I only got knocked down once in that fight. I did drop once, which would have meant I'd need to take it a little bit safer. Once I got knocked down once, I needed to. I couldn't just go straight back in, because I would have likely have died as a result of it. But the idea is, you know she's going to go to the left straight away. So when the fight begins, let's get rid of you. When the fight begins, you're buffering your jump and you're moving over to her direction, but you want to stay to the side of her first, so you can get a few hits in before you go into her to take the damage. That's to begin the fight. After that, that's where you want to stay with the position just to the side of her big eye. Whether you choose left or right is entirely up to you, or just move her as best as you can. And then it's just getting that motion right of cannon with strikes. You can usually get like just around 2 strikes per cannon. And then if everything is timed right, then it should pretty much put you in a spot where your hair whip followed by her damage should come in a natural flow. But as I say, it's not an exact science, and it's not something that exactly can be executed just like that. This is a bit of an awkward thing to go with, but if you can master it, it's the quickest way to take her down. Let's try.
Super pipe ball.
Hopefully I can get one at least where it goes without any hassle whatsoever, so you can just see where my health is in accordance. Now, in this case I ended up with half a heart. But you will likely be on either half or a quarter, but if you execute the fight correctly. And having that super pipe ball is what makes that strat viable without any backup health. Hence why if we don't get a drop of it, we will pick it up on the first shot. It's for this fight in particular. Helps speed up the fight and enables that method to be possible without dying. But again, as you can see, it's very risky. Health is at an awful spot, and I was fortunate enough that she pretty much stayed in that corner. In terms of where exactly to cannon strike, or where to cannon in conjunction, I mean, you got to obviously allow yourself to fall down to a certain degree to the point where your hair whip line will be somewhat at the bottom portion of her eye, and I'd recommend sticking primarily with tap jumps or tap cannons. But if you allow yourself to fall down too much, then you'd have to adjust a strong cannon in order to position yourself correctly again. And one more time, hopefully. And you get the feel for the rhythm. I mean, if that happens, then I'll just have to exit out. No, I didn't get back into a hitbox, so in that case, at this point, I can just jump up and just force myself in. And as you can see, she just decided to just randomly bugger off. So I just reposition and get it that way. And obviously that just comes from experience, but depends on how she reacts, it depends how you move and get back into her. But you've got to be able to get a certain amount of damage. If you just keep falling down and then just directly jumping back into it just to get the stun lock back into play, there's a good chance you're not going to have enough damage by the time you're about to die yourself.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
One last time.
Super pipe ball.
Oh, there's also that thing in the menu. After activating my super pipe ball, maneuver your cursor back to pipe flare, because that'll be one of the next things you'll be using when you're done here. So one more time, she will go to the left, buffering your jump, move across, 1, 2, 3, get into a hitbox, get your timings right, cannon. Oh, hello. And if that happens, just get to the side of her, react accordingly. Got enough damage there, so I'm pretty confident I can go back into a hitbox. 1, 2, 3, tap, 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 tap. Oh, I've got one cannon too many. So on and so forth. But yeah, that is one of the harder boss fights to execute well. Luckily, you get full health
Tinkerbats.
after the fight is done, so you're good. But yeah, so as I say, if you go with the safety aspect, always remember she'll go to the far left, to the far right, to the centre, then she'll choose a side. She will always drop down at least twice, and then you just react accordingly, stay to the side of her, get what damage you can in an accordance. If you're going for the speed, activate your super pipe ball prior to going into the room, enter the room, get ready with your jump or buffer your jump ready, move over to the side of her, get a couple of like cannon jumps to hair whips to the side of her, and then once you've activated your last cannon, be prepared to go into a hitbox, and then just try and then keep that cannon to hair whip ratio rhythm going through the fight, whilst also manoeuvring with her accordingly and trying to keep her position right to be able to score that maximum damage potential.
Oh yeah.
Right, so the first things first, as soon as we're out of this dungeon, use the lamp. Because that cacklebat we left behind, right? Now, if you don't want to leave the cacklebat behind just in case you forget it, and trust me, I've done it before, too many times, you can always, once you kill it, just wait outside, just open the dungeon door, then just wait for it to finish dying, collect it, and then enter the dungeon, and then proceed to complete the dungeon. But that is where the 1 second time save comes in, similar to exiting and re-entering the room with the other cacklebats. Pretty much as I've entered the dungeon, that's just cancelling out that cacklebat's death animation, or finalises death animation, giving you a 1 second advantage. So when you exit out, it's already down, and all you gotta do is just hold the lamp out to collect it. Alright, now we can get off this island. This is where Pirate Flare starts to come into play. So we have 3, and as I mentioned, once I've activated my super pipe for Emperor Spider, I automatically put myself over to Flare ready. So basically, as soon as I get out and collect it, I can just use my shoulder buttons, my L1 and R1, trigger the flare. This will just take me back to the beginning of the island, saves a whole lot of backtracking. Hey, Risky. Bye, Risky. So if everything's gone right, you should only be left with 1 cacklebat remaining. Of course, this is on the assumption you follow the same routing I do with heart squids and cacklebats. If you, of course, decide to collect the additional cacklebat here, or the additional heart squids here, whatever, then you reroute it in your own accordance. Alright, Tan Line. Now this is a quick visit for the first visit. We pretty much just come in here just to trigger the side quest off ready. So we'll start the island off once again. We'll get the Risky Shuffle active. This time we're not going to be avoiding enemies. We're going to be running right into them. We've got these green cacti in the next room. They have a chance of dropping Monster Milk or Bubble Shield. And you want those drops, simply put. It is from this point onwards where item management is pretty important. And for the course of the run, for the remaining bosses that are left, what you're looking for by the end of it is at least 6 milks of some variant, 6 pipe ball of some variant, and hopefully 3 bubble shields for the final fight. Now, you can do the final fight with 0 bubble shields, but it can be a little odd. It takes a little getting used to, simply put, but if you can get the drops, that would be great. 3 would be ideal, simply put. 4 would be a little bit better for one other reason, but we'll touch upon that afterwards. And I'll say in some variant, because of this being 100%, you're going to be dealing with most of the bosses with your hair upgrades already in tow. So you can get away with using weaker buffs and still keeping them on the same cycle/pattern that you want. But of course, the stronger the item, like if you can get super milk over regular milk and super pipe ball over a regular pipe ball, you're of course going to save that extra bit of time. But but in comparison to an any % run, it's not as much of a time save because you're still able to keep them on the cycles with weaker items, essentially put.
I'm ready.
So because you're looking for these milks and bubbles, you don't want to skip these ones. I mean, granted, they're probably not going to give you them, but... So a few green cacti, as you can see, boned. Come under here, break this pathway here, collect the 20 gems that are under this pit. Up here, shuffle, and cut through. So, you don't have to do that shuffle in all fairness. You can just pretty much just make your way up onto here and start the shuffle here, or if the Squawk Girl's to that side, you can just come over here, start the shuffle here, or just go into the next room and just allow yourself to do a continuous string. So again, multiple different ways of going about it. But I do have to touch up on something here, because this is where mentality can change between runners, and it depends on how you like to approach it. Now, my general aspect is dependent on what drops happen, at which points will change and alter the way I see or approach a certain segment. So for me, it's quite a bit of a mixed bag. But let's say you want to either give yourself more opportunity at stronger items, or you want to guarantee yourself stronger items before you progress type thing. These Squawk Girls can be useful. Now, upon first visit, if you execute properly, like if you get up here and just go straight for her, 3 cannons off the head, 3 cannons off the head, collect the item and then progress, you're looking at an additional 4 seconds. But that's for that Squawk Girl. There's 2 Squawk Girls a bit later on in the middle, that will be a 10-second combo, and one later on, that's another 4 seconds. But that's on just going through and adding them whilst progressing forward. If you choose to do a grind, for example, so if you wanted to stay at this one and grind it by exiting and re-entering, you're then adding an additional 4 seconds on top. So you're making it 8 seconds added to your round by doing it. Now that's a 5 gem, and they both get 5 gems. But the thing is, with Squawk Girls, there is a possibility that they can drop you either a Super Monster Milk or a Super Pipe, as well as that 5 gem. You will always be guaranteed one of the one of the 3 drops is guaranteed. One of the 3, I'm holding up for. One of the 3 drops is guaranteed no matter what. Although you've got more chance of getting a 5 gem in comparison to the Super Milk or the Super Pipe. But it's not a bad percentage ratio, but it depends on if you want to take that risk. Obviously, the downside to doing something like that is simply on the factor of you're relying on RNG purely. But it's just something to keep in mind. Otherwise, if not, as mentioned, if you're not bothered by them, get your dash, continue over. Get across this room, just fly around, don't worry about anything else. The rest of this is pretty straightforward. Just jump over that and right into Squid Parrot. It'll trigger automatically for you. This is to set off the side quest ready. So we need to get into what we know as Metal Gear Shantae, the Stealth Temple, or Tanline Temple. Now, I said earlier on with the primary dungeons, they always have no Kakabats and 3 Heart Squids. This is the exception. This is not really a proper dungeon in this sense. This is more like a run type thing. It's more of a set piece. But in there, in the Stealth Temple, there is a Kakabat and there is a Heart Squid, but there's only one of each. But once you've triggered Squiddy off, you should already be hovering over Flare. Flare. And now we can begin the side quest, or the side track, and we can clear off an island, which will be Slide Island. Will be our last visit here. Everything we left behind, we will start to take out at this point. Again, so you can do this start no different to how you did it before if you choose to, or however you want to do it. The only difference is, this time you won't go up, you'll just run straight into this Heart Squid here. You'll lose your iframes, but this is why we go for it at this point, because there's a big gap here to get over this fucking mermaid that I, for some reason, could not jump over. But you can jump over. Oh, hello. Let's just do that. Stop. So you can just jump over there and then get up there, but I am really fucking this up. Okay, I'm misremembering something here quite clearly. Jump, past, and the crafting is made. Great. I need to reset the room. Okay, so I'm just going to be a bit messed up now because I completely went totally wrong there. But it would be in there, you'd end up getting the Heart Squid, then 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 across. I need help. Screw it. I'll just grind for food. Yeah, usually you'd hit the Heart Squid, that would be done, jump over the mermaid and then make your way up here. From that, up onto this, and across. We'll get our last Heart Squid, just whip him out of the way, over to the side, grab this. Now we come up to what we know as the happy grind time. As mentioned, for 100% you don't just need the Hospers and the Kakobats, you need gems, because you need to get all the shop upgrades as well. This is broken down into 3 separate grind spots. Unfortunately, for 100%, this is a thing. So there's 3 pots in this one. We're going to be grinding them out. For your shop route though, in general, all you need is 780. I say all you need. 780 is what you'd be looking at for the first shop. Now, how you mix and match your shop routing, you can choose to do on the fly. For the purposes of this part though, or this tutorial, we'll be doing it the way I've always done it, which will be focusing for the first shop primarily obtaining pretty much all but one of your hair upgrades. So when you get to the boss, you're going to pretty much just wreck it. It'll also account for a set of flares. However, dependent on RNG, I also opt to grind an additional 200 here. Now, in this case, I've got no milks, and I need 6 of them. Relying on RNG for all 6 would be quite problematic. So, in this circumstance, more times than not, I'll grind the extra 200 out to pick up a free pack of Super Monster Milks. So that'll be half of my milks done, and it'll be of the strong variant. It does cost a lot of time though. I mean, at this point it's about, if executed right, it's about 7 seconds per 30 gem pot grind and Crab Kill. Crab Kill is actually for food potential and bubble shield potential. So that's always nice. But yeah, over the course of that, you're looking at about 42 to 49 seconds, depends on if you need an additional grind, and that also depends on your gem position, because you may end up getting like to 970 something, and you have to do an extra grind for that 10 gems that you know you're doing it for 30. So you end up adding 7 seconds as a result of that. If it ends up lining up right, then you don't end up having that additional, so it's close to 42 seconds cost to get that additional 200 for this. But again, this is all depends on what method of item obtaining you want to go for. Do you want to go for basically probably costing yourself a little more time on average but guaranteeing the drops you want, or guaranteeing the item setup you want, versus grinding Scorp Girls and relying on the RNG and hoping that the drops happen? And if they do happen for you, then you will save time. If you get them in relative succession, you can save a good amount of time from them. But if it decides to troll you, you can also lose that amount of time on the flip side. So it's a case of your preference. So, in my sense, well, I'd say from my sense of aspect, I didn't get any lucky drops in the earlier portion, at least not enough for me to feel comfortable with, so I will always go for the 980 grind to accommodate for these milks. It'll cost me a lot of time, but it means I'll be able to set myself up how I want for the grind. I will still have to rely on some RNG as I go, but of course having to go, I mean, you could go pure gem grind, the next grind spot you could account for the other 200 to say you get all 6. But then you're adding like close to 2 minutes to it. So it depends on how you want to do it. So I've got kind of a hybrid of dependent on RNG, will determine whether or not I go for a gem grind here, which will set me up for a good amount, and then if the rest of the RNG works out, because I only need smaller amounts, then I don't have to worry about grinding out for anything else, so to speak. So how this grind works. So exit, enter, kill the crab, 1, 2, 3, absorb. Now, this is probably one of the tougher ones to execute quickly compared to the other two. This one takes a little bit of motion getting used to. So you don't have to kill the crab, in all fairness. If you want, you can just walk off and then just drop down, get the free pots, and go. If you really want to, you can go for the pots here. But that will cost you even more time. But the general pattern for this is whip, jump, whip, cannon. Basically it's switching between the two in quick succession. So you're pretty much looking like that. Without the fucking back kicking my ass. Wait, stop it. So you're pretty much doing that against the wall. And then a couple of cannons at the end to be able to get yourself up. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And up. But the crab kill is to get the potential food / bubble shield, and even grab a single gem for you. It all depends. And then you can just drop down and go. I mean, I'll try to get down a little bit quicker, so when I get onto here and crouch, I'll hold scimitar as well. So when I drop, the scimitar will push me down just a fraction bit quicker. But it's very good. And then it's pretty much just continuing this until you get the gem count you're looking for. So we'll just do it as quick as we can. Simply put. Because unfortunately, you do need all these jumps. As I say, hopefully you can get a bunch of food drops, even if you've got all the food you need for a for your out of bounds. In my case, I've used some additional for healing, so I really could do the drops. But if you can get food that is outside, that is over the amount that you need for out of bounds, you can use them for a different trick. It's known as animation skipping. It essentially allows you to override an item pickup with the animation of an item pickup with the animation of said item you're using. Basically, it usually will cut out about 3 seconds off the animation. But this will only work on keys or certain key items. It will not work on stuff like heart skills. So if you happen to have those extra bits of food, you can save yourself a bit of additional time that way. And if I miss the crab, then I just ignore it. So, yep, out, in, down, kill, scimitar, 1, 2, 3, get the cannon off, absorb, and go. And the general rule of thumb is, for this, it's roughly set, it's about 7 seconds per 30 gems. The second gem grind works out to about 8 seconds per 30 gems, and the final gem grind works out to 6 seconds per 30 gem grind. Of course, you may think, why not go for the quicker one every time? Well, we don't have access to that right now, and we'd have to constantly go back to the area, which end up costing more time because we'd have to return to the area after returning to the shop. So it'd end up being far slower. So these are just the 3 main points of oh, I've got lucky 7s. Can I hit for like 7,777 damage? No? No Final Fantasy 7? Alright. What the fuck you get? So it is literally a case of, depends on how you do your shot, right? If you follow the same that I do, 780 is the minimum to pick up what you want. If you want the free pack of super milks as well, then it's 980. If you're happy enough to go with 3 weaker milks, and go with 3 monster milks, then that's an additional 120, so you'll be able to eliminate 80 off of that grind to make it a flat 900. Or maybe you want to just go for super pipe balls, and that'll give you that'll be 100 for a free pack, so you'll be able to knock up a little more off of that. However, milks, as mentioned, they do more damage up, and considering we could have our hair whip damage striking rapidly, it's much more damaging to the enemy to get the milks over the super pipe balls. Even regular milks would be better than super pipe balls in that scenario. I've only got 4 food, so I'm just going to do a little bit of crab grinding just to try and get some food here, so don't mind me. Now normally you wouldn't do this in the run, or at least it would be very, very rare you'll ever need to consider this. I got 6, that works. But I will just drop back down just to do this room properly. Fuck you, Froggy! Froggy! No! Stop it! Oh, well, I'm here. Oh, hello. Yeah, when you're done with your grind anyway, enter the room, 3 counter strikes up, and then we get this one. So there's a couple of ways you can approach this. If you don't want to take the risk of using trying to maneuver around, just get onto the edge, run in, and then fall. Oh dear. So you can basically use your iframes to get through and across. Oh, damn it. Give me a food. That should be fun. So yeah, so you can just get yourself on the edge, walk into a tape, and then just use the iframes to get through the room. The other way is to be able to go over the top of them, but it's using a particular bit of movement, which involves jumping into the wall, cannoning up straight, and then when you pass the lip, holding the direction of right and hat, and then cannoning one more at the end, which would hopefully look like that. Well, with an additional scimitar, that wasn't meant to happen, but going over the top in a bit of a particular way saves you taking the iframe hit, but again, it's dependent on your preference. But this is what we had to come back for, anyway. But we're not done. We still have 2 Kakobats on this island, which we never got earlier because we went straight to the dungeon. So we can deal with that now. So be onto this ledge, break a block, and go across. Get yourself onto here, shuffle, and run. Now the Kakobat's going to be over to the right. Just jump over this pit and then just follow the same motions before. And fall. But then get ready to catch. Then that'll pop you back up. Get the death animation ready. And collect that Kakobat. From there, just fall straight down. When you get through that loading zone, just hold left and you'll fall straight to here. And now we can go with this Kakobat. Now this Kakobat's the room is a little awkward. So going for the dash technique doesn't work with this. So pretty much just come in, jump, whip, and just basically just maneuver around it as best as you can. A couple of strikes at the end if necessary. If it jumps to the right, it's easier. It makes it a bit easier because you can just jump whip, it'll jump to the right, follow its motion, then hopefully it goes to the right again. If it goes right twice, it'll end up catching itself in this gap here, and you can just essentially just whip it to its death. Whoops.
Pirate Flare activated.
Well, we farmed some food and I just wasted a bunch. Whoopsie daisies. But yeah, once you've got that Kakobat, flare out, and that should be Saliva Island fully complete. So we have no reason to return there. We'll just continue off with our side quest. Under here, double tap up under the door to or triple tap under the door to get a quick door entry, or just jump onto that ledge and just go into the door. Either way you want. Trigger off the cutscene. Barracuda Joe dead. So never date Sky. Then just come over, talk to the sarcophagus. Make sure it is the sarcophagus and not the dad. Because if you do end up triggering it a bit too soon, you end up talking to him. Then you'd have to re-talk again to get that. Otherwise, you won't get the sketch. So you've got to make sure you're talking to that. And then we come to shop. So this shop, again, as I say, it depends on what gem position you went for. If you decide to go for the milks, then you add that to your shop list. But the main things you're in here for, 3 flares. I was wondering what was going on. I was like, wait, I'm saying 3 flares. What? Oh yeah, it starts like no, doesn't it? So 3 flares. If you're going for the super milk setup and you're going with the 980 gems, then pick up your 3 super milks here. But then you're finally going to begin your shop purchases. As I say, you're focusing mostly on these 2 to start with, so you can get the output damage on the bosses. So in this case, 2 shampoo, 3 silky. So you'll have your silky maxed out and you'll be 1 away from shampoo. Now you can do it the other way around if you want, but the idea is that your hair, because of your hair width speed being higher, you can score more damage with it in that sense. And I believe it's 6 strikes per second for this game. We have the max hair input. It starts off at 3, then it goes to 4, 5, and 6 with each level up. And with damage, it goes up 1 point from 5 to 6, 7, and then 8. So having the 6 strikes per second, or having that additional strike per second, will deal more damage, mainly because of the milk combos you'll be using on the boss fights. So because the milks are the primary thing that is going to help you deal damage, having that additional point is not as major in comparison to having that extra hair whip. So I mean, having that 1 extra point across 5 whips versus having that extra whip, which will do an additional 10 or 15 damage with the milk. But as I say, you can choose as and how you want to set it up. But 2 of one, 3 of the other is what I would suggest. But I would suggest going with 2 shampoo, 3 silky. So you got max hair speed. Wait a second. Right, that's just for me because I did use an additional. I think I used an additional potion. No, I didn't. No, I didn't use an additional potion, did I? I thought I did, but that was just for me. So you don't usually have to worry about an additional potion here. Once you buy the 4 at the start, as long as you've not had to use another one for the same trick, you won't need to worry about additional potions. But that's all you're back here for. Get the sarcophagus piece and trigger off. We'll get you shopping. Then you can make your way back to Tan Line, and then we can finally begin this island properly. Now, once again, if you're still looking for items at this point, which you most likely are, continue to smack into the green cacti, hope for a milk drop. Oh, there's one, nice. Back through here, collect the gems because you're still needing a lot more gems. Any gems you can pick up on route will save a little bit of time when it comes to the grind. So, pick that up, reset your shuffle, and begin to charge. Now, these skeletons, as mentioned in the previous dungeon, have a chance to drop a super fireballs. If they could drop them for you, that would be awesome. So, yeah, funny thing that just happened there, which I failed to explain as I went. So, unfortunately, my drops didn't work out well in my favour. But, there's 20 gems in that wall, as you saw when I charged into it, so you want to just run in and charge into that wall. But I also managed to open the chest as I came in. This is accomplished by hitting the attack button as you're basically on top of it while charging by. Or essentially, when you enter the room, just mash the attack button, and more times than not, you will get the chest open as you're charging through, saving you just that extra bit of time. And that enchanted blade is for later, but we get it now ready. Back through, hope for some super pipe balls. RNG does not like me. Then we chat to this sarcophagus, which you do have to activate the chat yourself. That'll get you the final mummy sketch, and that will now activate the turnstiles outside the Stealth Temple, and will give you the code. In this case, it always changes. It is a random code. Lion, Gator, Bird. And now usually I'd memorise this, but because I'm going to be chatting, I'm probably going to forget it. Right, so from here, quick shuffle, because you want to break this again and get the gems, and then once again, same movement to go across and through. Again, if you're doing Scorch Gal grinding, then proceed to Scorch Gal grind. Now, of course, if you're doing Scorch Gal grinding, I would say you're probably not going for the 200 gems to add to your milk stock. So that'll be 40 odd seconds you save from grinding. But you'll need to get 3 milks in the space of, I think it will be basically the 2 that I've already killed on this, the next 2 that will come across, and then 1 more at the end, and then maybe 1 back and forth grind. So essentially it will be the equivalent of 6 Scorch Gals, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. 6 Scorch Gals would cost about 40 seconds in this variant, if everything is done without issue. You'd have to get 3 of those super milks out of the 6. Which sounds like it's a good favour, and you may even get super pipe balls out of it, but if you end up getting boned like I have, I mean, both of the ones I've killed so far have always given me gems, and that can happen as well. So it really is a case of pick your poison. Which way do you want to go about it? I mean, I'm going to kill a couple of Scorch Gals as I go for the purposes of this tutorial, just to get myself more stock, just so I can show certain things in the fights. Oh, well, that was bad. In that case, I'll just restart my charge. Come across. Wow, I'm sucking right now. But just stick with the same move you did before. Don't bonk into anything, you'll be fine. And now we have the turnstiles. Right. So, I'm just going to look at the code again because I wasn't really memorising it. Lion, Gator, Bird. So as I say, the code is randomised every time. And this turnstile only becomes, or the password to this turnstile will only come active once you get all 3 pieces. So we have Lion, Bird, and Gator. So the thing with these is to remember is pretty much there are 5 pictures on each. So fish, bird, lion, hippo, and gator. Now, which order you memorise this in is your choice. I mean, the way I've just described it is how I've memorised it. Fish, bird, lion, hippo, gator as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So based off of that, I could look at the turnstile, remember what the code is, if I can even remember it. Lion, Gator, Bird, so I know where I need to go from here to put these turnstiles into the right position. The other thing to note with this is hair whipping it from one side will turn it one way, hair whipping it from the other side will turn it the other way. But on that same note, hair whipping it on this side will turn it that way, but if I want to send it reverse without switching platforms, I can use the pistol, which will send it back to Gator. So with all of that in mind, when you get the memorization down and the understanding of how the turnstiles, you know which way to hit each of them. The only awkward one is this middle one, because well, if you like, for example, like if that second one was Gator, it'd be 4 whips this side, or 1 whip this side, or a pistol shot from this side, and I'd have to do something like that if I really want to go for it, which would be awkward. So usually for the middle one, I'll just whip it from this side and call it a day. But you can experiment with that as and how you wish. And I keep forgetting the code. So Lion, Gator, Bird. So I've incorporated this Lion, Gator, Bird. So I know Lion will be 2 pistol away. Gator would be 4, unfortunately, on the whip instead of the pistol. And then I've got Gator, which would be another 2 whips. And as soon as I hit the final whip, I'd move across. Wait, I didn't remember the password, did I? There's Bird at the end. Whoops. It helps to remember the code. So yeah, it's just putting all of them together. I mean, you can do something a little risky when entering this, by using your scimitar when you dash in to bounce off of them. Unfortunately, I can't now because I've already set the password in. But that's the general way. Is just knowing what order the animals go in. Choose a start point and choose an end point, and then remembering the code and knowing based on what you see there is how many times you need to turn each one in which direction, and then just execute. Then we can begin Metal Gear. Right, so as I say, because we're doing 100%, we need all the hearts, we need all the Kakobats. So the Kakobat is in the main hall area, which we need to get to finish this dungeon anyway. But the heart squid is more out of the way. Now we picked up a key earlier. This is for this dungeon, so we can skip out a third of what this has to offer in this particular category of circumstances. But the gimmick for this is if you get caught at any point, you will just be sent back to this room, which can be a problem because it's a big time loss if you do. You can't win that. It would be nice if you could, but you can't. So basically, don't get caught. So break the block and start making your way across. Now there is a thing you can do here which I'm not very consistent at, but if you can whip just as you're entering the loading zone whilst crawling, when you get into the next screen, Shantae will automatically be standing on, which I can't get. But basically it'll mean instead of her crawling through here, she'll just run through, just saving you a little bit of time. Come through and in. Alright, so for this, the general would be jump onto there, climb this chain, onto here, and onto there. Move through, and then wait. Wait for the guard to do his thing. Tap, tap, tap. Now stick with tap jumps. If you do a stronger jump near the top, he will catch you. Then just wait for him, and jump in. Now I'm going to attempt to try and show something. Let me just get caught first. It's what's known as basically one cycle guard. So there is a way of being able to get through that room without having to stop at all. There's 2 ways of doing it, both of which are tough to execute. And if you mess it up, you get sent back here. Basically, if you get caught as a result of it, you get sent back to this room. If a guard catches you in that first room, if it's one of the 2 near the top, well, it's the one guard in the middle that we're basically good at playing with. The other guard shouldn't be an issue. But getting caught by him is an additional 22 seconds roughly added to your gun on that room. If you're able to execute this right though, it will save you 7 seconds. So it's risk reward. As I say, there's 2 ways of going about it. One way basically means doing that room as I've showed you, but you don't stop to wait, and you have to do each of your movements to a precise manner that you literally have about 2 frames, I believe, of leniency. In a 60 FPS game, that's not much leniency. But if you get the timings right for it, you'll be able to get through on 2 frames. I'll try to get it, but it's been a while, so I don't know if I will. But we'll see if I can get it. There it is, just about. So that's the 2-frame variant. So the idea with that is pretty much, because getting onto each platform that you need, there's not many of them that require either a tap or a full extended jump. So it's more getting the feel for how much pressure you put on and how long you hold the button for. So you just about land on each of the respective platforms, jump on the chain, quick one hop up, strong jump across. Then you're back to do it. Then you can go to the tap jumps. So tap one, tap across, crawl in, and as soon as you get that crawl space, you're still holding left, and you got to get tap, tap, and tap to get across. If you don't get seen by that middle guard, then when you get out of the next crawl space, the other guard will be facing the opposite way. You'll be able to go straight. And there's a good 7-second time save. The other method is, to me, it's a little trickier, but to others, it might be the easier way. So it depends on it. But the idea is to whip the guard at the middle at a specific point, or a particular point where, when you hit him, because when you whip him, he'll automatically turn around and usually they'd catch you. But if you catch him at the right altitude as you're dropping back down from a jump, he will turn, but he will miss you, and that will also set up the position. I'll attempt it, but I've made no promises on this one either. But then again, I've got the other one, so who knows? I was too slow at the start to even having attempted it. You don't have to be as precise as the 2-frame window variant, but at least when getting up there, but you've still got to be quick enough to get there to be able to manipulate, to attempt the manipulation. I missed him. I'm trying to get it whilst like this. That's the risk you take. I caught him, but I caught him at just the wrong altitude, so he turned and just automatically saw me. We'll have a couple more attempts, but even if I don't get it in one motion, if I can at least catch it so you see that it doesn't catch you, then you'll be able to see what I mean then. That was a miss. Damn it. Too high again. See, this is why I go for the 2-frame one. Funnily enough, I find it more comfortable myself, but apparently I'm the weirdo with that. Everyone else, a lot of people tend to prefer the air whip strategy. Oh god, I'm taking the time. Swing and a miss. There it is. That's what you're looking for. So when you get in this crawl space, it will just basically turn around, and if you do it all in first try motion, that guard will already be out of your way as well. But that's sort of what you're looking for, where you catch him so it automatically forces him to turn around, and as you saw, he didn't see me. But you need to get it in one. Otherwise, it's not worth going for. If you miss, then you just carry on. Try one more, see if I can get it in full motion. There it is. I'd have to delay a little bit there, but it is essentially one cycle. So yeah, unfortunately it is a little bit of delay, but it's instead of saving 7 seconds, you're saving 6 to 6.5, basically. So you may take a small time frame loss, but it still enables you to save the bulk of that time in that room if you can catch the whip as well. But for me, my mindset going into that room, it does change from time to time. I mean, I'll always go for the 2-frame one, but if I already feel as though from the beginning that I've made a mistake or I've not done it quick enough, then I'll quickly revert to attempting the whip method if I feel ballsy enough to attempt it. And then, obviously, if I miss that, then I'll just go with the standard, wait till he's done, and then start jumping up. Right, so this room can be done pretty much the same every time. But I will mention something now which I probably should have mentioned at the other one. But if you look at the guards, you can see pretty much where their pattern is for the turn. Essentially, the inhale, exhale, they'll do it twice. So they'll turn 1, 2 from the shoulder pads, turn shoulder pads up and down, 1, 2. And that's essentially knowing pretty much when they're going to turn. So we use that to our advantage here at least. Grab onto the chain ready, then as soon as they turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, onto the other chain, 1, 2, 3. Now, I've kind of jumped up the first chain a little too high and I almost got fucking caught. Damn it, I was going to try and get back down and reattempt it, but oh well. Back to the start. But yeah, pretty much you're watching the breathing their breathing movement. You're grabbing onto the chain and getting up to a certain point ready so you can jump over, and as soon as you know they're about to turn, when they turn, jump over well, it doesn't have to be left, it could be the right chain if you'd rather. But jump over to a chain, grab onto it, jump up it about 4 times, then jump over, grab the next chain, and start jumping up that straight away, and you'll be able to get through without having to wait another round. Let's get back through here. Okay, so again, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then into the door. Right, so we'll get up. So I'll say we've already got 1 key stockpile, so you need 3 keys overall to even finish this dungeon. So as we've already got 1, we only need 2 more. Fortunately, this one's right now. Well, as that's going, hit the chest, jump on the platform, jump up vertically, and hold up to grab onto the chain up here. Because there's 60 gems just resting up here. It does cost a bit of time, but as you're grinding for gems anyway, it makes sense. Alright, so this next room is a thing. Now, getting caught in this room will cost you upwards of a minute plus. And there is a number of ways of going about it. I'm gonna, just for the moment, so we don't have to do everything else. How do I, actually, I'm going to without restarting every time, I'm not sure how I'm going to show this, but in multiple different ways. But you can opt to do this in a few different ways. Obviously, of course, we'll stick with the safer method for now. So the safer way would just literally be, just wait for him. Come in, drop down and go straight for this one. Wait for him to turn, drop, follow him through, wait in the shadows. Wait for the other guy to come down and turn, go into the shadows, turn around, and then wait again and through. So that's the safest way to go about it. Well, that's a safe way to go about it with a little bit of additional speed. Of course, there are ways to literally just wait until you're absolutely clear at all times. But that's just the very basic. The main part is, of course, dropping from the first one into the second one and running behind him to catch him, or to catch up with him before he turns around. Okay, I'm not going to risk that one. My fears are messed up a little bit. Okay, so backing up. So as I say, that first way was a more like laid back way of going about it. The speed method of it takes a few more risks. Starting off with the very first thing, when you went into the room, you just saw a bit of a ledge and then it cuts down. So you want to pretty much jump near enough right at the edge of that ledge, of the first ledge. You'll be able to jump into the shadow and just outside of the eye vision of the first guard, follow on through and drop down into the shadows ready. And then the rest is not so bad after that, but that's the first part to get. So as soon as you enter, you're holding left and you're getting ready to jump at the right time. To bypass there, just jump into there, wait till he bypasses you, come in, just jump just to play safe, walk into that shadow, follow behind, let him go by, come in, use this bit as a ledge, and then jump back. Now I'll say use this bit as a ledge, I'll go back to that. I'll say the bit of ledge like the edge of this circle bit. Wait for him to go pretty much touch the wall, run and jump. Of course, if you jump a bit too late, you get caught. So I didn't want to jump that quick, or that late, sorry. And now we're spending more time here than we need to. So let's just try and do this now. Oh god. Right, in this circumstance, if I fall down, I would just wait here. Then when he goes, I'll just go up and across, and then I'll just follow the motion. Now, even though I had to wait for that first guard, these two will, or if you fall down like that, these two guards will always be in good position. So you don't have to wait around for them to at least. So I suppose that's a good thing to note. Let's do this room again. So again, hold the left as you enter, jump near the edge, fall down, wait for him to go by you, jump into that shadow just to play safe, follow him around into the shadows again, let him go by, drop down, use the edge of that as your pillar, run, jump, and you're in. Right, so that's the most dangerous part. The rest of the stealth sections is very simple, to be fair. As long as you don't do anything silly, you should be fine. So pretty much, you just want to run across, grab that chain, and run across there. I mean, you don't have to grab that chain, you can just play a bit safer and well, wait for him to get out of the way. He's not getting out of the way. Play safer by just like jumping onto there and then jumping across. Let me just get rid of him. So yeah, well, it's either that or you can just jump all the way across and then tap. There's a couple of ways you can go about it, but if you don't want to lose any momentum, just run up, hold up, grab the chain, tap over. And enter this door right here. Now these guards will literally just go to the right, so just follow them. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. And then just wait in this shadow. Let them go away, and then go. Now when you get into this room, if you don't want to push your luck, you can just wait before making your move. But when entering the room, there is a way of getting up there before he turns around. Which is basically jump into the chain, jump up that same chain once vertically, and then jump over to the right on both chains. So let's just reset him. So you'd be like, something like that. So big jump onto the chain, jump up on the same chain, jump across to the right, jump across to the right onto here. Then it'd be 1, 2, and then across to be able to whip that, which is a guaranteed 5 gem. Why not? Just in case I get caught. I mean, I shouldn't get caught, because all you have to do is just remember not to press the jump button. Just go into this room and do nothing. Just stop. Let him do his breathing. Follow the chain up. Then when he turns, go down and climb. Now the stealth element is done. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Now we go on to the second grind time. Break these pots, collect those gems, drop down, and into here. So this is the second grind time. There's 80 gems in here. It costs about 22 seconds per cycle. Minus the first cycle because you're already like partially in the room. Simply put, just whip, 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 and collect. Because you don't have the lamp, you can't absorb them all in. But that's pretty much the gist of it. He should not be in the way. And then just whip those blocks, whip those 2 blocks out, and then go. If you want to just save a little bit of time on that grind, and it is literally minimal. Like when you do the second whip onto this block, press the jump button to cancel your whip. And just sort of bonk your head so you can just move a little bit quicker. The other is, instead of waiting for your animations here, is literally whip jump, whip jump, whip jump, whip jump. Not at the same time, literally like whip followed by the jump in quick succession. So we're going to be staying here, assuming you're following the same gem route I am, to about 720 is where you're looking at. You want 750 for the shop, but you should be able to get the 30 gems on your pathway. So 720 is where you're looking at. If you end up at about 710, that's fine as well. There is an additional gem pot that you can grab as a backup to put yourself on gem position. If you choose that you want to grind to have all the super milks via gem methods, and you don't want, you don't want to put anything on the RNG, just like with the first one that I did, getting free there. As you go into 750 here, you can just go upwards to 950, and that way you can pick up another 3 super milks if you see fit. I won't be doing that. If I'm going to grind for milks, I only do it on the 1, usually. But that's one of my first. But it's just a thing to mention that because you're not grinding to max here, you have gem leniency in your favour. So if you want anything additional for consumption purposes, then this is a part where you can. But it's a big chunk of time to put in for a block of 80. Simply put. As mentioned, it roughly equates to about 8 seconds per 30 gems. I believe the 80 gems is about 22 seconds per cycle, as mentioned earlier. So No, we're at 648, so I know I've only got one more to do now, and I'll end up having a few more gems than I originally thought. But there'll be the gems just above me that I'll re-grab. Oh, wait 1 second. I'll try to do this in one for something else I want to mention, but yeah, I'll have a little more than I was originally planning, but that's fine. But this is a quick work. This is something that's not easy to go for now, but if you could do all of the next bit quick enough and set up the enemy in the right spot, you can get an animation skip via damage, which is also something else that is possible. That if you take damage on the same frame of you collecting an item from a chest, like a key or key item, as mentioned with doing animation skips, then you can have the damage animation override that animation. And there is a chance to do it with this next key, but it is very tight, and I probably won't be able to get it, but I'll at least attempt it. So I'll go in, I'll do the final gem grind, go up, grab my next set of gems, climb up the chain, open up the chest, whip the enemy once to knock him back into position, and then I'm going to try and run into him on the same frame. That's the idea. No guarantees it's going to happen, but we'll try. So that'll be the final grind. I'll say put me on 728. I think I already screwed up. Yeah. Oh no, I got it! As if. I thought I was a bit late on that. Apparently no, that was fine. I got the key, but we didn't get the whole key collection. So if you can get it in relatively quick time, then apparently there's a bit more leniency there than I thought. Then that's something you can end up getting. An animation skip via damage. It's the only chest that you can do it with as well that I'm aware of. But after that, just jump over, onto the chain, whip, jump and whip. Hopefully you land on that ledge there to take out that enemy, but that didn't quite happen that time. Alright, so from here, you want to go down to the left and into this door, because we have a good old lonely hot squid waiting for us. Right, now as you fall down here, if you remember with Emperor Spider, we was using stun lock technique for that fight. There's a bunch of rats under us, and if I just fall on top of them, I'm going to get knocked back. So if I fall down and whip my hair at the right time, I'll just get a stun instead, and I can just carry on. Right, so we now have all 3 keys, 2 from this dungeon, 1 from the prior. We can proceed to finish this lab dungeon thingy off. Open up the door, go talk to Rotty, and that's that. So we've got to do the same with the other 2 that are locked in here. Up the chain, 3 jumps. Speed to Sky. And then finally, over here, for Risky. Alright, so we do have the Cacobat, as I mentioned. It's in a cage in this room just below us. So pretty much, I'm just going to drop down. I always have to land there, and pretty much as soon as I jump on there, I start whipping just to get the damage, and then I basically time roughly when it's going to jump, and I just sort of jump up to get the whips with it. Once it dies, obviously I wouldn't be waiting there. I would just leave it because I don't have the lamp, so I can't actually collect it. So as soon as it dies, just drop down, come into this room. For 4 girls, 1 group. And proceed to exit the dungeon. Now, we got the item we need to progress, but we are still going to use outer bound methodology. Because it's just quicker. Right, so first is first, I've got to go back in. As I said, I couldn't collect that Cacobat at the time. So coming in, just dash, jump through, and as soon as you get into this room, just hold the lamp button ready, absorb it in. And that's the first Cacobat of this island out the way. Right, now we're going to go for the next Cacobat using outer bound means. And there's 2 ways of approaching this outer bounds. I'm just going to turn back on myself because there is a save guide right here. At least then I can show both approaches. Your goal is the same. You're aiming to hit the same point that you on no matter which method you take. But from when you exit, you obviously the safe guy is just for me for now. But you'd exit, you go to the right, you'll be dashing, and then you'll be triggering a potion drop at the right time when you exit out. And there's two ways of getting through. You'd have to either go under or over. Now we'll go over first. The idea is, around here is where there's a loading zone. Now normally you're supposed to go to the right, have the wall broken down with the golden pickaxe, break a purple block, and then you follow the path underneath, take out the Kakarot there, and then you jump back up out of here. But because the loading zone exists, you can go into it here. So across, in, trigger the potion, and I'm going to go out the menu straight away because I want to see the visual cues. And the moment it happens, you need to jump, triple cannon at peaks, hat, and go to the left, so I go up and over the screen to bypass the loading zone. And then just fall. As long as you fall in the right spot, you'll hit the loading zone you want.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
That one is a little bit longer to get in comparison to the other one, but it's not much. The other one involves something I mentioned in Dungeon 2 if you choose to switch a food out for a potion drop, which is continuous hair whip jumps. The idea with it is when you're in an out of bounds state from a potion drop, when you jump, assuming you don't, this you cannot trigger the cannon for. As soon as you trigger the cannon, you lose the state. You lose the state of being able to do unlimited hair whip jumps. But the idea is to basically, after jumping, whipping your hair, and then that will regenerate your jump, your standard jump, and then you can just keep rinse and repeating. So in this circumstance, you enter the loading zone, trigger the food drop, and once you trigger it, you'll be holding left. But you want to allow yourself to drop for a very short period of time, but not instantly. Because if you try to do continuous hair whip jumps straight away, you'll end up catching the loading zone straight off the bat, and you'll end up being sucked back into the game. So you want to let yourself drop a bit, and that's pretty much what continuous hair jumping is. I'm just doing it in general motion for now, just so you can see it for yourself. But yeah, it's just basically whip. After whipping, you can press the jump button, or roll it across. And if you really want to be quick, then you can just, well, mix it up multiply.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
So that's the general thought behind the continuous hair whip jumps. But traditionally, I wouldn't. You can, as I just did there, just keep doing the continuous hair whip jumps till you get to the loading zone and then drop. If you want to, if you feel more comfortable that way. But usually, once I get myself out into the open, I will intentionally fire off a cannon, and if I need to use the hat, I'll use the hat to just get myself over it off. So hopefully, something like that, and then you're into the load zone. So if you just, at that point, you'd be dropping down, tackle back, and then just basically just try and kill it as best as you can. Once you get a kill, get your shuffle straight away through, take him out, move yourself back a little bit, see him in range of the Kakarot. But of course, once you do the trick straight away, try and make sure I don't jump back out. When you do the trick, you just basically fall down here, whip, and then it depends where he jumps. If he jumps to the left, he doesn't usually catch this ledge very often. He'll usually land in the corner. So you'll be able to just basically jump, follow, whip him as best as you can, and then just get the final blow before he really goes anywhere. If he goes to the right, then you kind of have to switch around, engage accordingly. But the moment you get the kill is when you want to get down, start your shuffle, break that, take the enemy out, then just move back a bit, just so you're in the range. Once you're in that range and you've got the Kakarot, you can make your way over. Go through and up into here. Now this is where it looks a bit awkward, because now I'm stuck between a loading zone and a block. And this can be a little finicky at first, but when you get used to the movement, then it's not as bad. It's not as bad. to be fair. There is a consistent way of breaking the block from underneath. You can just go for it straight away if you want. The idea is to basically jump and then hit the cannon off with pistol at the same time in quick succession, like 1-2 kind of thing. I generally try and set myself up a little bit first, just because it's my personal preference. If you choose to go for the setup as well, it's basically hold left until you basically stop moving, then just tap right, and then follow the motion. If you get it, then the block will break, and then you can just basically jump and cannon out. Of course, I only did a jump there, so I ended up falling back into the loading zone. But you can do a jump follow by can to get yourself back out, and if you want to continue squat gal grinding, the two squat gals there, if you get them both precisely, that's about a 10-second deficit, but you've got to worry about the flying green guys that are around and about there. As soon as they start slowing you down, it adds more time. Right, well, let's just do this in one now. I mean, I'm not going to do it from the door. So in, down, whip, dead, shuffle, break through. Oh wow, he's further over than I would have liked. Weird, he's usually more in the centre. Get the dark magic. I have to do a little bit of a shuffle there, but there you go, get through. In and through, set up, move to the far left, tap the right, jump, 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 cannon and pistol at the same time, jump up with the cannon, and then if you're squat gal grinding, you'll proceed to just attack the squat gals. If you're not, you'll just come to this ledge and start doing a risky shuffle. So in this case, I'll just take it out. And as you can see, literally every squat gal I've killed so far give me a 5 gem, and this is why I don't usually go for squat gal grinding. Your luck may be much better than mine, but this is why I don't usually do it very often. And obviously, there's multiple ways of how you want to approach. If you want to go pure squat gal grinding, then you won't worry about purchasing anything like milks or super fireballs. You'll just basically grind them out until you get enough of the items that you want. If you want to go hybrid, then you probably won't be going for the gem grind, the extra 200 gem grind, but you'll basically kill all the squat gals that you cross by at least once. There are 2 that are guaranteed in the run anyway, but the few on here you can bypass at least once and go for the kill, add some time and then just see what you get and hope for the best. Obviously, how you mix it up is entirely up to you, and you'll find your own comfort zone. As I say, normally I'll come out, I'll get onto here, as the squat gals around, I'll start my shuffle and I'll start to run. When I get to here, quick cannon glide, and hopefully I'll just go through him and into this pit of sand, because this is where Cackleback number 3 is. Holding right, whip, and then you just sort of got to play with him and just go with the flow. You can either jump over there, you can jump to the left. I mean, ideally you want to jump to the left so you can just pretty much just follow him and just take him out. Otherwise, you got this whole hovering here and just hope he moves near the top. But this is one of the Cacklebacks that you won't be exiting for because it will take more time to exit and re-enter. So you just wait for his death, take him in, and onto here. Jump across, cannon up. Just basically mash cannon to get there, drop your scimitar, 1, 2, 3, and glide across, just to avoid the rats. If you want to play a bit safer there, or you don't want to risk trying to jump over them, stop you doing, get out of the way. Oh, thanks for the bento box. You could just quickly drop down and do a stun lock animation, and then begin to maneuver, because to be fair, you could do that and you'll end up starting up the risky charge for this Cackleback. And then at this point, with the hair damage as it is, you don't have to worry about the cannons usually. You just dash in, get the jump right, continuous whip, and go. Right. So again, here, you can whip them all, or you can just take a damage. Oh hello, shot me in the bum. I mean, usually I'll go 1, 2, 3 and glide across to the top here. Again, if you're Squawk Gal grinding, you'll probably just jump up there to kill the Squawk Gal. You could just jump up partially in the ledges and then jump over, or you could come over here and do a quick shuffle and zoom off across that way. I do want to... Oh, hello. You can tell I don't Squawk Gal grind very often. Hello. So I'm just going to do a couple of Squawk Gal grinds in this success, just so I've got multiple items to show certain things, but in the normal run, I wouldn't normally do this. But I mean, if you was to go for a pure Scorch Girl grind, and you're trying to get all the items you want by this point, then this is the grind that you'd end up doing after you've done the initial Scorch Girls. But this ends up adding 8 seconds per grind, just to make aware of it. But there's that little trick there with this one in particular. You can hold the hat first as you're walking off, and as soon as you move up, you can throw the cannon and then proceed. Obviously, if drops like this happen, then you might be happy. I'll try for one more super point just for shits and giggles, but no. So I'll leave the grind at that for now. I've got more than enough items to be able to show what I'd like to show. Hey Crackerbot, welcome to Stream Producer, sir. Yeah, just setting up 100% tutorial. I haven't done a tutorial for a while, so I thought, why not? Although we're like 3.5 hours in and I'm not even off tan line. I think I spoke for too long. So yeah, so there's your Scorch Girl methods if you choose to go with that. But either way, you pretty much, by the time you're done with whatever you want to do, you want to be dashing into this room. Cannon, glide, then when you're over the pit, in you go. And now you're into the Lost Catacombs. Alright, so you've gotten all the Cacklebats off the island, one in tan line, 3 in the island area. You've 1 heart squid in tan line as well. The final 3 heart squids are in here. 1 is right in front of us. So with this, you just need to get through these blocks. You can choose to do simply that, or if you want to go for the quicker one, you want to jump with your head into there, 3 quick cannons, and then scimitar to drop down, just to get through quicker that way. Then choose to exit left or right, your choice. If you want extra gems, as I say, there is an extra gem. You just quickly run in there, whip that, absorb them, and then you can proceed on. So with that room, I mean, that's a quick way of going about it. It's not much quicker than other means, but when you dash, as soon as you get off that second ledge, you just scimitar down, follow the layer out. And then you'll be in line to triple cannon that green cacti as he's falling off. I mean, if you choose not to, you can always just allow yourself to just go off other means. You just either run all the way off or do a quick hop around. Either or, but pretty much you can just do that as well. But then the green cacti will be more over. If that's the case, then you probably just want to walk off and just triple cannon lines around about there for wherever he is. But either way, when you're done, that room, just follow the room across. If any of those green cacti drop anything, you can choose to stop to pick it up or just allow yourself to continue. But you get into here, cannon, whip that platform onto there, double cannon up, there's your last, well, your next to last heart squid. And then finally, follow this pathway down. As I say, with this one I'll usually take that pathway into the centre, break that, into that, and then... In fact, I don't think I'm in the right spot. I should be further, I should be in here. So I think either I've brother on block or one on block. Either way, you want to get into about here. Then keep a hold of your scimitar button and just mash the jump button. You'll be able to break the block there. And it'll be the same for when you're in this one. So you can get the heart squid. I picked up an extra potion, so I'm just going to use a potion just for safety. Take them out as best as you can if they're in your way. And then we get into the gauntlet room. So the gauntlet room we do the same way every way. Start off with 4 green cacti, followed by a slicer. Fucking hate slicers. And then 2 Scorch Girls. So we're going to use the risky shuffle to our advantage for this room. We'll enter once the door locks, start the shuffle. Hit into all them, delay, start the shuffle. Oh, I messed up. But you basically want to get the shuffle to go into the enemy and then cannon on top of him multiple times to take him down. And then finally, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, unfortunately I botched that slicer, but I haven't hit a save guide for a while, so I didn't want to go back, and it would be shuffle, hit them all here. Move across, shuffle. When you get it, basically it will be hit the slicer, and once you hit the slicer, jump up and then triple cannon his head. And then you'll continue the Squawkgals as per show. Alright, so now we have the Crusher room. So there's a couple of ways of going about it. A safer way would be just to simply not get crushed. Wow. Even I wasn't expecting that. So that, ignore that. So a safe way would just be just to wait it out. Start your charge. Get into a gap. And then go. There's a safe point. Alright, so I want to get back to the other side quickly. Right, well, first things first, I just want to make sure that those blocks have regenerated before showing the other way around here, which is the one cycle crusher. It has. Okay, no problem. So one cycle crusher, it is possible to make it through this room in one without having to stop for those blocks. What you're going to be looking for here is when you're going to have a setup that's going to set you up for the charge. We're going to be using a butt wiggle strategy, similar to using the visual cue for Cyclops Plant. If you use the butt wiggle strat on there, it's the same count as well as that, so it'll be the same visual cue you're looking for. Once you've got the count, you'll basically move towards the crusher, away from the crusher, and then back towards it in the risky shuffle motion. So holding left and override with the right. Then when you get the charge, if you time it right and you start your dash, you're looking to see if Shantae's hair has somewhat clipped into the crusher itself. If so, you've got it right. But once you cleared this room out, once you enter this room, you're going to hold down straight away, and then you're going to count the buff. You're going to count the butt wiggles. So I've entered, holding down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move, move, move. Go. Right, so I was slightly clipped in, so I may not make this. Okay, I did. I wasn't too sure I was going to make that, I'll be honest. I think I could do it this side as well. Well, I could. That's sort of what you want to do, but what you got to make sure of as well, when you're doing this back and forth, that you do not hit the crusher. The moment you touch the crusher, you're resetting your own charge, so it'll automatically be invalid. And on top of that, as soon as you get the charge, you don't want to necessarily activate it straight away, because you may end up activating it a little too soon and you'll end up bonking. So one more time, enter the room, hold down, 1 butt wiggle in the air, 2 in the air, 3 in the air, 4, start the charge. And we're in. Now, when I walked into that room from that side at the start, when I was crouching, obviously you see on the floor, you notice these like things in the background's got that little circle that I'm just above, followed by the thing that's going down. So when you walk, so you've got one of them on the other side as well that you're right by. So when you start the charge and you're going right, you go near the crusher. When you come back, you're coming up to about that as you're going left, and then you're turning back around to continue the charge. If you get all that right, and you see your hair clip into the background, clip into the crusher, you should get it. You should be on for it. I wonder if I can get something here. No. I'll have a few attempts at this, but there's something you can do in this room which is known as Momentumless Boots. It's a frame perfect trick. It's not much of a time save, but it is a time save in 1 or 2 spots, because it allows you to basically jump over and not have to reset your charge. Now for this room, normally you won't need to reset your charge, because even if you don't get it, you just run across and you got the boss room. So you don't have to worry so much about it. However, if you can get it, as I say, I'll only have a few attempts at this. the idea is to buffer your jump, release your direction, and then as soon as Shantae jumps, you want to press the direction again within a frame of her jumping. Come on. Oh, can we at least show it once? There it is. It's what's known as momentumless boost. So you hit the load zone, you release your direction, you hold the jump button ready, and then you basically just got to get the feel for when she's going to jump, and then you want to hit the direction you want to go in again, or in this case right, within a frame of that jump. And that's pretty much that. Right, Squid Baron. So Squid Baron works on a script. In the circumstances of 100%, you can keep Squid Baron on that script with pretty much any setup that isn't lower than a regular milk and a regular pipe ball combo. At the worst case scenario, if you're using the two weakest, you may have to deal with Squid Baron just doing a little additional charge, which you can usually end with a scimitar stab, and that'll be that. Otherwise, the fight would basically be the same no matter what. So, of course, if you use the two strongest, it's going to be the quickest way to kill him. But unlike with other categories, because of the amount of damage you're outputting, and the fact that he works off of this script, and you want to keep him on a certain script, which you can easily kill him on, keep him on, as long as you use one of each of these, like one milk and one pipe ball, even if you use the two weakest. It only saves like the additional time of damage dealt, which is a minor in comparison. Of course, if you've gone with pure item grind, whether it's through gems or through Scorp Girls, and you've got all the strong milks and all the strong pipe balls, then of course you're going to use the two strongest no matter what. If you're willing to use weaker items, which with this category you can get away with more, simply because you've got the hair upgrades as you're doing the 100% shop collections as well. You can be willing to take risks on weaker items. So it depends on my setup here. I may go the two weakest ones, but in this case I'm going to use the two strong. I'm going to do the fight about 3 times, 3 or 4 times using a couple of different combinations, but I'm going to try and keep it quick because we've still got quite a bit of run, and I didn't want this tutorial to go too far beyond the 5-hour mark if I could help it. But I know what I'm like with tutorials. But so his script will work as thus. I mean, for the first time, I'm just going to enter the room. I'm not going to do anything. I'll just basically describe what his script is. So Squid Baron will always follow this script. There is some RNG elements to it, but it's not much. For example, after he does his first part of his script, which is charging, he will do some stomps in the air. But he will always do one stomp in the middle, one stomp at the far left, and one stomp on the right. But which order he chooses to do them in is up to him, but he will always do one of each. That's the kind of small RNG you're dealing with. So I'm not going to attack him, I'm just going to pretty much just show you what he does. So straight away he's going to charge. Off the wall, and stomp. Then he'll go into his stomp formation. One stomp, two stomp. So he's done middle left, so he's always going to go to the right. Then he'll go into charge again. And then he eats. You lied to me, Squid Baron. You usually eat at this point. Okay, I'm confused. He usually eats! Okay, I think I know why I'm confused. He usually eats because usually I'm dealing damage to him. So, okay, if you're dealing damage to him but you've not dealt enough damage and he's in a weakened state, he will go to eating to try and recover his health. Otherwise, he will just follow that same 2-part script. Of course, I'm being a dumbass and not remembering that part, hence why I looked like a fucking moron just now. But, you know, all in a day's work. But he will always follow that script, because you're going to be dealing damage in the fight. He will go to that eating script at some point, so let's just get some damage. There he is.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
So, yeah, okay. My apologies for that bit of botchery there, but that's essentially what he's going to do. But with 100%, because of those additional hair buffs, you will usually have him down before he even has a chance to do his second charge. So your first phase, usually you will, as long as you get it right, you should only see his first charge and his stomps. If you need more damage after that, then yes, he will go to charge, and if he's still not down, he will go into Eaten at that point. So in this case, just for this example, we'll use 2 strongest. So because of my additional Hail Grace, he should go down pretty quick. For phase 1, there is actually 2 phases to it. So for this, it'll be jump, scimitar, jump over him, start whipping the hell out of him. Jump up and whip him, jump up and whip him, jump up and whip him. And as you can see, because I've got even, to be fair, even if you've got no hair upgrades and using the two strongest, you'll have him down before he does his other charge. So, but for this aspect, yeah, he went down before he even finished his stomp. And of course, he doesn't look too impressed about that. But still. Right, so at this point, this is where Squid Baron goes into phase 2. So Squid Baron 2.0, he will automatically start by armouring himself up. After that, he's going to follow the same script that he traditionally does. But he will continue from his last portion of the script. Unless he charges initially. If he does his charge after the stomps, then it's a little different. When he goes to the armour, if you leave him alone, he will charge first. But that's sort of like where he will always start with the script, but he always continues from his script in some aspects. So, for example, if I beat him before he does his charge, I don't want to crack his shell open straight away. The idea is to get him on his second phase into Eating phase. Yes, he's healing, but the damage you're going to be doing to him is far greater than he's healing, and he's not moving, so you can wail on him. So in this aspect, he never got his charge phase in. So I have to allow him to charge in his armour to make that cycle count. But I don't need to do much for that. The idea will be, as soon as the fight begins, I'm going to be buffering a jump, and I'm going to then hold hat. I'm going to go behind him, and I'm going to let him pull back. Right, so that is a charge phase. That will count as charging. So now he's done his charge phase, he's already in a weaker state, he should go to Eating phase. So as soon as I can, I'll just start wailing on him, he eats, I just batter him, and he's dead. But as I say, if in any circumstance, if he gets his charge off in phase 1 after he does his stomps, when he goes into his armour, he will traditionally go into a charge phase until you break the armour. But if he's done the charge phase in the previous phase of the script, you don't have to jump over and delay to crack him open. You can just crack him open straight away and he'll go straight to his Eating phase.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
But that's the general script that he operates off of. So just to do it in one motion quickly. I mean, this is of course with the 2 strongest. More times than not when I'm doing a run, I wouldn't have the 2 strongest going into this. I'll be saving for something else. Go again. Jump up, scimitar, drop, jump over, whip the hell out of him. Follow him, get a few whips in, finish him. Right, so he's beaten before his charge phase, so he needs to do a charge beforehand. That pullback that he does in his armour does count as his charge phase. So in that circumstance, I need to cause the charge, go behind, let him pull back, smack his armour open, and as soon as I can deal damage, he'll go to his Eating phase, and I'll finish him off before he has a chance to do anything. When you get that understanding of how his script works, then he's pretty much the same. And of course with 100%, it's a little different. Having the stronger buffs means I can deal more damage. I can still deal the higher damage. So even in the circumstance if I go with the 2 weakest items. Now I'm pretty sure, as long as I get enough damage in, I can beat him before he does his charge phase. But even if he does do his charge phase, it's not a big deal. So as I say, the main goal is to get him to begin his second phase on his Eating phase. So follow him, jump, get a few whips in, whip the hell out of him. And just about got him before he charged. Now this is where the script becomes a little different in the 2 weakest. I'll crack him open, I'll force his charge phase, I'll start attacking him when he's eating, but because I'm using the 2 weakest, I may not get all the damage I want straight away, so he will start to pull away. Now, if I'm fortunate enough and I'm close enough to get the extra 1 or 2 whips in, I'll be able to get him just as he's pulling away, rather than when he starts to charge. But if he does choose to charge, I just jump up, get a scimitar hit on him, and that should end the fight, even on the 2 weakest items. So the additional time I'm losing for using the 2 weakest versus the 2 strongest, realistically, is the additional time of him finishing off his eating phase, which is probably about 2 to 3 seconds, and then the additional time of the first phase where he's actually had a chance to finish his stomp and then do a bit more, which is probably another 2 to 3 seconds. So we're probably looking at most 6 seconds time loss by using the 2 weakest items against him. So, in other words, that pretty much means you don't necessarily need to have the strongest items in 100% to get the most of each fight. The time loss is minimal. But if you could afford to use stronger items, then sure. It depends on what you prefer to use your strong items on. Unless you've got all strong items anyway, then go nuts.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
I won't go with 1 weak and 1 strong, because that'll be somewhere in between, and as you can see, even with the 2 weakest, I was able to still keep him pretty much on the exact same script he was on. As I say, the worst case scenario if I'm using the 2 weakest, he may get his dash off going in the first phase, his second dash, but then all that will mean is I'll just crack his shell open straight away instead of waiting for him to pull back. Now the other one is a bit more awkward. But with 100% it's not so bad. If in the rarest of occasions with 100% that you can only afford something like a Super Pipe Ball. I mean, we'll follow the script again. We'll follow the same pattern as I've been doing. Now he should charge. Really, he did not. Okay, I'm actually surprised by that. I thought he would at least get a charge off. Interesting. So in that case then, he hasn't charged, so we'll force the script. And that's when I have to alternate on. So as you can see, as it seemed out there, I mean, honestly, I thought he would at least pull back on the first phase. Apparently he did not. So even I'm surprised by that. But even with a Super Pipe Ball alone, compared to using the 2 weakest items, you're still not looking at too much of a time loss. As long as you follow the script in the first phase, let's say he may charge again, then you just go back to just pincer him on the head. And as you saw with that, as he did his charge again, I managed to get a couple of pincers on his head and a cannon strike on before finishing him off. Yeah, that will add even more time. And to be fair, with 100%, especially if you end up, whether you do scorecard grinding or getting a stock of some sort, the odds of you only having a Super Pipe Ball to be able to spare on this fight is probably slim. But I guess that's just a circumstance.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
And you know what, I'm going to do this one more time, because one thing I've never actually done on this, and we can find this out together. No upgrades. I've not actually ever done this fight with 0 upgrades. So let's just see what happens here. But as long as I keep him on the script, I should be okay. Right, so I can't beat him before his eating phase. So that would be a bad thing. That would be a really bad thing. That's one of the last things you want. Because now he's had his eating phase on that one, it means no matter what I do at the start of the next one, he's going to basically charge me. Or go into stops. So I'm pretty sure even if I force the delay on him, he will still go to a charge. Awesome. And then we get this. Rapid stops. So yeah, I guess that was just for experience. You wouldn't usually be in that spot to be in the 2 weakest. I guess if it comes to it, then yeah, it's a pain, but I doubt you'd ever be in that position. I doubt you'd never find yourself in that position, but I guess that's just to show it there. But I suppose the only other thing I'm going to show now, I mean, just for my item position, I'm going to use a weak and a strong for this final one. But it's one other method which actually does make the fight a little bit quicker, but it's more risky. Instead of using scimitar bounces on his head, you can actually go up to him and get some attacks going. But if you mess up the movement, you're in a problem. And as you can see, he didn't even get his third stomp off. So it does speed up the fight by going with that methodology. And he's done. So that is a quicker way of doing it, but it is a risky one because you've got to get pretty close in, you've got to get the whip in, and you've got to be able to jump over him and follow that method from the start of the fight just to get that extra high damage in rather than just getting a quick pincer hit in. So that takes a bit more getting used to. Usually would only be recommended to go with that one if you're really using a very low setup, but that's more for an any percent side more than the 100%, as you saw with even just a fight on my own. I was able to keep on script with the scimitar pincer methodology. So, but if you want to, if you at least would like to speed the fight up a little more, then there you go. There's at least that method you can use in the beginning of the fight to score some more damage in on Squid Baron rather than just pincering on his head. But again, you're taking the risk. If he knocks you down once, that's damage you're going to be losing out. It doesn't mean you won't be able to keep him on script, but it means you've pretty much got to keep on top of him to keep him on the script that we're looking for. As long as you can get him onto his eating phase at the beginning of phase 2, that's what you're looking for. That's where you can get the most DPS out of him to finish the fight quick.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so when we're done, now usually again, once I've got my items selected, I would usually already be hovering over the pirate flare, so I'll be able to just do that straight away. Of course, if you haven't moved to the top flare or you're not too sure what you're on, you can just obviously go into the menu and just make sure. Because as I say, using the 2 shoulder buttons will automatically use the item that you are last holding it over. Alright, so as I say, that's tan line cleared, and we are good with that, so we can now move on. But before we go into Mudbog, we do have to return to Skull Town. 2 reasons for this. One is for a shop. The other is to pick up a key item we need to even progress. Right, so I've got more gems than normal, so I am going to pick up a little more than I would traditionally. So don't worry about the potions. Usually, more times, if you follow the gem routing I have, more times than not, you'd be on around about 750. So for that shop, for that, you're not looking to pick up anything additional. If you're sticking to 750 main, you're only picking up the shop items that you're looking for, which will be your final shampoo, scimitar polish, backdash, and recover. Now, scimitar polish isn't really used. I mean, for 1 Kakabat for a little bit of additional damage, sure, but otherwise it's not a major. But of course, as it's 100%, we need to get it anyway. Backdash, in general, is useless. But for two particular out of bounds that we're going to be doing, that's where it proves its use. And recover, well, I guess that just in case you do get knocked back, you can recover out of it, so it just helps you out a bit. But we've got to pick everything up anyway, so that's your general shop. For the second shop, shampoo, scimitar polish, backdash. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near as good as Whiskey's Revenge backdash. And recover. So that'll get you that'll pretty much be getting the majority of your shop done. Once you're done with that, you'll come over here, talk to Bolo. Now you got the fossil earlier from Spiderweb Island. And Squid Baron gave you their 3 specs earlier on as well. So we give them in, we get the Death Mask, which is what you need to get past the checkpoint at the end of Mudbog leading into the Village of Lost Souls. So now we got them, let's get out. And now we can make our way back into Mudbog. So Mudbog can be a scary area. But honestly, once you get used to its movement, it's really not so bad. Again, the idea is to just keep your momentum going at all times, and just once you have a pattern in your mind to how you attribute your hat and your cannons with your dash, then you'll be able to get through this section without too much hassle, especially because you have your invulnerability. So we'll start off, jump, hat glide, cannon onto here, then just glide off and hold your hat. 1 off in head, 1 off his head if you can, glide, let the hat glide over, 2 cannon strikes and in. So that would be the principle of Mud Bog. I mean, you don't have to follow that method or that direction. As long as you've got a method that enables you to get through without losing your momentum, then that is a means of doing it. Not too sure if I'm going to be able to get back out of this in reverse. I haven't done that, something like that for a while. Apparently I'm okay with that. But that's one way of doing it. There's obviously, of course, that's not a set way of doing it. You can find a way that you feel comfortable with as long as you don't lose momentum, but that's just one example of it. Just to add a little bit of change to it, if you choose to go for it, you can change the method of just going like this to kill a couple of beetles. Now, the only reason I mention that is the beetles have a chance to drop in monster milk, so if you end up feeling as though you're short on milks, there's a possibility you can get a drop in one. You can go for a momentumless boots here. Unfortunately I failed, but again, same thing as you enter, offer your jump, press the direction at the frame after. And if you can get it, you'll end up keeping your momentum landing on here and going straight away. If not, then just start your dash. And as soon as you enter this room, jump, glide, cannon, glide, and land up here. That'll get you your heart squid. Then just proceed to fall off and head to the left, sorry. And then you got Kakobat, and you can choose to use your scimitar here if you want, or cannon him, or whatnot. The room is just so awkward. Basically, he's just flail around and just kick the crap out of him. That's pretty much the only way I can put it. But once you got him down, get it absorbed, get your shuffle going, and then go into the final room. You cannon off his head and glide, cannon here, and then one more cannon there. Just allow yourself to drop at the right point, you'll be able to get through. Again, that room also has a pattern that you can use if you choose to go for the beetles. If you're looking for additional milk setups. Okay, I'm just going to tank damage, I don't care. I probably should care because I'm probably going to die. But if you want to go for the beetles, you'll want to jump, glide, land, allow it to run off, jump off of him, then just jump and then land on top of that one. And I've got a milk and a flare for that. Yes, so you have a chance of dropping flares as well. The flares you're usually going to be routing in your gems anyway, but in the circumstance of, at this point of the run, if you happen to get a flare, you still want to pick up 3 more flares on the final shot in general. But if you get that flare, there's one of 2 ways you can approach. You can either go 20 gems less in your shop route, maybe add that up with something else to get some other item if you want it, or whatnot, or you can just save yourself 20 gems, or you can save yourself 5 seconds by skipping a piece not far after this section, which I'll mention. Well, I'll mention when I get to it. So you want the death mask for this guy. So we give him the death mask. He allows us to enter the Village of Lost Souls. Let's use a potion for safety. Right, so with this, we're going to dash into the room and get ready to jump and glide because you've got your next Kakobat just over here. Hit him with the scimitar, well, hit him with the dash, jump up, mash your attack. You've got max upgrade, so you better take him out. Just exit, re-enter, and absorb. So there's your second Kakobat with 1 Kakobat left on this island. When you come back out, don't hold scimitar because I forgot backdash is on that button, so don't do that. No. Just run out. When you fall off the edge, pull back into the wall, hold scimitar to bounce off that enemy's head, otherwise you're going to end up taking a lot of damage. Then begin your charge, allow yourself to run through. When you get into this room, tap off the edge and hold your hat. That'll get you through that hole there. There are a couple of other different methods that you can use. Right, because I've got 3 potions, I'm going to show you in animations. Because I can afford to expend one. So, come in here, break the chest open. Now, an animation skip, as I did mention it earlier, but obviously I'm actually going to show it now. The principle of it is you're going to override the animation of collecting the item with the animation of using the item. You can do this with potion, you can do this with food, you can use it with an auto potion. An auto potion will actually save you a little more time as well, but compared to the 17 seconds it's going to save you with the mouse skip, not so much. So once it's dropped and settled, you obviously go a bit quicker than what I've done here, but once it's settled, you basically want to jump on top of it to give yourself the time and ease. You can try and run into it, but then you have to get frame perfect. But if you have the item highlighter that you want to use to override, in this case the motion, jump on top of the item and then just mash your shoulder buttons, your R1 and your R1 or your left bumper, right bumper. And it pretty much acts like that. And this, as I say, it will override the collection. Save you a couple of seconds. But of course, you should only ever do that if you know you have the food or the potions that you can spare. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it, because if you end up being one short for an out of bounds trip, that could end up messing up your run. Right, so from there, you get the coin, we move out. But we're going to collect coins on the way as well, because we do have our final grind time to do. We have 20 in that wall there. Come onto this platform here, and then up the top. As we go to the left to get coin number 2. Into the hole, across here. Now, I mentioned earlier about carrying a risky charge through a loading zone. This is one of the excuse me. This is one of them loading zones as well. So again, you can choose to carry the charge forward, or if you'd rather not, just get onto this platform and then get your charge there and go over to the left. Otherwise, you'd end up getting the charge here. Oh, didn't even carry it forward there. My bad. But you get the charge here. Turkey, get a grip. You get the charge here, carry it forward, and trigger. Hat, cannon, tap, jump, glide to get through here, so you can hit this guy, whip, and then follow him. Then you'd exit and re-enter, but you'll hit him with the charge as he's falling down. So as soon as you hit him, turn around, start your whipping. When you get a feel for it, you'll know when he's going to jump, and then you can basically spam jump and hair whip to follow him up like that to get the damage done quicker. Then you can exit, re-enter, and absorb. And that'll be that. That'll be all the dark magic. Then you just want to make your way down. Now these are randomly spawning ghosts, so you basically want to pray that they're not going to be in your way. You may end up having one spawn on the edge of scimitaring down, or as you're moving around, so just be aware of that. Again, random vicinities, but on the way down, it's harder to really gauge where they're going to be. But drop down, as I just did there. When you drop down here for the first time, when you drop down here for the first time, this is where the final grind time is all Happy Grind Time 3. But because you're still on your way to grabbing other things, you'll drop down here. Hopefully you can get 3 shots in, which will break the three gem pots in there, absorb them, and then move over. Then you can proceed to do a risky charge, and then cannon over. If you do not want to cannon over, these blocks, there are destructible blocks here as well. But of course, because of the stun thing, you'll lose a small amount of time, like fractions of time again. So jump over, or just allow yourself to continue through. Run through in here, run into this wall for another 20 gems, make your way up, break the chest, then absorb. Or just absorb the gems straight away, your choice. And grab your final coin. Now we can make our way back. I'm trying for something there then, but normally what I'll do is I'll do the same thing as what I did on the way in by going for that, but you can get a momentumless boots here as well if you want to risk it. Like such. It would be a bit quicker again to get the momentumless boots, but being a frame perfect trick, if you don't get it right, you'll end up just bonking or just missing. You have to restart your charge, so it's up to you if you go for the momentumless boots or if you just go underneath and break the blocks. Again, multiple different means. So now we go into Happy Grind Time number 3, final grind time of the run. So overall, you want 930 minimum for your final shot. Now this does give you some gem leniency. As you can go to 999 gems, that gives you a leniency of 69 gems. Alright. So if there's any other item that you're missing, unfortunately excluding Super Monster Milk, if you're following my gem route anyway, but you won't be able to afford a Super Monster Milk. But if you're like short the milk or the additional Super Pipe Ball or anything along those lines, or if you want some bubble shields that you're short on, you can use that window gap to be able to sort that out. A super pipe will cost 40, a bubble shield costs 25 per one, 60 for a pack of 3, and that one is 100 for a pack of 3, so you won't be able to get more than one super pipe. But like, let's say if you got absolutely trolled and you got no bubbles at this point in the run, but you want the 3 bubbles for the fight, then you could go the extra grind. You could do a slightly longer grind here to get the additional 60 gems to max out your gem countage by the end, and you'll be able to afford those 3 bubble shields for the final fight of the run. But the general aspect is, if you don't have to do anything else, you're after 930 total, but there are still gems en route, and there's a good amount of them. So you're aiming to end this grind at about 810. So it would be walk in, 1, 2, 3, absorb, and exit. Now you've got to pay attention to the ghost as well, because the ghost can randomly spawn a little closer to you. If that's the case, just full out attack, then absorb the gems. You get a feel for how close he has to be before he's definitely going to hit you, or you could just still go for the absorb and take the hit from the ghost. That's entirely up to you as well. But you'll basically be just doing this for a while until you get the gems that you're looking for. And this is 6 seconds per 30. This is the quickest grind point in the game. I mean, you have a chance of getting drops from another flare, really? So I just got 2 additional flare drops that I could easily just... I'll just skip a lot of gems. But I'm not going to. I'm going to do the gem grind as though I did for the purposes of the tutorial. But that's pretty much what you need to do. 3 pistol shots as you enter, absorb until you get all 3 in, and exit. If the ghost spawns too close, then you can take it out. Now I knew that wouldn't hit me, so I was fine to continue. And that's pretty much what you hope for, is just the ghost just stays away from you. I might have been able to get away with that one, but it would have been very damn close, to be fair. That one I thought I'd get away with. A little too close, unfortunately. But that's the gauge that you make for this grind. Just try not to get caught by the ghost, gauge whether or not he's too close. If he is, take him down. If not, just do your 3 pistols, absorb with gems, and get out. Rinse and repeat until you reach the gem count you're looking for, which, as I say, for this particular gem routing, is 810. So you can end with that by around 930. You can push your luck at 800 if you want, and you still would probably get a good chance of getting the remaining gems from certain enemies that you're going to be intentionally killing for a particular reason. But in general, I would say go for 810. But if you happen to break the 3 pots and it only puts you to 800, then you could take that risk if you wish, or just do an additional grind. So like, this is going to put me over what I'm after. So I mean, if I really want to gamble, I could go to 7. Well, I could go for this and call it a day and just go at 797. But for the purpose of this, I'm just going to do the extra. Once you get that final one, let's get rid of it for a minute. When you get rid of that final one, you've now got ghosts to contend with. As I mentioned, they are randomly spawning in certain spots. So 2 ways of going about it. You can just cannon up here and just carry on across, but you run the risk of randomly spawning ghosts possibly popping up in your backside. The way you can manipulate these ones, though, however, well, I'll say manipulate. You don't manipulate the position, but you can spawn them so you can see where they are, and that's by jumping onto this edge. So you get those 2 ghosts that spawn first, and then you can just jump on and be able to react accordingly to where those ghosts are. Right, once you got done with your jump grind, you're done there. You'll reach this ledge, risky shuffle, and you just want to fly to the right. Because you have a lovely heart squid. So that's 2 heart squids gathered off this island. There was 1 heart squid that I intentionally left right at the beginning of the village of Lost Souls. But we'll literally be grabbing that on the way back out. So just kill him. There's only 1 whip away after the charge. Make your way across. The gamers. Of course. So, how much do you need to learn about the gamers? What skill is required? What mass amount of mind games do you need? You don't need nothing. It's pure fucking lore. Simply put. Basically, once you've got all 3 guides, chat, and you've got an option of heads or tails. Now, we always select heads because it starts on heads. It's just that slightly bit quicker. As I say, it's random what the answer is. So, It's up to you. You can mix and match it if you want. But it is pure RNG, so you may not get it. So literally just go for it. If I'm guessed correctly, I move to the second game. Repeat. Tails. So if I've got it wrong, obviously because I'm constantly setting heads, I know if I see tails, I've got it wrong. So turn around, speak to blue gamer again. Tails. Okay, speak to him again. Heads. Speak to green gamer. Heads. Speak to red gamer. Tails. Of course. Troll. So at this point, I'm not getting the best of RNG. Of course, you usually go free cycle is perfect RNG. You get just 3 heads straight off the bat, or 3 correct answers off the bat. You're good. Worst case scenario is 12 rounds. And there is a worst case scenario at 12, simply because there is a failsafe that is in this point of the run for the gamers. That should you get an incorrect answer on these gamers 3 times, the fourth round will be a guaranteed victory. So because I've guessed heads on all of them and I've got tails 3 times, I know now these are all going to be whatever I select. So I know that's going to be a heads, I know that's going to be a heads, and if I really want to, I know that's going to be correct. So no matter what, on the assumption you select heads all the time, as soon as you see tails 3 times, you're guaranteed to win. So at least you won't be stuck there forever. Okay, so you get the locket, you give it straight to, let's call her not right tops. Can I know? And now you want to make your way back up here where the green coin was, but this time you want to go to the right. Pop in the hopeful flame. Take his manly smell. And before I continue, I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. Ugh. Right. So we got that in. So now we can just go down. Quick shuffle here, or you can just hold right and just carry on across. Up to you. Well, you pretty much just want to come back into where the blue coin was. No, yeah, blue coin. Speak to this conspicuous hole here. And then we have the Oubliette of Suffering, 4th dungeon of the run. And unlike any percent, we're actually going to see more of this dungeon, which is interesting enough. So, enter in. So, traditionally it would be a risky shuffle and go straight to the right. If you feel as though you want more gems, jump pistol and absorb. There's a 10 pot just there. If you feel as though you need it. But otherwise, usually, even in my gem route, I don't consider that. Run in. Fly across, just keep your cannons and hack glide spaced, and fall. I haven't saved for a bit, so let's just save anyway, just to be sure. Alright, so in the next room, again, 2 ways of going about it. I think I usually grab this pot, but there's a pot in here. You can either just run in, delay, pull over, and fire. Or if you don't believe you need the pot, you can just hold scimitar as you walk in this room and just carry on. But that's if you feel as though you don't need that pot. Now, I did accidentally break a pot that was just there. Now, if you happen to be low on health, which I could have done with, to be fair, because I've only got 1 heart, there's a full restoration. So you can just pistol and absorb that in as well if you really want to. Right, from here, we'll just hop over. Scimitar somewhere in between these two pillars to break open a hole. Fire a pistol shot over to the right to grab that gem pot, and then we're going to get this heart squid. Now, unfortunately, we can use the risky shuffle to our advantage. Risky shuffle in, break that, and into here we go. So we get that heart squid out. So again, 3 heart squids in every dungeon, in every main dungeon. So we're going to strike this down to put this pillar in position. But, hold on, let's set it up. But once I hit it, I'm just going to drop down through it and set myself up onto here. So I'm going to do a quick shuffle. You want to do a quick shuffle on there to break that block to get into this room. Now, there's a key there, and I don't have a key. So we need to do an out of bounds here. This is where backdash is going to come into play. So we're going to do a food drop, well, food float, but we're not going to jump. So you'll set up for the food float as per normal. But once you've dashed in, activate the food. You don't press anything apart from your backdash. The backdash is going to allow you to bypass the loading zone and keep you in that out of bounds state. So you can then just proceed to just charge across the room. Like so. Then you just need to make your way down here. Like so. To get through that, when you charge, just release Hat Scimitar down that gap. If you need to take more time, then just drop down, use your hat a bit more. Just got to be careful of those flame elves, because they could troll you. From that, we've got a big stretch of road here, so we don't need to shuffle. Strong jump across, take on these enemies if you want, or not. But they do have a chance of dropping a super pipe ball. It's very rare, but it is possible. And just keep your charge going, because you want to smack into this wall to get heart squid number 2. And then you got this bit of a broken gap there. So again, you can just, if you want, you can just walk off and then just fire your cannons off. You can just scimitar it all the way, or as I did there, hat, glide, smack. Now, as I say, there are gems on route. There's 3 pops here. 1, 2, 3. Walk across. Whip, pistol, and then absorb whatever's loose. So whip, pistol, pistol, drop down, whip, pistol. Absorb what is there. Quick shuffle here, so you can bypass it. Into the lava, tap, jump, and into this. And now we need to make our way up. So a couple of ways about going about this. You usually keep your charge, and you just double cannon, triple cannon, and double cannon up. Pretty much the general pattern. You can throw a pistol in there if you want, but it's not necessary. Then you come into this room. So again, it depends on if you want the gems or not. If you don't want the gems, just make your way into this cage here. If you do want the gems, you can just jump around and whip it and then absorb, or use your cannon to your advantage before absorbing. Through there, hit the switch so you can get across, grab this heart squid. That's all 3 heart squids done. Cannon, whip, cannon, let it come across, going in, hold your hat button to make it across that gap, or just simply jump. That'll get you by there. Then you allow your charge spin to take you all the way. It depends on how many more gems you need. At this point, I'm close to 7 to 930, so I don't really need any more, but usually I would count them gems in this route as well. Fortunately, I took a bit of a fall there, but the idea would be you charge all the way through, and then pretty much when you get to this slope, that's when you start your jump. To be able to get onto there and break them. And if you miss any, you can just stop, pistol anything, absorb, and then make your way out. Right, probably should say a little more there. So with that charge, you're breaking the block. The idea is, whilst you're in your charge, you want to bonk your head off of that. That should be able to get you onto there, and obviously you've got this chain, this cage in position from at the beginning of the dungeon, so you can then continue all the way across to where Dagron is. The platform's not there because I hit a switch. But the idea would be then just to be able to hit that to continue through. Then just find yourself going all the way across. Tap temporary glide to get yourself through. Got a half there if you want. So that's pretty much how this one goes. So the main trick there, obviously, there's the one out of bounds. Well, instead of jumping off with your food float, use your backdash. Don't touch any directions, so it at least backdash you through the loads as you want. Then just hold right, get your trigger, and off you go. And just remember where the hospitals are, and you should be safe. Right, so Dagron. Now, Dagron is very straightforward in the sense of how he operates. So he was going to just simply swoop in. He could swoop in short, or he could swoop in long. The more damage he takes through the fight, the quicker his swoops become. Now, because we are maxed up on hair, pretty much he will go down very quickly. Now, with 100%, if I remember correctly, we'll find out in a sec, but if you use the 2 strongest items, you can 1 round him. 1 strong, 1 weak. I believe it'd be 2 rounds, 2 weak is 3 rounds, or something along those lines. But your overall time loss for this, because he speeds up the more damage he takes, losing a cycle, so to speak, is only a couple of seconds. So again, we're not talking this. It depends on what items you have available to you, what method you chose, whether you chose gem grinds for your items, pure RNG, squad guard grinding, such as the like. But you want to set yourself up before you begin the fight. So in this case, we use the 2 strongest. So you can see in the background of the map, you've got these blue pillars. There's one more on the right of the screen. We use those pillars as a gauge, traditionally. Now, there are other ways of getting your timing right, but for the sake of this, I'll just stick with the timing I use. It's not technically the fastest way, but it is a more comfortable way of getting what you want. So pretty much you'll be wanting to stand by those pillars when he's off the screen. He will give a sound cue off of a roar to indicate when he's coming in, and then you've just got to be able to have a good idea of whether he's going to go short or long. And from that, you can proceed to take him down. So in this case, he will always swoop in from the left first. So I want to make my way to the right. Stand by the pillar. And down. Of course, I did poor on the damage ascension. If I'd have gotten the damage ascension properly, then he would go down in 1. With the 2 strongest upgrades being used. But the idea, you'll hear the roar, then you sort of like give a very small amount of time to see roughly where he's at, where he's going to be at. If he's taking a bit longer to show up into the screen than you'd expect, then you know he's going to go short. You need to jump over towards him with him. Using the setup I'm using, when you get the hair whip, if he's gone short, you need to fire off another tap cannon, otherwise you'll end up landing on his spike tail. If he goes long, then it's a case of jumping up vertically and whipping him when he comes near. And then moving in across and start to assault.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
I'll try again with the 2 strongest just to try and get a 1 round on off him for the sake of this, but I'll only give this one attempt to say I need to push things a little bit forward, but I will at least do the fight a couple of times with different items just so you can see pretty much how it goes dependent on your item layout. So 2 strongest again. He goes off, line up. I didn't get the 1. Oh wow, didn't even get him down there. So unfortunately I didn't get the 1 rounder there. It is very tight, but if you can catch him enough, it is possible to 1 cycle him. But only with the 2 strongest buffs set up. But of course, because of how tight that is, you could just simply go 1 weak, 1 strong. And you should be out, and it will still be a 2 round. It should still be able to get in a 2 rounder, even if it is slightly longer. So there's the roar. He's on short. I took too long. And down. As you can see. And of course, as I say, the milks are far more important. So if I was to go one strong, 1 weak, but I make the milk the weak one, I'm not going to get as much damage in for 100% setup, just because of the hair whip speed. Getting 6 strikes per second and losing 5 damage for that, you lose 30 damage per second, compared to the pipe ball to super pipe ball combo where you lose about 10 points of damage per second. As such, the Dagron is pretty much a straightforward fight in technical regard, but he is one of those that he does a good amount of damage. When he hits you, it does 3/4 of your heart, and once he gets you down, he can keep you down, especially when he's took a lot of damage. So line up, try and get it right, please. Line up, draw, hit, assault. So that's pretty much the basics of that fight. Line up with the pillar, you hear the roar, get your jump started, get the gauge right, and then if you believe he's going short, go in towards him with your cannons. If not, stay in the vertical line, go up quickly and get a whip in to knock him down. As soon as you get the whip, move across and start assaulting. Right, one more time with the 2 weakest. Actually, I might go one more after this with just the super pipe ball, because to be fair, in some runs in with 100%, it's a possibility that you may end up just going super pipe ball in this fight, although it might be rare. Assault. Gauge the ascension. And down. So even with the 2 weakest, he goes down in 2. As I say, with an any percent run, the difference between the setups, I mean, for Dagron it is minor, but it's a lot more minor with a Hundo, simply because you're dealing so much damage in general that the 2 weakest to the 2 strongest, you're literally probably only saving like 2 seconds, maybe 3, if you go into a 2-rounded Dagron with the 2 strongest items versus the 2 weakest. Furthermore, if you do have to get him in 1 cycle though, then you'll save closer to 5 seconds, but it's not as important. But you do need some strong items for the final fight though. I will say that much. For now. So this will just be a super pipe ball setup. If you ever end up in this type of position. With good ascension damage you can get 2 rounds, but again, it's not so bad. But that's the general principle. Use the pillars as your guide, gauge his direction, use his roar as your sound cue, get damage where you can, and when you've got enough strikes going in when he's down after a certain period of time, get ready for an ascension assault, and then go from there. So Dagron really isn't too bad, but as I say, if you get to that point you just saw with just the super pipe ball,
oh, yeah.
I got him to a point where he was so low on health that because he still had another round going, he was swooping in quick. If he caught me with that swoop and knocked me down, I mean, I've got recover, so as long as I remember to recover, I should be okay. But if I happen to not and I fall to the floor, I'm pretty much guaranteed he's going to come in and he's going to hit me again, and that's 3/4 of my health gone in 2 strikes, just like that. So it's just something to keep in mind in the potential. So I mean, in general with these bosses, yeah, as I say, Squid Baron, Dagron, you can get away with 2 weakest. Still keep it on the script and sacrifice minimal time in comparison. If you're a bit struggling for items. However, the next boss is a little different just because of the way his cycle is, which we'll go into when we get there. But for now, we get the Lost Soul. We still have one more Heart Squid, if I remember rightly, that needs to be collected. It's right at the beginning of the entry of the Village of Lost Souls. But because we entered with the charge, we're leaving it till we exit, because you cannot flare in here. Flares cannot be used here simply because this is classified as indoor territory, and flares only work outside. So we have to make our way out. So we just get up here, tap, jump, glide to get out. For this one, jump, hat, 1, 2, 3, hat. I don't want to backdash, but I want to get onto here and then crouch and drop down to grab that Heart Squid. And then we can get out. And now we can flare. So that should be everything off of Mudbound. Oh, skip the text, please. Skip the text. Just to show. Yeah, everything off Mudbound, clear. Right, now we move on to Frostbite. So Frostbite, we're not going to be getting everything. Actually, no, we are going to get everything that we can on the first visit, because we can't get free of the Heart Squid until we get access to the dungeon. Okay, so in the event that you're at this point of the run and you're still short of milks or pipe balls, you may get lucky here. The wolves on this island have low health. They go down with a risky charge just like that. And in fact, there's a point that we're going to intentionally go into them for a particular reason, which I'll go into in a sec. If they have to give you these drops, then of course that helps you. That helps with your setup. But of course, being at this point in the run, relying on that RNG is a risky play. So again, it's down to it's down to something that I can't put into words apparently. So we're going to start this island off like most. Risky shuffle out. Jump onto that. Well, that's rare, but it happens. There's a weird thing with these slopes. That is a particular part of it that if you have to land on it whilst you're in a dash formation, it's going to basically just mess you up, and it'll stop your momentum. So it would be dash onto here and then onto the next, or if you want, you could just dash and just cannon all the way. There's nothing stopping you doing that. But pretty much when you enter the area, you want to be keeping your charge. And you want to go straight into this one. Say hello to Cackleback. Give him a few whips. Take him down, and then just jump over here. A couple of cannons onto him, and absorb. If you've got enough time, you can go over to the next one if that Cackleback did jump to the right. Because there's another wolf you can go for. And as I say, this is if you're looking for additional items. If you're not bothered by any additional items or gems, then you don't have to worry about taking these particular couple out. After that, get your risky shuffle in, glide over everything, and make your way onto here. Now this is probably one of the quickest shuffles in the run, where you literally just that. Then start making your way across. Again, how you choose to do it is entirely up to you. I actually did this differently to how I would normally do it, but as long as you make it across without losing momentum, that's the important part, as it goes with a lot of these rules. So it's good to practice spacing your jumps, with spacing your cannons and your hats, so you don't deplete your cannons all at once. So as I normally go to about onto there, I'm saying jump, glide, cannon off of that, cannon off of that. Right, so this is where things change. Now, this next step you don't have to do. Of course. Well, to be fair, a lot of this stuff you don't have to do, but this will help set up a Cackleback kill potential. It will rely on some RNG of the direction the Cackleback jumps. If it jumps to the right, we can get a quick kill on the Cackleback, whilst also getting potential item drops for minimal time loss. The idea will be from this room to hit every wolf that you can. Well, to hit every single wolf. This will store by the time you get to the Cackleback hit will count as 24 damage, which will be one shy of it making the leap and staying in the air, so it will follow the arc position. And if it happens to go to the right, it will just land straight on top of you, taking the double hit and death. Of course, if you've gotten the full continue charge going from this room, you do not want to hit anything in this room. You don't want it to add to that stock. Otherwise, if you do, you're going to have to make sure to count one less wolf, for example. But I'll try and get it in one just so we can show it. So pretty much come in, hit, jump, hit, jump, hit, jump, glide, hit, follow it down, hit these two. There's a super fireball, can't complain. Follow through. And it'll be this room where the Kakarot will come into play. So I'm going to hit him, fall down, hit him, jump on it, and I'm going to fall off. See, he's followed the path I wanted, he's gone to the right. And that's what we're looking for. If he goes to the right, I just don't jump off of that slope, let the charge do its thing, or let myself just charge up, he'll let the Kakarot hit me, and that's that. But of course, that means getting all of them wolf hits in as well. Which takes a bit of getting used to. Unfortunately, I think they're all dead now, so I don't think I need to show you. Oh no, they're back. Alright. So most of the jumps are tap jumps. And a good amount of them are pretty much directly after. There's one jump that might be like a mid jump. But I'll do it in one again, and I'll just basically say what I'm doing, and then it's up to you from that point. If you choose not to go for this, to go for the quick kill on the Kakarot, then like other rooms, just have a pattern that you can do that'll keep you gliding over everything, so you don't lose your momentum. Basically, then all you got to remember to do is to fall off of that ledge, and then again, if the Kakarot does jump to the right, just keep your charge going anyway. Let him land on you a second time, and then you'll just have to finish him off with a couple of whips or something. So the idea would be run in, hit, tap jump near the edge, tap jump near the edge, mid jump, hit, let it run, strong jump out. Then you come into here, get near the edge, jump up, tap jump, let it fall through, tap jump onto there, let it fall through, then let yourself run on that slope if the Kakarot jumps to the right. If it jumps to the left, then you just want to release it, so you just fall, and then just basically try and catch his arc and score the damage to finish it up. And then absorb him, and then when you're ready, get your charge and cannon all the way up. And then again, just glide over everything, or take up those walls if you want. Alright, so now we're making our way up. And it's pretty much just a case of following the chain jumps. So, beyond there with the charge, chain up when you get near the top. 1, 2, 3 around the edge. 1, 2, 3 around the edge. And then when you get to this one, it's into the middle. And then just follow the chain all the way up. And jump up and into Propeller Town. So you got your 2 Kakarot in. There is one more left, which is right at the top of this part of the island. But we've got a couple of hearts we're going to grab along the way. So start off Propeller Town, get your charge. Let this one go. As soon as you get in here, jump, strong jump to land on that platform, and then let it go all the way around. Until you get here, then jump into the middle one. Make sure you jump into the middle one, because that's the one that's going to take you on this pathway. If you don't feel comfortable going for the jump and scimitar straight in, just pretty much just before you get into that room, just stop your momentum and then jump in at your leisure. God, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. That's not good. Right. So the main thing you need to remember, there's 3 things you need to remember. At the start, go into the middle. At the first green, press down. At the second green, press left. And here you are. There is a nifty little trick that I don't remember exactly how it works, so, and I don't have an auto potion to do it, but it's through one of these you can skewer your motion to get this heart squid quicker, but again, going for that, saving the auto potion for that rather than the time save in the earlier point. Of course you'll be losing time in comparison, but I guess it's some, unfortunately I can't remember exactly what it is, so I'm not going to show it in this tutorial, plus I don't have the item anyway to do it. But it would pretty much be in one of these. I think it's the one that leads to this one, where before you get it, you trigger the auto potion. It would obscure the view, obscure Shantae's turn position, and around here to grab the Heart Squid. I'll at least mention it, but of course, unfortunately, I ain't gonna be able to show it. But once you get the Heart Squid, just scimitar off and go to the right. This will send you back to the beginning of the room, saves you a big, big headache. Then you can proceed to just make your way up and out. Couple of cannons here, couple of cannons here. And now we're ready to do another fruit float. So another out of bounds coming in play. So we want to float up, we're going to skip one loading zone and then go into the other. So for this one, it'll be the same standard fruit float. Trigger it off, jump, fire a cannon off or fire your cannons off because this time we're going to come into the screen. Because I think this one is probably a bit more easier to come into the screen and you don't worry about the hack of the low zone you're aiming to hit. It's much, much bigger than most. So it'd be a case of a gauge moment at the start, going in, trigger your food, a couple of cannons, then pull yourself in, turn around, bypass that one, and as soon as you see this wooden bridge and cross it, well, once you hit that wooden part, when Shantae's in that wooden part, hold left, you should make it through. Of course, there's nothing stopping you firing off the pistol prior to that and using the hat method as mentioned before, if you need to slow down your momentum for that particular part. Onto here and up here. There's another Heart Squid. That's two. One more Heart Squid left on the island. One more Kakobak. And just make your way out to the right. Take a hit if you can afford to, and then just run through. Speak to Polo. He's going to give you the targeting module to be able to help trigger off the entrance to the next dungeon. But we're not leaving just yet. As mentioned, we've still got a few things to get. So make your way up onto here. Fire off one cannon, then hat. So when you get near the top, you can fire off another two cannons to make it up here. You can fire two cannons if you want, and then wait till you get near the top and then fire off one more. But I always tend to go with the two. Oh god. I was going to say, the rest of this is relatively standard, but then I mess up. So you want to get onto here. Now this is a Kakobak example where the charge isn't necessary. The room's big enough, regardless of where it jumps, you'll be able to reach it and take it down. So for this one it's a little different. And basically, as soon as you enter, hit pistol and jump at the same time. Well, okay, no, you don't do that. It's pistol then jump, sorry, one after the other. Just so you don't lose momentum, and then bang. Almost forgot the note. Almost forgot where it went. There's nothing to stop you doing the charge method, but it's slightly slower with that Kakobak for some reason. Alright, so we're almost done with our grind here. We're just going to make our way out here. Now, going for this next Heart Squid, you can do this in one of two ways. So, there's a safe way and there's a safe way and a not so safe way, but it's not death induced at least. If you want to take it a little easier, you just walk off and just make sure to cannon up here, and then just cannon over and jump across accordingly. Of course, don't fall in like I just did, or get hit. But basically you want to get to here, jump up, and then you can grab the Heart Squid. Now I say safe, but that one is probably a little bit riskier, funnily enough, because you don't have the invulnerability. Oh, well that sucks. Can I have my cannons back? Oh. The other method would be to use the risk. Hey, go away. The other method is to use the risky dash to your advantage here. So what we'll do is we'll get the charge up here ready, fire it off, then I'm going to get into the next room. When I get to that next room, I'm going to allow myself to go off the edge whilst holding hat, and before I fall to the ground, I'm going to basically fire off a couple of cannons. So if you can get it all in one, you'll pretty much fly off, and then you try and get in there in one, essentially. But if you can, it's pretty good. That's the general way. Of course, you don't have to go for that gap if you don't feel like it. You can just use the glide to at least reach here, land, and then jump up. And then grab your Heart Squid. That'll be everything out of Propeller Town, everything off of Frostbite, apart from the dungeon itself.
Activated.
So you can flare out. So at this point, on the assumption you're following the same collection position that I'm on, you should only have 3 heart squids left there. That'll be clear. That'll be clear. And that will only have 1 Kakobat, which you're now about to get. Because we've got to return to Spiderweb as per request. And it's back in this gap here. If you manage to break the hole earlier, it saves you a little bit of time. Otherwise, just jump in, jump down, wail on him. Hopefully he does that motion where he jumps to the right first, so you just basically jump up, whip, and then again you exit out. I mean, I'll let him die. You just jump out to end his death animation, collect it, and be on your merry way. Then just get yourself another shuffle ready, and make your way across. So now we need to hand in the lost soul that we got at the end of Oubliette Sufferer. So we're going to speak to Poe, he's going to send us across. Set up the shuffle. And dash. And then just walk in. Good thing is, if you happen to forget to get the heart squid in this room earlier in the run, you can get it now. So that's always a plus. Now, obviously, I got some additional lucky flares here. So earlier I mentioned if you have to get a flare drop from something from like Mudbog onwards, you could either choose to save the 20 gems and grind 20 gems less, or you could save 5 seconds. This is where the 5 seconds is. If you have one more flare than you would traditionally have, then at this point you could just exit the house and proceed on to flare up. But I got 2 additional flare drops somewhere, because normally you'd be on 0 if you didn't get a flare drop from somewhere. So this would be the point where at that moment you just speak to Abner. You'll trade off the death mask and he'll give you a pirate flare. Takes about 5 seconds to do, but of course when you got 0 flares, it's worth it.
Pirate flare activated.
But again, if you've got a lucky flare drop, you can save yourself 5 seconds if you choose to keep the 20 gem grind on and just walk out there and not bother. But that's the soul deciphered, and now Spiderweb is clear, Saliva is clear, and you should be left with 2 Kakobats, 4 heart squids, and there'll be this point where we will finish off this island with 1 heart squid. Of course, as I say, this is if you're going with the route that I said I would traditionally take. I did mention at the beginning that if you choose to go for, in the Tangled Forest, to go for the heart squid and the Kakobat, then this will be the point where you'll finish this island off. But if you choose to leave that heart squid behind and go with the other method that I'll show you, which is slightly quicker, and it will be quicker overall for the section, then you will have that heart squid still to obtain. So at this point, enter the shop, and this is where you'll clear out the shop. So this shop is dependent on whether or not, if you did extra grinding, if you went above 930, then you'll grab the few extras that you want. But the cost of 930 covers is thus: 3 flares, pistol, 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 power kick. And that is 100% shop upgrades done. That's that portion of the 100% clear. And of course, if you did do the extra grind, then the extra 60 odd gem grind for whatever additional stock you're looking for, then this would be the point again. In this case, I'm just going to take us some point. Nothing else to take, I guess. So, power kick. I don't even remember how to fucking trigger, but it's useless anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So you finish out your shot and make your way to the right. So now, here's a couple of hearts with that you left behind, if you chose to leave them behind. If you did, then this is where you grab. Now I did say again at the beginning of the run, if you choose to grab these ones you can, but I also explained why I wouldn't normally grab them because of the new change where I can go and such. So if you did grab them at this point, then you just allow yourself to continue to go to the right throughout the entire section. But if not, then you just pretty much get the heart squid, get a shuffle, get the heart squid, and then get another shuffle. And just finish out the section that way. So we don't need to hit the orcs, we don't need anything, so just jump over him. This tunnel is already clear from earlier. Jump and glide, clears them. And now we can speak to Branson. So the play we got back in Sunline, that'll come into play now. He becomes, not He-Man. And just because... What, am I missing anything?
Pirate flare,
No, I was just trying to remember if I remembered it, if I forgot anything. So no, we're good. So we done there. Flare out, we come back here. Now we go to the left to clear out the island. So for this next Kakobat, usually he will stay stood in place after you hit him. So as soon as you hit him, just follow on like that. Jump over, grab this Heart Squid, and then get ready to absorb the Kakobat. For some reason, that's one of the Kakobats, even when he's on the ground, when you hit him with the scimitar straight away, he doesn't usually jump. So as soon as you see the scimitar hit, release your directions, whip the hell out of him, get a feel for when he's about to jump, and then just get ready to mask, just in case he does get away with jumping. If not, then he'll be down, and then you just get this Heart Squid, absorb, and go. Make a dash, big jump, glide, cannon, glide, cannon, glide, cannon. And now you dash to go all the way in, and again, more. Exit, re-enter, and collect. Right, so at this point of the run, if I'm not mistaken, this should be all Dark Magic. So that's your 20 Kakobats done. That'll be the final one to collect, on the assumption that you're following this route, following this setup and route. Of course, when you get used to the run, feel free to obviously do whatever the hell you want. If you want to mix things up, change shop routes around, everything like that, you're the one running it, do what you gotta do. It's all good. So that's everything there, so now we're done there, we can flare. So there is still the one Heart Squid here, free in the dungeon. So now I just proceed to make my way into Sky's Hatchery one more time. We now have Joe's soul ready, give it to him to finish off the side quest up to get in the entrance, or to get the entry point to the abandoned factory. Finally, speak to the Armor Baron twice. Once you have the module, speak to him again, this will fire off, and that'll give you access to the final dungeon. So, no, that's good. So we have our entry points. Now we just make our way back into Crossroads. And then once again, follow this room the same as you did the first time, with the exception of you don't need to go for the Kakobat there, so just jump over. Keep the cannons, keep you in the air, glide up. And then just make your way in. Usually I would scimitar straight in here because it positions me right to be able to get a straight dash without having to do any form of shuffling as we go forward through this. So I'll get the charge just before. Then just strong jump glide, tap cannon glide, and release. And that will set us up in here. So we've got we've got 3 Heart Squids as mentioned. There are a couple of out-of-bound tricks that are going to be used, and in fact there's going to be an animation skip that I use as per this run. You can use the extra potion to do an additional out of bounds. However, it is actually slower than just doing an animation skip on the key. So we need to get all 3 Heart Squids. So the first one you're supposed to go all the way around for. In this case, we're just going to do it here. So the idea is you're going to allow the potion to drop you. If I just quickly move down here, you're going to be off screen as this happens. You'll end up, you'll see the screen scroll past this door. When you get past this door, pretty much you'll want to be popping out of this wall so you can fall down into this gap here. If I remember rightly, you pretty much want to just fire off a couple of cannons quickly. So in, trigger the potion drop, allow yourself to drop, do not press any directions. Once you pass the door, hold right, and you get to a certain point down there, double cannon out and right. Don't do that. Pretty much once you've done it and you've gone through there, you basically want to buffer your cannon. So you come up here, and you can grab the heart squid there. Then you just want to make your way back up. So yeah, pretty much you bypass that door, and when you see the screen about there, then start to hold right and double cannon out, or do a cannon glide. Any combination you feel comfortable with, as long as you get above that loading zone down the bottom, then you're good. So once we're through, we get to here, onto that ledge, onto here, a couple of strikes on there to break as many of the blocks as we can. Now, because we're going for the animation skip on the key, as it's quicker than doing the out of bounds, I'm basically going to just jump up. I want to cannon up, break the chest open, turn, and go for the heart squid. So throw the hat out, turn around, grab that, so that sets the key up. Now I should still be on potion from the out of bound. 1, 2, glide, cannon underneath, mash your shoulder buttons as you're hovering over potion, get the animation skip, and you're good. And then you can just fall down and open the door. Right, final out of bounds in this dungeon. I'm going to do it all again in one motion in a bit. So this time, I'm going to do a food. Oh, a bit weird there. Unfortunately, yeah, I activated my dash too close to the loading zone, which slowed my momentum off. Which can be a thing that can happen. So activate the food, and like in the Oubliette of Suffering, you do not want to jump, you do not want to press direction. This again, you want to just hit backdash to get yourself out. As I say, certain things are still in play like conveyors, so they will slow you down. But you just dash, allow the game to just take you across. And that was a lucky thing that just happened. I'll explain in a sec. But the problem was, you saw there was a heart squid there, and we just went right through it. So what are we to do? Well, there's a door in the way, so we can't just come out here, can we? Door. But it seems the risky dash will help us with that. As we dash through the loading zone, we got too much momentum, so we literally just face through the fucking door. Then we can proceed to grab the heart squid by jumping up on that ledge and go through. So when I said lucky, there's a crawl. As you're out of bounds, you get to phase through here, but there is a crawl space here. Now, usually what would happen, even in the out of bounds setting, would you usually charge when you hit that gap? It will put you into a crawling state, and then you just proceed to walk through this door. But sometimes it doesn't catch you, and you end up just dashing through. Yeah, once you get the heart squid, drop through this gap. That'll put you back on the opposite side of the door, and then you can proceed to take on the boss. Now, before I do, I'll do that all. Well, I'm going to do most of it in motion. I'm going to go back and do a save just so I can do 1 or 2 attempts on this boss fight as well, just to show you a couple of differences on it. So again, the idea is, first off, you enter here, get the risky shuffle going. Enter in, trigger off a potion drop. Do not press any directions, allow yourself to fall. When you get to about there, hold right, double cannon up, and allow yourself to fall into the low zone, whilst buffering your cannon jump to make it through without falling onto the enemy. Now, I did go a little bit late there, in all fairness, when I was falling down the side, but I could recover it by incorporating the hat as well. As long as you make it into this gap between the 2 blue pillars, you should be fine. Cannon up, cannon up, cannon up, cannon up. Over to the left, over to the right, get to this peak, whip the hell out of that, 3 cannons, hit the chest, and hat glide over. Now throw the scimitar up just in case, as you may notice there was a block that I missed with my hair whip, so at least it catches it then. Then 1, 2, hat glide, throw cannon under the key, to be able to grab the key and do an animation skill. Right, so I'm just going to quickly go back and save now, so I don't have to keep doing that before the boss. So unfortunately it's the nearest save to the boss. But you would traditionally, after falling through here and doing that animation skip, just swerve around, open the door, and in you go. So again, final out of bounds for this dungeon. Into the loading zone, trigger off your food. Do not press any directions, do not jump, just backdash, and then turn around and dash all the way through. And there's that crawl space I mentioned. So in that case, you just continue to walk. As soon as you get in, start your shuffle, dash back out, jump onto this ledge, and grab the heart squid. So that'll be all but one heart squid, I believe. Yeah, for me in this case it's all but one heart squid, but if you did grab that heart squid in Tangle Forest at the beginning, then this should be fully done 100%. And again, forward into the gap, put yourself onto the opposite side of the door, and then we come to Steel Maggot. So Steel Maggot is RNG the boss essentially for this run. 3 buttons on his back. The order of the combination changes every time in a run, or every time you do a run. Once the fight starts, pretty much you just got to guess. Usually I always go with 1, 2, 3 as my main button pattern to start with, because you know if it's RNG, it's not going to matter which order I go in, I just go by I see fit. But hit a button, if it's correct it will light up, then you proceed to hit the next button. If it lights up, you're good. If not, then Steel Maggot will start to shake and fire off some bullets. So this setup is dependent on one factor, the bubble shield. So as I've mentioned, you're looking to get 3 bubble shields for the final fight. Even though you don't necessarily need any bubble shields for it, it makes the fight much more bearable, or much more comfortable, shall I say. But if you happen to have an additional bubble on top of that, this is a boss fight to use it on. Because of that bullet spread, by using the bubble it gives you more opportunities to get the combination figured out sooner rather than later. It also helps for protection purposes. But for now, we'll argue the case that you're not going to bubble and we're going to do this in the safest way possible. This is a boss fight I would highly recommend you use the Super Monster Milk on. Not because of any danger aspects, but because the Super Monster Milk alone with all your hair upgrades that you have for the 100% will one-cycle Steel Maggot. You don't need anything else to get that one round. Sure, if you've got a spare Super Pike available, why not? Or a spare Pike, sure. But Monster Milk alone will do the job. If you need to use other combinations, you need to make sure you land in the right spot, that the Pike Ball is doing the damage as well. Because if you're in the wrong spot, they're not going to do the damage, you're probably not going to get the one rounder, and if you have to adjust, that's damage you're missing out on. So on the assumption that we're just using a Super Monster Milk, just to show it in perspective, so this will be the safe way to go about it. This is taking no real risks in terms of figuring out its combination. You'll just basically go 1 button at a time, jump up, hit the button. If it's incorrect, just come down behind him, crouch. Hit the second button. Right, so it's up. So that's 2. It's not 1, so again, back over, land. So we know the first button combination is a 2. So we know that it was a 3, so we can fire off the 1 for the 3. When he comes back in, hit him, fall, and then just whip. As long as your timing is correct, he'll go down in. So, yeah, as long as you've got your hair whip timing right, Steel Maggot is over. And this is why I generally say, keep a Super Monster Milk for him. In my general setup, and a part of the reason why I don't mind going for the free milk gem grind that I do in my first gem grind, is because for me, my setup on the minimals, I'll have a Super Milk for him, and I'll have 2 Super Milks, and hopefully at least 1 Super Pipe Ball for the Pirate Master, which we'll be coming up on in a bit. But of course I still need 3 of these, so that'll be 2 Super Milks, 1 regular milk, and then 1 Super Pipe Ball with 2 regular Pipe Balls. That'll be enough for me to do what I need to do in that fight. On the minimal side. Obviously if I've got more I can use, then sure, I'm not complaining, I'll use them.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Okay. So I need to get back down to the fight. So I mean, for now, because I'm going to do the fight a couple of times. I won't bother grabbing the. I won't bother going back on myself to grab the heart squid just to save a bit of time, because I'm also going to continue back on the file. But that's one of the more safer ways to go about the fight. Just hit a button. If it's correct, then proceed to fire your final cannon, because with 3 cannons you need 1 cannon to get. Oh, I forgot I was in out of bounds date. I was wondering what the fuck happened there. Like, Jesus Christ, Shantae, where are you going? Whoops. Should we try that again? That's what happens when you can see what Float's doing. Just gone. My bad. So, don't press jump when you're in this state, because that happens. Oh, hello. I forgot to do that, shouldn't I? So I'm not going to jump this time. No jumping. No. Just get through. Now I can jump. Because to even reach a button of Steel Magnet, you need to jump. Or there is another thing you can do that you don't have to use the jump for, but it's. I'll probably try and show it quickly, but I wouldn't. I don't use the method. But usually you need one can to go up. Go for the first button. If it's correct, then just move over a bit. Fire off the second one at the second button if it's correct. Happy days. If it's not, then of course get to the other side of Steel Magnet, crouch under his bullets. As long as you're crouching, those bullets will never touch you. Or as mentioned, if you've got a spare bubble shield, then you may as well use it, even safer. So let's go with 1 week. Let's go with weak milk and strong super fight. So for this to be a one rounder, I'd have to land in the right position. But now I'm going to try and throw in something a little riskier into the fight. So, oh, that doesn't help. As long as I land in the right spot like that, I'll get the one rounder. But that's the only change in the fight in terms of the risk factor. As I say, Super Monster Milk, you're guaranteed it. 1 week, the weak milk and Super Pike, you've got to make sure you land in the right spot. If you have to adjust because the pipe balls aren't hitting, then you're probably not going to get it. Unfortunately, the additional method or the additional thing I was going to try and show didn't happen because I ended up getting the right button straight away. So, boom. So yeah, weak milk, strong super pike will enable you to one round it, sorry, as long as you land in the right spot. I'm not too sure if it can be done. In all fairness, I don't remember if it can be done with 1 week, with both weeks, unless you go for a. No, even that method shouldn't work. Cause it'd be slower. I would have thought, but I don't know. We can always see. So 1 week, both week. We'll see if it's possible. I can't even remember myself, I'll be honest. I haven't used this for a while, but again, hopefully I'll get a wrong button this time, so I can show you what I mean with changing method. If you want to take a chance, slice wrong, hover over the button, bang. So that's frame perfect. So yeah, 1 week. Both weeks, I'm not getting the two rounder. I mean, my position was slightly off, but I was getting the pipe ball hits. So what was going on there when I was hovering over? I mean, without the bubble shield, you're at risk of getting shot. Now, I happened to get the frame perfect hit twice. So the idea is, if you can hit the button frame perfectly as soon as it's able to be hit, the bullets will not fire. However, if you don't, the bullets will, and you are likely to get hit. You can negate aspect with a what's it called now? With a stun lock, or just using your recover so you can get position, but you will, if you get hit, that's a heart of your health gone. But you can still use that to try and figure out the combination quicker in the position of not having a bubble shield available to you. And of course, the quicker you can figure out the combo, the quicker you can get through the fight. So yeah, both week was unable to meet what we were looking for. So you do need at least 1 week, weak milk and super pipe, monster milk super pipe ball combo, or as I say, just super monster milk on its own is enough to do it. I mean, just in case, I will try it one more time, just to be sure. But I'm pretty sure it's not possible. So again, oh, wrong. Ah, so I missed there, so that's the risk you take. So on this circumstance, I'm 2 weeks, so I'm not going to risk it. Oh wow, whoops. So I'm botching this. So I know button 3 is the first one. 3, 1, 2. That's a shame. Ah! Wow, I suck. There we go. So yeah. So 2 week, you can't get what you're looking. We can't get what we're looking for. So you pretty much want either Super Milk on its own, or you can use it with. There's enough to stop using it with a Super Pipe or a regular pipe, but it's not important to have. You can still one round it without. And of course, there's that with the pipe ball. With the 2 weakest, you won't get the one rounder, and considering the RNG aspect of the fight, you want to get it in one, which is why I mentioned that we want the at least have a Super Milk for that fight, or at least I personally do. You can, as shown, you can go with Monster Milk and Super Pipe Ball, and as long as you've got the position right, you will be able to get the single round fight. Now there is another technique we use in 80%, which is the pincer, the scimitar pincer. But considering that that doesn't strike as fast as that, and it will be striking for less damage, it won't work in this set. Because it'll be working off of scimitar polish, which I believe is doing 10 points. No, 10 points of damage on standard. So, well, with a Super Milk it'll be 20 damage, but a Super Milk with the hair which will be doing 18 per strike. So, and even if you use a Super Milk, you don't need the pincer technique. So, with the weakest ones, it won't really make a difference. So, I won't put that in this tutorial. The only last thing I need to show for this is bubble technique. If you have to have a spare bubble, this enables you to figure out the combination quicker. As I have spares, right, so with the bubble, as I say, you'll be able to basically negate having to worry about the bullets, but there's a reason for that, for figuring out the combination. So it depends on whether or not the combination is correct. So if the combo's wrong, I'm going to be landing back in front of it. So I can land, get my cannons restored, and then continue on to try and figure out the combination. Well, at least that's the principle. I mean, I'm messing up, of course, here, but let's say I do that. Of course, I don't have to worry about the bullets. That's the principle of the bubble shield. Wasn't really done the best there, in all fairness, but the idea is with a bubble shield, once you have to worry about the bullets, you go for the first button. So basically, if you hit the button and it's incorrect, you should have enough time to be able to land back in front of it to regenerate your cannons, and because he's going in that direction, when you jump back up, he will be coming under you, so you've got another chance at getting 2 buttons if you could then get another one correctly. So it helps you to figure out the combination quicker when utilised effectively. Apart from that, it could still be used as a safety, as well as, of course, if you choose not to try to go for landing back in front to regenerate cannons, you could use that as your safety for the hovering over the button, the next button, to try and get it. So if you don't get it framed perfect, at least the bullets aren't going to affect you. But general premise, of course, main thing, if you can, try and go into the fight with a Super Monster Milk. You're pretty much guaranteed a one cycle as long as you're mashing, as long as your attacking rhythm is good. So that just leaves the end of the run. And this tutorial is near enough 5.5 hours long. Fucking hell. And this is one big problem I have. I ramble on a lot when I do tutorials, so yeah. So into the Lonely Grave. So we just need to basically trigger Pirate Master off. Don't need to worry about anything, just run to the right. And set him out. And then leave. So you just basically just go back to the left. You can do a risky shuffle there, but it actually doesn't save any time whatsoever. There's no difference between just holding left and doing a shuffle. Now usually I do actually do a shuffle, but for this sake I don't. So just to show, 1 heart squid left, all done, all done, all done, all done, all done. Lonely Grave. And back to Skull Town. Alright, so just again as I was just showing for them, so that's everything collected apart from the 1 heart squid for me. Of course, it depends on where you position your heart squids, will depend on whether or not you've got everything for heart squids. at that moment, and that's all the shop upgrades done. So obviously you wouldn't normally come into the shop at this point. As soon as you enter here, you just hold left, right, sorry, and go. So now how you do this bit is dependable. Now, of course, if you've left the heart squid in the Scarecrow Fields completely till this point, then of course this is the point where you get out. If you've gone for the hearts, if you've got the heart squid in Tangle Forest at the beginning of the run instead of leaving it for now, then you can do one of two ways of going for this next section. You can just do like you did with the Scarecrow Fields and go along the ground, hitting the enemies, jumping over the pits, and then just following the ground in Tangle Forest, breaking the brick wall, and then continuing over to the right. Even if you have got the heart squid, you can go for an up and over technique, which will save you about a second. But if you left the heart squid specifically to this point, then you're going for the up and over. So pretty much, as I don't want to hit anything because I want to try and save time by not hitting charges, I'm just basically trying to make sure I fly over everything. Just follow that through each of the rooms. I'm just going to put a save here just in case of the out of bounds. Just in case I do something horribly wrong, we don't want to go all the way back. As I say, you can just follow the ground and hitting all the enemies there if you choose to. In those last two rooms, just jumping over the pits like you did with the Scarecrow Fields at the beginning of the run. And then when you get to the next run, you can just follow all the way through and under. And again, there's nothing stopping, even if you left the heart squid to this point, there's nothing stopping you doing it then. You can just, once you get under, you can just climb up, grab the heart squid, and then go. But in all fairness, if you plan on doing that, then you may as well get the heart squid at the beginning of the run. Because you can fit that in with the Cacklebat, no problem. So the up and over technique, regardless of whether or not you got this heart squid before, the idea is to pretty much, when you dash through here, jump, 1, 2, 3, land on that branch, and land on here, and then glide off. It's dependent on whether or not you catch the skeleton that I caught. If you catch it, then you're basically saving about half a second to 3/4 of a second. If you don't catch it, and you manage to land in front of it, well, like behind it, sorry, then you'll save the full second. But of course, we're going to use that up and over technique to go for the heart squid that I left behind. So for the final heart squid, if you chose to leave it till now, you'll pretty much be following that same method. 1, 2, 3, onto there, and then 1, 2, 3, and up on here. Unfortunately, I did that a bit sketchy. So I'll try it one more time. But I mean, when you're done here, you'll be doing a shuffle off to the right. But I'm just going to shuffle back out. Try and get that in a smooth motion. I didn't land on the edge that I wanted near the end. But the idea is to try and get it all in one smooth motion. Even if I catch him, I'm not too worried. 1, 2, 3, and then on. And then just scimitar on top of the heart squid to get the heart squid. If you choose to leave it till the end, because as I say, this and the Cacklebat over on the left. The original way was to grab the heart squid first when you're exiting Skull Town, when you're on your way back from getting the first map. Grab the heart squid, do the shuffle, go over, get the Cacklebat, then make your way across. But of course that means going vertically up without any left or right momentum. Whereas you're doing the Cacklebat first with the method of going under and then jumping up, keeping all your momentum going to the left. And then coming for this heart squid at the end, whilst keeping all your momentum going to the right, it ends up saving you. It's not much again, it's only like a second or so, but it's still a bit of time saving there. But after that, you're just basically charging and making your way out, but just to finalise, 20 and 32 is what you're looking for. So that is 100% of all the items. As mentioned, I haven't melted any heart squids down because you do not need to obtain 100 to get 100% completion, or to complete the 100% run. But of course, there's nothing stopping you from doing it if you choose to. So now we're left with the end of the run. Two things left to do. First off, an out of bounds. So we're going to use an out of bounds to fly all the way up to the top of the tower. The thing with that is, this is a weird loading zone, in the sense of this is one of the very few loading zones where you don't need to risky dash to trigger the food flow. I don't know why, but you can still do the risky shuffle technique and then go into the zone as you've been doing through the run. But you can also just walk into the loading zone and go. So you basically walk to the loading zone, fire off your cannons, make sure you don't hit any loading zones, and just move across. Keep yourself wide at first because you've got those two doors that are going to get in your way. Once you pass them doors, you can bring yourself close to the edge. Then once you get past there, hold right to hit the loading zone there. So you go past those two doors, you'll line yourself up, you'll see a bit of ledge that sticks out, and then you come up there and you can go through. And then you basically, because you're lining up with the edge there, and when you press right, when you basically get in front of this loading zone, it should just sap you in. Of course, again, there's nothing stopping you after firing off your cannons, firing off your pistol, and then when you get near the top, firing off the hat to dramatically slow down your ascent to give you more accuracy purposes, at least if you wanted to start with, just to get you more comfortable with it. But as I say, the choice is yours. But that final one is not so bad to go for. So the Pirate Master. So Pirate Master in the Hundo is going to be following the same thing as ADM, the true final Pirate Master fight, because we have all the dark magic, so that's going to trigger. So this is the point where your remaining setup, you need at least 3 milks, 3 pipe balls, 3... Well, you don't have to have 3 bubbles though. You can do this fight with 0 bubbles, but the bubbles are very, very useful. I would at least say 1 is the minimum you really should be doing it with, but to start with, do it with 3. But it don't take much to do it without the bubbles, so to speak. Again, as I say, usually I would ideally be on... I mean, I've got more than I should have. But ideally, I'll be on like 2 super milks, 1 regular, 2 regular pipe balls at least, and 1 super. That's sort of like the minimum I need. Or you can do it in vice versa: 1 super milk, 2 regulars, 1 and 2 super pipes, 1 regular pipe. But that each one sort of changes how you go with each part, so to speak. Phase 1. To be fair, it doesn't matter what combination you realistically use, but usually I'd go with 2 strong. Then second phase I'd go with, depends on what my setup is. If I've only got 1 super pipe ball, then I'll probably go super milk regular pipe, and then finally regular milk regular pipe. Of course, if you've got 3 of each of them, you may as well go for it. But the only reason I mention these numbers for like your item setup is because you still need to be able to generate enough damage at each of the phases when he goes into true form to be able to take him down in 1 round. Or take him down in 1 cycle. If he goes into a second cycle, the biggest problem is you cannot finish him off until he gets to the end of that cycle when he brings the pedestals and you've got to climb up to hit him in the face. Even if he's 1 hit away, you've got to deliver that final hit during that part of this fight. Otherwise he doesn't go down, so you'll be guaranteed to lose 40 seconds if you miss a cycle. For each cycle you miss. So of course it depends on what your setup is. So in the principle of this, let's just go. So you already be walking in. Normally I wouldn't save, but yeah. So you just get the dash and go forward. So phase 1 is pretty straightforward. There is some RNG elements to it, but there isn't too much that you can't work with. Going with the 2 strongest here, you should be able to take him down before he even steps foot on a pedestal, if I remember correctly. And he's going to basically go, he'll start the fight, he'll teleport off, and he'll choose somewhere to start. Usually it's one of the edges. So he'll go either far left, far right, his choice. After that, he's going to at least teleport 3 more times, I think. So I think he does 4 teleports a turn, if I remember rightly. So he'll choose an edge, then he'll choose one of the 2 spots he hasn't taken, and then he'll do the same again, and then the same again. After that, he will guarantee to go to a corner and fire off a set of bubbles, then go to the opposite corner, 5 set of bubbles, then guaranteed to go into the middle. And then you pretty much just wail it. So as the fight begins, as I say, I'm going with the strongest setup. So bubble, super fight, super milk. Just get into him, wail. Watch out for where you can teleport, because if he decides to go into the middle, you don't want to get hit. So give yourself a little bit of space. Phase 1 done. And that's with the 2 strongest. Now, unfortunately, because I'm delaying a bit now to describe the next bit, I'm going to restart because Because even though this text box going on, the time that's active for my milk and my super pike should still be going, so they're going to wear out, and I still want it to be active for the next part. So usually you go with the two strongest for his first phase, because it makes it more comfortable in making sure that he doesn't reach a pedestal phase. You can go with any combination you want. The pedestal phase isn't too bad to deal with. But as long as you're using 2 items on him, you should be good. I mean, if he goes to pedestal, I'll go with 2 weakest just to show it quickly, and then I'll go back to doing the fight, as I would. So, obviously if I'm going 2 weakest, so Bubble, Pike, Milk, start wailing on him, say leave a bit of gap just in case he decides to teleport in the middle. You don't want to end up running into him. After those teleport, guaranteed to go to the far side, guaranteed to go to the opposite side, guaranteed to go into the middle. Alright, so with the 2 weakest, he's going into pedestals. So if you end up with this going with this setup, as I say, usually you obviously because you're going in with 3 of each, you're usually going to have a strong of each one, so you can go first phase with that and pretty much sort him out. But if he gets the pedestal, he'll basically choose a pedestal to start with, fire off some bullets, and then he'll just transfer over to the next pedestal and fire off some bullets, and then do that another 2 more times after that, before coming back down to one of the far edges to set up for another attack, if he's even still alive at that point. If it comes to it, pretty much you could even, if you're going to play it safe, you just jump up, try and get a couple of strikes in. If you can use, or if you want to get more in, you can try and follow the movement of the pedestal with the Pirate Master on, whilst using the similar cannon to hair whip technique and timing that you would use for Emperor Spider, if you're going for the fast strat there. So it depends on where he wants to go. Here on the best there. And such. So even with the 2 weakest, you won't be on pedestal for too long if you can get a good amount of damage in.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
So that just leaves going into the next phases. I'd pretty much say, as long as you're using a super milk, even if you're using a regular pike, you should have him down before pedestal phase. If you go regular milk with super pike, he may go to pedestal. Although I'm not 100% sure on both of them. Considering the time and the length of this, I'd better just push to finish this tutorial, in all fairness. Because it's been going on for bloody ever. Oh shit, sorry. I have to say sorry because I've just realised I got tagged in a tweet. Kid, I'm sorry, Mama. I don't know why. It told me, the thing is, it told me Zuyo that hosted me. So why does it not tell me that you did? I'm so sorry, kid. I really am. Either way, I appreciate the support, man. Thanks for the host. My bad. Fucking Twitch. Somebody shoot me now. Alright, so we'll get on and finish this off now. Because it's been on for so long. So, as I say, I'm just going to show the fighting more the setup that I generally would use. And you can basically go off of then from that if you go with any stronger setups for the other phases, you know you've got the window to be able to take them down in one cycle. Of course, using strongest for everything will be quicker, but again, it's not much time difference in comparison. So, as I say, normally I would go with 2 strongest for phase 1, simply because I can guarantee skipping the pedestals. Plus, I'll be carrying that damage out to the beginning of the first phase, or the next phase. A couple of I'll get a pistol shot in there if I can, just because why not. And down. Right, so phase 2. So phase 2 and phase 3 are relatively similar with some tweaks. So I'm just going to let it go straight in because I'll need to let the let pipe ball run up this thing. So as soon as the fight begins and I'm able to, I'm going to be jumping slightly over to the left, start to whip him, then jump over to the right to then deal more damage. There's going to be 3 cannon shots off his back that are going to fire. So as soon as I see that turn and go, I'll jump over and into him. Let the cannonball just hit the floor and go over me, then move all the way over to the left. Same repeat to go over and back to the centre. Get a couple of scimitar hits in, find the gap. With the scimitars, you have to find the gap to be able to keep yourself alive. You can actually squeeze in between the gaps of the scimitars if you choose to. But of course, that runs the risk of you slightly off. You're going to die. If you don't have your auto potion back up anyway, because pretty much every attack that Pirate Master does, minus either his body or his shadow puppet, will kill you in 1 or 2 hearts. So always keep that in mind. So if you go with all the bubbles in the fight, so at this point I'd have 2 bubbles left. This is where I'm now going to activate the next bubble. This basically eliminates any worry of this next bullet spread because anybody can kill me in 1. But as I'm going to be setting up for killing him off in the next phase, I will go with setting up everything. So at this point I will go, no, I would not have a super pipe ball. Okay, that was a mistake on my part. Alright, so I've used 2 super pipe balls, so I'll just use something different. So 3 spells directly to the right, jump over to the left, get here, and then just wail on him when it goes into the air. Just mash his jump and attack so you can get a couple of double jumps in his face, but when it lands straight, then just continue to lay into him. And then he goes down. So, as long as you don't miss any cycles, his pedestal positioning will always be the same as well in these phases. So the first phase, the first one you want to jump on will start just to the right of you if you're in the centre, so you can pretty much jump up, whip that, then turn around, jump to the left, whip that one, then when the top one lies up, jump up, whip that, and then start to lay into him. So of course I'm changing my mental setup here, because I didn't use the setup that I originally said I was going to use. So in this circumstance, I did say I'd at least have 2 stronger one and 1 stronger the other. So the next one I'll be using regular milk, regular pike. So this is, again, it's similar to his first phase. He's going to have an additional cannon strike on his shoulder. Apart from that, you're going to be following the same patterns that you would originally. Jump over to the right this time. As soon as the 4th strike's gone, jump over, and then this is no different. As soon as the cannonball hits and goes over your head, move over to the far side, move over to the far side. Now, this, of course, it's a case of pay attention. Find the gap. Couple of strikes in, move into the corner, and then again using all the bubbles. So set up your bubbles. In my case, it's going to be with 2 weakest, and then all you need to do at this point, because the guns will come and fly here, just crouch in the corner. They will not touch you. So the next set of pedestals is slightly different. You're going to be going on to the one on the left first, but it's going to take a small amount of time to rotate over to you. So on, and start to go. Get a couple of double jumps in when the pedestals are this low. He's down. And at this point, you just basically want to keep him in position. I messed up already at the start by jumping, but you basically just want to wail on him, keep him wail, and just basically mash your attack and the shot. Keep him stunned in position. 4 cannon strikes later, and that would be time. But I'm going to go through the fight once more.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
So that principle of approach to the fight, based on the item setup that I mentioned, is pretty much at least the minimum requirements to deal enough damage on each of his phases to get him down in 1 cycle. As long as you don't mess anything up ascending up with him and stuff like that. So of course, if you have 3 strongholds, 3 super pikes spare to use on the fight, that'll give you some more leniency in dealing with it. As I say, in that one I had 2 strongest for phase 1, super pike, regular milk phase 2, and then regular milk, regular pike phase 3. So that is the 2 strong, 1 weak setup. And if I had it the other way around, with the super pike, with 2 super milks and 1 super pike instead, I would still be able to meet the cycles. In fact, I would have a better chance of meeting the cycles because I'd have the stronger milks dealing better damage versus the super pike. So That's sort of at least like the sort of the minimal requirements that you need to make sure you get enough damage to finish it, to be able to take him down in the respective one cycle rounds. Alright, so I guess one more time, except this time I'm just going to use the strongest, just because, why not? And I'm going to be showing it without the bubbles. Or I'm going to try and show it without the bubbles. So without the bubbles is a bit different. You need to make sure you know when he's about to fire off his bullet spreads in phase 1. You need to know how to avoid his bullets in phases 2 and 3. And then you're good. This is just essentially to show that keeping him on, keeping up with him is doable even without any bubbles. But it'll be a case of with each of the phases, depending on how many bubbles you go in or how many bubbles you choose to use. So if you want to do a one bubble fight, then which phase do you want that bubble to be used in? And then you can then use the movement for no bubble on the others accordingly. So simply put, so you'd have a bubble at the start of phase 1, you'd have a bubble after the scimitar drops in phase 2, another bubble at the scimitar drops in phase 3, after the scimitar drops, sorry, and then you're good. So, as I say, if you choose to go 0 bubbles, then obviously you won't be using any bubbles on any of them. If you go 1 bubble route, you choose which one you'd rather have the bubble on. I would recommend phase 1, just because you miss out on a lot of damage not doing it on phase 1. But you've got to go above him and to the side to avoid his bullets. Whereas phase 2 and 3 is more easily manageable, but more manageable in general. Again, if you go with 2 bubble method, I'd probably say skip the bubble on the second phase and keep the ball for the third phase, so you just crouch in the corner and don't worry about anything. And of course, if you're using all 3 bubbles, then you're good. So 0 bubble fight. So again, that's your first teleport. That's your second. Third. Nice, so he's going to go into corner guarantee. Oh wow, I missed damage. So you basically want to just get up there above him. I'm probably going to end up with pedestals now because I missed so much damage. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Whoops. There was a phase, there was a part of the fight that I absolutely missed damage on, which I shouldn't have missed damage on. So this is why I'd recommend having the bubble for phase 1. It's probably the most dangerous part where you don't go with, if you don't go with the bubble. Right, so that's phase 1. So again, I mean, I got some good RNG in terms of this spawn patterns, and this time I didn't miss damage. So yeah, if you're going to go bubble as phase 1, go with the 2 strongest items just to be safe. If you can eliminate the pedestal phase, that's a plus. But that's pretty much what you need to do. When you get to that point in his phase where he goes to the corner and spot that big spread, you need to get above him. And just get a couple of cannon strikes, maybe a scimitar strike if you can. And you do that for both sides, and then hopefully you finish him off before pedestals, and then you're good. Alright, so phase 2. So I'm following the fight the same as I have done so far. So now this is where you need to pay attention a little bit to the bullet spread. So pretty much you'll just situate yourself in the corner, allow the first set of bullets to go around you, cut under them, let that one go through, and then cut. Then you can proceed to set up the next set of items. And wait. And of course, using the 2 strong, having all strong items for this fight, it does speed up the fight for sure. But of course, it depends on what type of setups you're going for, what type of grinds you're going for, how you obtain your items, so on and so forth. So as you saw, phase 2 wasn't too bad. It's just knowing which of those bullet spreads you move slightly on, which ones move all the way across and back, which ones you stay in the corner. Phase 3 is somewhat similar, but you've also got to avoid the moving gun, which isn't so bad when you get used to it. So again, follow the same cycle as mentioned before. Cannons going above, keep the movement going. Find the hole. And then again, into the corner. First set of bullets goes across, in. Then this is move across, stop, move across. Into the corner, crouch. When that final gun goes past, move to the far, move over to the left. Set yourself up. And then proceed to finish the fight. Alright, so let's try and do this end part properly, and then we can end this tutorial. So pretty much you wail and hope that you catch him. If you don't, just move over with him, and then catch him, wail on him, and just stay in spot and wail on him. Just pay attention though, because he may get away. Sometimes he can get away. If not, then time will be on the fourth cannon straight to the face. It would be time. And that is 100%. Yay! Thank you, sir. That was a long tutorial. I think I started about 4 minutes in, so it's more like 5:45. I'm not even too sure of how long my other tutorials were. I'll probably say this is definitely the longest one I've done. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure both my ADM and NSCs were in the 5-hour marks as well. But they're in lower 5s, so spent more time with this one, I guess. But there's a lot to talk about, and on top of that, it's the one I have the most information on in my run, so of course I'm going to be able to talk about this more than other runs. So yeah. Anyone interested in learning 100%? There you go. With every bit of information I can think of, that is at least reasonable with the run itself. 3 hours and 24 for actual gameplay. Fucking hell. Well done. Alright, so
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
turn to the tutorial. There you have it. If you're interested, I'll have that highlighted at some point, hopefully soon. Hopefully I don't forget. With that being said, that concludes the tutorial. I hope you find this useful, and happy running.